And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at the beautiful aerial shot over the Merit Complex. Welcome back, everybody. It is, of course, the final day of the Luxon Pay High Roller. And look, Jay, it's me and you looking very happy to be here, as we no doubt are. Welcome along, everybody. That's some hype intro music, and we are hyped down to the last 24 players here on the final day of the 2K2 Mil. Quick look over the schedule for you guys. Of course, it is today, the 9th, the Luxon Pay Grand Final day. We've got a day off tomorrow. Then we are going to jump into our coverage of the big one, the Big Daddy, the MPP main event for 2025. Day 2 on the 11th, day 3 the following day. And we'll be crowning a champion on the 13th. Very much looking forward to that one. All of the fields so far have been smashing the guarantees. We do expect the same in that big one at the end of the week. There you go then. Luxon Pay Grand Final, 2,200 buy-in. Total prize pool, $2.8 million. Shade under. And Jay, we're down to 24 from the 1,452 that entered.
Yeah, those who tuned into the stream last night would have seen us finish with 28, but we are starting today with 3 tables. So 3 tables of 8 get to cover every hand. That is going on for the final day here, playing for $375,000.
Chunky. Take us through all the payouts, Jay. Go on. Carry on, sir.
Yeah, so 4 6-figure payouts, nearly 5 with 95,000 going to 5th place. If you're lucky enough to make the FT, you will lock up £37,540. But everyone I set on that first place, $375,000.
Yeah, that is a meaty first place prize. We're going to take you through, guys, all the way to the conclusion of this one. So we're going to play from 24 all the way down to 1. Little quick look, guys. I'll take you through the tables. Out on the Luxon table, Adrian Strobel out in front, followed by the Spaniard Alvaro Gonza. Looking down a little further, Vitkauskas in there. Third in chips, Sidolkovsky, who impressed us very much with some of his sizings and recognition and spots where he could bluff with some light 3 bets. Then we have 3 short stacks, Menhart, Kadartsev, who had a bit of a shocker the last few hours, ran really poorly against Mr. Mark Smith. And there he is over on the DTD live table. Savkin out in front. He played really well. We saw him lead a 7-8 of clubs on a 9-8-5 and check jam on an ace turn when he thought his opponent was going to be too wide. Sebastian, he's second in chips on this table. Down through, couple of Russians, Alexandrov and Briskin, and a couple of Brits. Mark Smith, the enigma, the wild card. And there he is, Mr. Neil Farrell. He has just a shade under 20 bigs to start. Got some work to do, but he's firmly in the hunt. And on the main feature Onyx table, we have Dmitry Kuktarev. He's got a chunky old stack. In the chip lead, 37% of the chips in play. Voronin and Frankowski, round about the 30 big blind mark. And then the short stacks, well, the man in 7th, Jay, Mihai Nist.
Well, saw the hand yesterday. I'm sure it's been shared already across many platforms, but not many people are going to be able to find that fold. You need to be a certain caliber of player to be able to get 9 to 1 on a call and fold the nut flush on a non-pair board. But he sniffed it out and he figured it out, so credit to Mihai.
All right then, 24 remaining. Let's get after it. First look at the Onyx table today. Oh, Mr. Perfect. Loving that. I thought that was just my nickname.
Mr. Perfect.
Apparently someone else is called Mr. Perfect. Wonder if this is a wrestling reference. Jay, I don't know, you might be too young. There was a wrestler back in the day called Mr. Perfect.
Never heard of him. I know the Big Show. That's about it.
It's the Big Show. Right.
Gonna be a big show today.
Yeah, round 2 Corral in the hijack. We saw him play some really nice hands yesterday. Got trappy with a pair of aces. Some nice pot controls. Played a fun hand where he flopped trip kings and his opponent managed to fold aces by the river. It was a fun one. Round 2, Kuktarev, 31 million, Jay. He has a chunky old stack. We're probably around about 3x average at this point. Queen Jack on the button, into the raise.
Beautiful spot to be in this stage of the tournament at 30 here. Voronin going to defend the King 3 suited. One that potentially offsuit could be taken off, but suited feel like better playability. We are just going to call in C3, and what a 3 we see to start the day.
Well, like the blue touch paper, Jack 4-8, 2 diamonds, top pair for Kuktarev. King high flush draw, 1 overcard for Voronin. 30 bigs behind Jay. Could see this one going a couple of ways.
Yeah, I feel like on this board, top pair, just happy to bet as Kuktarev here. May even choose a slightly bigger size. Lots of gut shots out there from the big blind. Draw heavy board, 9-10 up and down. Let's go for 900 into 2.2. So just slightly size up between 40% and half.
Yeah, Voronin decides just to call. Certainly makes sense. You're not thrilled to try and get this in for 30 bigs. Got a lot of playability down the streets, and he does pick up bottom pair, Jay, to go with that flush draw.
Yeah, I feel as Kuktarev here is still fine to continue barreling here. Bottom versus big blind, there's going to be some 8x in there, some 4x, worse Jack X to get some value from, and then like charge some combo draws, the 9-7 of diamonds, the 5-6 of diamonds, all this type of stuff that have to stick along for another street.
Is he likely to want to try and seek 3 streets, Jay, or is this a let's bet big turn and then decide?
I feel like on some rivers we get to go for the 3rd street, but I feel like on most we are going to knuckle back. Like the obvious ones, the bottom pair in 3, the pair in 4, these are the ones that we probably do go for another street on as Kuktarev. But like when it rolls off a 9, a 10,
sure,
a diamond, these type of cards, this is when we're probably going to see check.
All right, so very big river incoming, and what a river it is. Queen of diamonds completes the board. King high flush for Voronin, and he's reaching for leading chips, Jay.
Yeah, this is interesting because Kuktarev here improves on the river, but lots of draws getting there. The 9-10 completes as well as the diamond draw, so it's not a comfortable spot to be in against this size.
This is pretty grim. 6.2 million into 9.8, 2/3 pot. But the problem, Jay, we just have a bluff catcher, right? Essentially, yep. I don't think Voronin is gonna, like Queen 10 with a diamond. I don't believe he's just gonna come out lacing it.
Yeah, especially not for this size, 6.2 into 9.8, so just shy of 2/3. So it just becomes a bluff catcher. Like there's no like Queen 4 worst 2 pairs that are going to call turn. I don't even think Queen 8's going to call turn. Where the Queen of Diamonds, Queen 8 of Diamonds, not a thing. So it's going to be a bluff or a hand that we lose to.
Right, and what are the natural bluffs? Like we basically need him to turn 8-9 or 8-10 with a diamond or something into a bluff?
Yeah, I think that's about it here,
Jack
Andrew.
10's not going to do this, is it? I don't think.
I don't think it would be. Like Jack 10, if it is going to bluff, probably plays better as a check raise if like we're met by a small one on river. But it's a real tough spot from Kuktarev here.
A pretty rare spot where you improve to top 2 pair on a river and have to go deep into the tank, but you can see the wheels turning. Kuktarev just recognizing really under-bluffed, especially with the presence of that 9-10 draw there, right, that can also be value betting. All the flushes got there. Let's see if he can find an elite level laydown.
Maybe 5-6 diamond could be one as well, Andrew. That fancy a little punt on the turn with up and down. That's the only other one I can think of.
What a lovely release. Well done, Kuktarev. Oh, and he shows him. Okay. A little bit of Russian solidarity, perhaps. Are you a fan of that? Like, I mean, I suppose he's going to find out in whatever it is, right, an hour's time.
I'd keep him guessing for a couple of hours. Not going to be getting info for a while, so may have made him wait there.
What a start anyway for Voronin. Beautiful Queen of Diamonds River, up to 18.4 million.
Voronin, plenty of cashes here at the Merit Complex. Plays here a fair amount, just shy of $300,000 in live earnings.
Yeah, looking to add to that today. Over to the Luxon table. First look today for us at Gonza. Opens from the hijack with ace-9 off. Menhart on the button, Jay, with the decision. Shade over 12 blinds and the king jack of diamonds.
Yeah, I think perfect one to just move all in here as Menhart. We can fold out better hands. Some of the ace-x won't be able to call off, and it's a hand that's going to have decent equity when called here. Feel like this is a nice find from Menhart, leaving himself a few chips back as we are potentially on a ladder here. Yes, we are. We can outlast one more opponent. We ladder $3,100, so just keeping those chips back.
Yeah, nice. Always frustrating these kind of spots. Like, you know that you can be ahead of some of the suited Broadway stuff and flipping against some of the low to mid pairs. I just can't really call it off with ace-9. Nice find in the early going from Menhart. So we can tell the viewers at home, Jay, he made the elite level fold last night, but we lost Mihai Nist in 28th place.
There's just no justice in the game. He makes a worldy fold, and you think there's going to be a story how we come back to that fold at the final table, perhaps when he's sat there and we talk about him making one of the best folds you're ever going to see. But unfortunately, it was Mihai who was first out today.
Yeah, for anyone not aware, Mihai folded the nut flush on an unpaired board when he only lost the one combo, which was the straight flush of that man in this hand, Sebastian. Made one of the best folds you will ever see. Unfortunately for him, not rewarded. GG in 28th for Mihai. Picking up the action at DTD Live. Open from Sebastian. Lupuliak with a pretty wide defend, Jay. King 4 offsuit. It's got to be basically one of the very worst hands we defend, but does flop top pair on King 9-3.
Yeah, I agree with you, Andrew, especially at this stage of the tournament. Like these sort of raggedy hands against EP, just likely to be dominated, can get ourselves in some bother on this occasion. Working a treat.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see him defend it, but does flop best. Sebastian with the ace-queen, c-bets. Of course, Lupuliak going nowhere. Flicks in the check call through to the 5 of diamonds turn.
No, I feel decision point for Sebastian, still ahead of some stuff, some of these like Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10 hands, but against big blind, going to be 9x strapping in, there's going to be some King X potentially to fold out by river, but I feel like if we are going to barrel turn here, we need to be unloading on a lot of rivers, if not just check and hunt for showdown.
Yeah, it does always feel awkward, these, and like when you check, you do feel you're going to get bluffed quite a lot, right, by these sort of Queen Jack, Queen 10, 10 Jacks, the natural ones. Does decide, though, to pump the brakes, and Lupuliak improves, not that he needed it, but 2 pair on the river.
Last 5 seconds.
Seems like a pretty easy one to value bet, Jay. Once your opponent checks back turn, you don't expect them to reopen the action too often for you.
Yeah, exactly that. Just have to go for our own value here. Some potential 10 through queens in there. Use some ace highs, and when we get sticky, we can still have the hands we mentioned as bluffs, and Sebastian out the way. I've done a bit of research on Sebastian today, and only 3 caches, Andrew, on the database, but of those 3 caches he has, all 100+ man fields,
Right.
two 400+, 100+, and those 3 caches are first, a second, and a 7th.
A man of quality, not quantity.
So whenever he cashes, he seems to make a final table. Is it going to be the same story today? We will find out as we pick up action over a Luxon.
Pretty sick. Open from Gonza then. We have a call on the button from Strobel with 6-7 of diamonds. Through to the Queen, Queen 10 board. Gonza starts with check. Strobel deciding not to stab here with 7 high. Makes some sense. Not much playability with it down the streets. Gonza still best here with ace-king.
Yeah, fine to just wave that white flag straight off the bat. We've got a bit of a trashy combo like we do on this board as Strobel. Like, it's not one we need to bet.
Do we want to start bluffing, Jay, as Gonza to fold out the kind of pocket 7s of this world, or are we content to just try and get to showdowns?
I can see it.
One of those ones, right?
Yeah, I can see it, especially like ace king, ace of spades, still get to unload on river, and even like the 10x against a double barrel going to be in a rough spot if we barrel turn and follow through on river here.
I think I would have bet here, like especially when Strobel checks, he either has like a hand like this, right, that's given up, or he has most of his showdown that doesn't bet flop is these kind of 5s through 9s type hands that we kind of need to get them out of there at some point. Intriguing now though, Strobel going for the delayed stab, excuse me, for half pots. Gonza now still has that draw to Broadway. Can have the best hand, as we can see he does. Does make the call. Ace of diamonds river. He's loving that development.
And it's just a awful one for Strobel to be unloading on here.
Yeah.
Just ace jack, ace king.
So we're like basically targeting pocket jacks or something that didn't bet, pocket nines that got sticky.
And you feel like jacks is going to probably probe turn, so maybe
I would
like
agree with that.
Specifically nines here, Andrew. So as Strobel probably would be giving this one up. But Strobel having another crack at the 2K this year, was one of our final tablists in this exact event last year, finishing 9th when Boris Kolov eventually won that event. Come 9th for $45,000. Adrian Strobel in last year's 2K here at the MPP.
Very nice, going for the back-to-back. Still has the chip lead here. At the Luxon table, as we see Gonza moving up to 17 million or so in chips. Musa and Heredia on the short stacks. Still with a little bit of breathing room. Off we go then, back to Onyx. We have all in and a call. They both have the same hand. Coral, though, with the suited variety. And they're just going to chop this one up.
Chop, chop.
Chop, chop.
Take 3 minutes for...
Я ж пытался тебя сохранить 3 тайбанка.
Спасибо.
No sweats for us in the booth.
По логике вещей, если там кто-то будет, точно так же он также использует тайбан.
So heads up, guys, we are keeping eyes out on both YouTube chat boxes today. So any questions, anything you want to know about the players left in the field, fire away. Going to be a great day here at Merit, playing for $375,000.
Lovely stuff. Yeah, of course, this is the Luxon Pay Grand Final day. And we're taking you through all the way to crowning a champion. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood calling the action. And Mr. James Dempsey will be joining us in a little while. As we see at the Luxon table, Isaiah decides not to give his man a walk with the 8-4 offsuit. And well, Gonza finds number 1. The pocket aces. Let's try and get some more money in the pot. Unfortunately for him, Jay, Isaiah with a whole bag of nothing. I mean, you'd be shocked to see continue, right?
Yeah.
With this one, really ever.
Could even just walk Gonza here. Andrew, don't necessarily need to complete.
I think I would walk this hand in this sort of exact lineup where he just has us covered. We're out of position. 3 tables left. Of course, so it can never be a mistake to try and take that discounted price to see a flop.
I was thinking that he's... Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, sorry. I was thinking that he's thinking...
Very jovial atmosphere over at the Luxon. A bit more of business at the DTD live table. 3-way pot in progress. Have a really wide raise here, Jay, from Briskin. With the ace-3 offsuit from +1. Calls from Lepuliak on the button with king-queen suited. And the Enigma Mark Smith completes. Comes king-queen 4, and Briskin, undeterred, Jay, fires that c-bet out. Does have the ace of clubs in hand, and an early position spot where we're you know, seems like we've hit this board a lot, right?
Yeah, now we get here, feel like finds a c-bet. Agree with you, though. Bit of a loose open here from +1 in the first place, but Lepuliak gonna go for the raise in position here with top 2 pair, making it 3.5 mil. Maybe not wanting Spiff to come in behind, but our hand is so strong on this board, top 2. And
I'm a little surprised to see raise.
Like I could see it with 4s, like 4s more often, like unblocking the King X and Queen X. They're potentially going to continue, but like King Queen just...
These are the ones that I just never see people find a bluff. Like, it's so hard to be bluffing, right? Like, you need to be reaching into, like, Jack-9 of diamonds and stuff like this, I think.
Well, I don't even think you get Jack-9 of diamonds, Andrew, because imagine just getting ripped on then, and then you just don't get to call with position.
It's so hard to be bluffing.
So maybe it's like, I don't know, maybe like ace-5 of diamonds, something like that.
Yeah,
like
almost none.
The free to straight, free to flush over card.
Maybe just thinks that when Briskin c-bets here that he's got a hand that is willing to run it when he has just 8 million back, which isn't that unreasonable, but yeah, in any case, moves up to 28 million. You see Mr. Neil Farrell there on the right of your screen. He has 9.2 to work with, good for 23 bigs.
Yeah, we mentioned Mihai Nice first out in 28th. Obviously, come back day 3 with 28 players, but started the stream with 3 tables of 8. Just a rundown of the rest of the finishes. Mihai Nice in at 28th. We had Aziz Efi in 27th, Ruslan Kadartsev in 26th, and Parahat Nurmagomedov in 25th, which leaves us with the remaining 3 tables of 8 as we head over to DTD Live.
Always on point, Jay. Nicely done. I think I missed my cue to read those 4 out earlier, so you've bailed me out of jail. Round to Savkin, +2 here on the DTD Live table. He really impressed us yesterday. First look at Feraldo into the muck with Queen 5 suited. Round to Lepuliak has the chip lead here. 70 bigs. He placed the B. Average stack probably 25 bigs, Jay, something like that. Always a nice spot to be around about 3x average. And kind of a little surprised to see him fold Queen 10.
Yeah, I see Losev with the reshove stack. I actually like him. Everyone has a reshove stack here with Queen 10 off. But Losev with, what, just 10.5. So
yeah,
essentially reshove, and we just have to fold the Queen 10 off. I'd still open it.
I would open.
Yeah, if there was one reshove. But if it's the blinds that can reshove as well, I'd just let it go.
Just open on all of them, mate. Just be like, right, you're going to have to find it, lads.
Well, Losev probably would have found it, and this is a nice clean one on the button here for 10 big blinds. Just maybe having a little tank because of that $3,100 ladder.
It makes a lot of sense. Have a tank and put 4 million in.
I'm not so short, so maybe it's not a win. No, I just need to...
Where do you stand on this, Jay, with like the face masks and stuff like this? Like, are you heavily anti it? Oh, hold the phone. We'll come back to you because Smith's just gonna run it. I mean, he's just box office, isn't he? He doesn't care. He just let's flip.
One of the best to watch. And Sebastian, who would have had a snap call in the big blind, now going to have to relinquish the 6s.
This is so good. Smith, as we saw yesterday, got so many hands that had him crushed to fold.
They're in a Queen 10 in the muck, Andrew. So Smith in better shape than he realizes.
Feraldo just announces a classic race situation. It sure is. Queen 10 of spades versus deuces. I'm here for it, Smith. You're just trying to win the tournament outright. Love it.
And freeze is not the 4 times. You know, in Ultimate Poker...
More than half of his stack at risk. Let's see if he can hold off his man. No, not so far. Queen 9-7. Losev finds top pair. All of a sudden, Smith drawing to 2 deuces. No good. Oh, the 6th turn causes uproar at the table. The big blind, of course, folded the pocket 6s. Isn't it funny, tournament poker, Jay? Like, in a, not to be disrespectful to the Smith call, but most of the time people get out of the way. We call with 6s, win a big pot, eliminate our man, and all of a sudden Losev is going to feel like he's free rolling here up to 9 mil.
And this is the thing about the game we play. Like Losev there doesn't realize how good he's ran for deuces the call. Now 6s have to fold, and that's like the hidden run good. You talk about running good, winning your flips, pinging a 2 outer, but hidden run good there in situations like that as we pick up over at Luxon.
Yeah, just a full-on dream of a situation for the man. Up to 9 million then. Back to Luxon. Strobel. +1. Beautiful looking king, queen of clubs. We are on that pay jump, so you're seeing players taking a little bit more time than normal pre-flop. Round 2, the Italian Isaiah gets out of the way with king 10 of diamonds. Round 2, Heredia. Ace 9 off, Jay. Yeah, I mean, you would expect fold, but against a big stack who's capable, like, I can see a consideration to maybe thinking we can occasionally get a really wide one through. I wouldn't expect him to use this hand.
Yeah, like fold here from Heredia. I know we can see it would potentially work, but if this is like MPLP from Strobel, I can get more behind it. But when he opens from +1 here, feel like ace 9 off just misses the cut to reshove here as Heredia. Well, we'll see.
It's one of those things, isn't it? A theory kind of spot where, right, we don't use this, but if the guy's getting out of line and getting after it, and if he's starting to dip down into, you know, the king 10 offs of the world and stuff, we can, if he's opening every ace-X and all this type of stuff.
Well, the look over the shoulder may be indicating that he is going to take the reshove, and waiting for the ladder spot could be the idea here for Heredia before he goes with this one. Because if I'm sitting here as Strobel, I'm thinking, oh no, he's gonna shove it. I've got to call King Queen of Clubs for 11.5. Off we go.
By the way, something I've noticed quite a few times is why not just don't burn a time bank, put 4.5 million, because like Strobel can fold, right? Then you save those time banks, and if he does put the chips in, then sure, we can just tank for the, you know, and use all of our time banks then. I never quite understand it. There was a famous one at the World Series where a guy did this, burned about 10 time banks, rejammed 8 bigs, and then the Razor just snap folded, and everyone was laughing and going, well, now you're in the mud, pal, and you don't have that 4 minutes of time you would have had.
Yeah, so
You hear where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I completely agree.
I would just jam and leave 100k back, and if he puts it in, then tank.
Yeah, so indicating that he is going to jam when he's burning through these time banks, but I still think ace-9 off misses the cut here. If he feels like Strobel is getting after it too much, then he does fold. Pulled us all.
I'm a little perplexed. Okay. Anyway, round to Menhart. Jack 6 suited in the big. Just a min raise to 800k.
Yeah, suited Jack fine to get in here for Menhart. See if he agrees.
Yeah, you're not thrilled about it at this sort of last 3 tables stage, but we're getting a nice price. Over 4-1. Have a hand that has some playability. Post. Does make the call. Through to the 10-9-5, all spade board. Neither player loving this one. Strobel does have the betting lead, Jay.
Yeah, I still feel like we're just going to see small from Strobel here, like 550, around that sort of size, quarter pot. Generally, mono boards, the ones we have the smallest sizes on.
I'm not sure I've ever heard such a raucous table at the last 3 tables with 375k up top.
Yeah, it does find 550 for quarter. Like it a lot.
Like a home game, Jay. Yeah, Menhart. Best of luck continuing with this one, my friend.
Last 10 seconds.
We are close to all-in situation. If I have ace, I call you immediately. So...
Maybe everyone just slowing it down now, like it's a healthy ladder for over a buy and a half.
Buy and a half, right? No, first it's not. Strobel continues to accumulate.
Dominated. Dominate? Not the dominated. Dominated if you have the... Yeah. That's another story. I told you nothing before.
Just asking the man with the ace-9. Thought you were all in there, buddy. Back to Onyx we go. Anicevic, Queen 8 of Hearts, opening to 800k from the cutoff. Mr. Perfect. I'm loving it. Stick that in the hand and mob, Jay.
I couldn't find Mr. Perfect.
Stick it in and see what comes up. Round 2, Umrican. Getting very short. Less than 9 blinds remain in his stack. Queen 4 of diamonds in the small.
Another one who's just incentivized to slow things down, looking for ladders before he gets his chips in. However, Corral in the big should be coming along, just north of 15, big suited king in the big blind.
I really enjoyed watching him yesterday. Found some really nice lines. Has chipped down, unfortunately for him. Had the bones of 15 million or so last night.
Yeah, well, you missed the hand. Aces versus kings versus queens, and Corral was the man with the aces, and it come a queen on the flop to leave him crippled.
Wowzers, and what a flop that is. For the opener, middle pair, queen high flush draw. Corral comes up stone empty with just king high. Once again, just seeing the guys slowing it down, trying to secure that extra 3k. In the background, guys, of course, the main event, day ones are underway. That's a 5k buy-in, 5 million guarantee. So you just ladder here, Jay. Even if you bust, you've got half your buy-in to the main.
And
Should be hand done.
Just south of half. And the corral just slowing things down, as everyone is right now, until that ladder is secured. And Banacevic, the man who sits second on the Montenegro all-time money list. Another one who had a run at this one last year. Finished 19th in this exact event last year in 2024. So looking to surpass last year's 19th place finish. But amounted nearly $1.4 million in live earnings. And that does make him sit second on the Montenegro all-time money list.
Yeah, very nice. He's on course to better that run from 2024. Back to the DTD live table we go. Now then, Smith lost that flip with deuces versus queen 10. We know that he marches to his own tune, sends it in here with 10-8 offsuit from the button for 9 blinds. Christian.
We're gonna look at the second card. You have 10 seconds, by the way. No, first is not.
Love to see the atmosphere at these outer tables.
Dominated. Dominate? Not the dominated. Dominated if you have the...
Smith's like, what? You folded that? 6-7 suited? There he is, Mark Smith, the Enigma, as Andrew calls him. He has been the star of the show the last couple of days, been taking some wild lines, has been involved in some monster all-ins, and he's still there battling.
Is still there. Well, Gonza has run into it here. Don't mind this hand selection. A little unfortunate. Has made it 2.3 million.
Yeah, only thing, Andrew, I feel like at this stack depth we need to go slightly smaller. Vitkorska starting the hand. Yeah, with like 17 bigs here. So like we can go just shy of 4.5 BBs here, as Gonza don't necessarily need to go this large.
1.8, kind of 2 mil, something like this.
Seems nice.
Save ourselves 500k here when we get piled on, because it's coming from the Lithuanian. Oh.
10 seconds.
Did see forward motion and he took it back. And they go now.
I was a lot younger. Right now you're more chill, yeah? Old man. Let's go more drinks, yeah?
It looks like he's committed most of his chips, but just to give himself the chance to tank a little here. We are, of course, on that pay jump. Bulk of the chips have crossed the line. Gonza never thrilled, of course. Disappointing to be shoved on. Just maybe checking Jay in case he's priced himself in.
1,100,000.
Another reason why we go slightly smaller. Just always account for the opponent's stack depth when they have like that 15 to 20 big blind remit at this stage. Like you can make it 4.5 BBs. It's still gonna do the same job.
Yeah. It's kind of a tilting spot, right? It's 4.5 to win 10 million. But almost one of those spots where we're so shallow as well that you don't just want to dust 4.5 million more in there. Obviously, you're going to be crushed here a lot, right? You're almost never good. But Kauskas is very happy with that. Pick up 3 million or so without showdown.
He's a pro. One of them was really close, I think. He passed out.
10 seconds.
I mean,
So newfound wealth for the Lithuanian. Back to the Onyx we go. Kirichenko, always one of my picks in these fields. I've covered him many times over the years. Super solid. Really doesn't make many mistakes. Opens to 800k here with King Queen. Starting the hand with shade under 14 million.
Yeah, no stranger to big scores. Kirichenko actually having 6 figure scores here 3 times
Yeah.
at Merit.
Now then, Mr. Perfect. Is this the perfect time to execute a light 3-bet jam? You don't love this one, Jay, right? From hijack versus under the gun. It feels pretty dicey. I really don't mind it, though, against someone as
Yep.
Okay, and he's just made it 5 blinds as well. Interesting. He's gone for the I have pocket kings rep with the 5 bigs, leaving 9 behind.
Yeah, but once again, like, if we are going to 3-bet not all in this stack, maybe we need to go like 1.5 million, because now we're just going to be priced in if we are met by, by 4-bet send.
Maybe that's the plan, right? That he's just going to try and rep something stronger and maybe get someone to hero fold, right? Like, it's not impossible that if someone's sitting there with 9s now, for example, and you make it 5 bigs out of your 14, it feels arguably worse than when they just face a 14 big blind jam, right?
Yeah, I get that.
If you hear me, like, it's, you know, a small wrinkle, but it should work. I'd be surprised. But although Kirichenko may be thinking here, really? Like, if you have a premium, are you going to make it this transparent? But just has King Queen off, and what can you do? Well done, Mr. Perfect.
Yeah, well played. Was expecting to see shove. Went for that 3, but not all in. Done the same trick. I think shove would be nice, though, against even versus gun there. Like, the idea Kirichenko's going to open King Jack, King Queen, and like when we knock out these hands that dominate us, it's going to be a decent shove in itself. Get called by Ace King. We got just shy of 40%. We don't mind that. Let's run it. Get called by 10s, 9s. Let's run it.
Yeah. Can't argue with that. Now then, back to DTD Live. Open from Sebastian with Queen Jack. Defend by Savkin. 10-9-5. Curious ones, these, Jay. Sebastian with the kind of decision. Do we want to ever check back and have some sort of disguised nice equity, or you just always see better?
I feel like always see better in this one with the Queen Jack, especially against big blind. Like, we can already set up multiple street bluffs. Something like 9x, 5x to flush out by the turn. Spade in hand as well. Like, the times it rolls off the spade, we can potentially just triple off here and just put all these 1-pair holdings from the big blind in the blender.
Yeah, Savkin, never comfortable these spots, but does have top pair. Commits calling chips through to the deuce of clubs. Turn, effective blank. Decision point now on Sebastian whether to line up the barrels or not.
Yeah, and I feel like it's another one of these spots, Andrew. If we are going to barrel turn, we need to unload on a lot of rivers, because even the 9x probably going to stick around versus cut off here. So, like, the 10x, the 9x will call in this turn barrel, but potentially just fold out to a triple when they don't river 2-pair or improve. So, as Sebastian here, if we are going to try and dislodge a 9, a 5, we need to be aware that a triple to try and fold out a 10 needs to be in the lockup.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, but the guy is good.
And slight bit of removal to some of the better 10x, Jack 10, Queen 10, less likely of our opponent when we have Queen Jack. But big fan of this.
He's gone for the old meaty sizing, as you like to say, Jay.
Yeah, that is big. I thought we'd go smaller here as Sebastian, because Sav King calling now, going to get a pretty nice price on the river if we are going to triple off.
Yeah, it kind of like you almost start narrowing your opponent's range now to just a 10 in some ways, right? When you go whereas when you bet 60%, then a 9 might get sticky and have to fold river.
Like, even like half or B40, keep the 9 in and then fold it out on the river in a way. So
yeah, okay, I'm with you. I hear you. 12 million in there now. Now we only have 60% behind, and we have completely whiffed. Sebastian potentially looking for maybe a spade would be a good card, right, for us, like something like, you know, even ace of spades, 6 of spades is something to bluff.
I feel any ace we just go for it on anyway. But even on this river, like, it just looks like Savkin has what he has now, a lot of 10x, but you need to ask yourself the question, how often is he folding a 10 now? Because he's going to be getting 7 mil to win 19. So, like, 2.8 to 1 on a call, going to be giving him a really good price.
Now, can Sebastian find it? Never a fun feeling to have been called twice.
I feel like the good thing is on this run out though, Andrew, we have like king 10 and ace 10 for value. It's just not like jacks through aces and two pair plus. Like we're probably going to go after it with king 10, ace 10, maybe even like queen 10, maybe a little bit too thin, but the better 10x going to be in there for our value.
One benefit, Jay, perhaps the big blind can have a bunch of pair and flush draws that have to fold river, right? Like, yeah, it does wave the white flag, and I'm not sure it was getting through, to be honest. It would have been interesting for us in the booth to see. Well done, Savkin. Remained stubborn. He's up to nearly 30 million now. Oh, look at that. In for $12, Timothy.
MBN.
Absolutely.
Interesting river spot there. That's why I think going smaller on the turns kind of nice. Keep some 9x in.
I'd have bet like 2.8 or something.
Yeah, give the 10x a worse price on the river to hero off. But we're sat here in the booth, Andrew. Like in game, when you're sat there playing for $375,000, like you'll know how hard is it to actually find it in yourself. You know it's a good spot to potentially triple. Sure. But you know if your opponent calls, you're out your tournament and it's just up in dust. And when you're sat there in game, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, back to the Onyx. Corral's decided here, 14 effective. Deuces makes the cut from cutoff, and Kirichenko with a very borderline one. Ace-8 offsuit immediately eyeballs the stack. I think this is a call for chips, Jay, basically always, but with 3 tables left, we have to commit a third of our stack. It's not an appetizing proposition.
Yeah, so Corral with 14 bigs here, just shy off, so not the nicest spot here for Kirichenko. And like Corral probably doesn't take like the A7 through ace deuce off, maybe some suited ace-x in there we dominate, but maybe only a few select combos. And as Andrew said, for chips, definitely a call. But factor in ICM here, decent proportion of our stack, over a third.
I think I would fold this hand. It's super close. It feels like stone bottom to me. And when it's stone bottom and you think you might have an edge in some post-flop spots, I can get behind fold, and Kirichenko agrees. It's one of those, isn't it? Ace-10 call, Ace-9 suited call. Ace-9 off feels like it could be the kind of draw the line in the sand. Very close. I don't think you could fault him for either decision in that spot. Corral stays alive, 6.5 million. Kuktarev out in front still with 26 million to work with. Back to the Luxon table. It's Zaya opening with a 7 of hearts. Interesting one for Gonza. You'll often see people take this one upstairs and just simplify things somewhat, perhaps, with the rest of the table behind, but decides to call in position. Also seems reasonable.
5 seconds.
Yeah, like generally have more flats with this hand, LP versus LP, just keeping in dominated stuff. And just in this spot, you see a lot of folding and 3-betting going on. 3-bet once in a while, and then at this stage, 3 tables left, some players may just elect to muck it.
7,500,000.
Yeah, I tend to personally want to activate with 3-bet and these type of seats. Just don't really want to share equity behind. If someone... You know, if we 3-bet them, if someone wakes up with like 8s or 9s behind, you put them in a horrible spot where they probably just have to let it go. Can leverage pressure on the Italian. But I can see call being a thing too. It's one of those kind of tricky spots. Run to Basil. 10 blinds. Just everyone trying to lock up that 3 Gs.
Yeah, Musa just going to be looking this one into the muck, just slowing things down like everyone else on the short stack. Strobel will be wanting to play hands quickly with one of the big stacks at the table.
Right. It's so funny, isn't it? Like, you've got 32 mil, you're like turbo folding, clocking people. Right, we are going heads up. So, the Italian out of position to the Spaniard. Comes up empty on the Queen 4 Jack Rainbow board.
So, middle pair for Gonza. Not much going on for Asaya. The general rule of thumb, what I always say when you are sat next to a person on your direct left out of position, will play a lot of checks, but it's going to come out firing here with the A7 of hearts.
Yeah, I would likely check in flow. One of those, I guess, though, we can immediately put pressure on the 8s and 9s and 10s of this world, right? It's basically what we're targeting. I don't think we fold out
Yes.
any hand that has a piece of this board. Pretty easy call for Gonza. Let's see a turn and decide.
6 plus.
10 of hearts one time. Well, it's the 5 of hearts. There. Turns the nut flush draw, Jay.
Yeah, now we get here. May feel obliged to barrel. Still got the strongest hands in range. Jacks, queens, ace, queen, kings, and aces. Like Gonza calling in position. We can target some of the Jack X. We can even try and stop a triple versus some of the Queen X.
I feel like we just kind of have to bet this one. You know, Gonza's not going to fold. Like, he's not supposed to fold 9s and 10s, for example, to 800k. So they should still be in there. You do put a Jack in a nasty spot. Ace 10 suited, right? They're all going to have to fold.
Ace 10's a nice one to fold out here. That just has to fold now on the turn that we're behind to. That has us in rough shape.
Yeah, these spots not fun. We are facing 60%-ish. Decent sizing. Chunky bet from Isaiah, but Gonza gonna keep his man honest. Makes sense, right? It's kind of our, you know, when we don't have a queen, this is the one that kind of has to stick around for one more street. 9 of diamonds, river. Isaiah comes up empty. Just over pot back.
Kind of an interesting one because King 10 should probably be folding turn now. It's King 10 of hearts, the one combo that gets there. And +1 versus +2. This 9 has no interaction with 2 pairs. Jack 9, Queen 9, not going to be a thing. So potentially we can go after King Queen. We can go after Queen 10 suit. We can go after Ace Jack.
Not a lot of fun though, is it?
It's not. It's not. But the thing is, 4 shouldn't be there. Jack's probably 3-bet out of frequency. Queen's definitely 3-bet. So we just got to really fade the Queen Jack suited, right? The 2 combos of Queen Jack suited here, as I say it. If we believe that Gonza's good enough to fold as high up as King Queen,
wow,
and here it comes.
Go on then.
A sire.
Wow, fair play. I think most people wave the white flag here.
But maybe just recognizing here that we just need to fade the Queen Jack suited. Two combos, well, and the 1 combo of King 10 of hearts. So like 3 combos that are going to snap us off here, and then the King Queen, the Queen 10 suited, the Ace Jack are just all in the bin.
Let me ask you, anything to read into the sort of 60% turn and now all of a sudden we want to overbet shove river? Like, not to be, you know, too picky, but I think often people will sort of size up bigger on the turn with value so that they, you know, like, because you want to get more money in the pot, right? And then all of a sudden, like, does this look a bit more bluffy now that we've left an overbet behind, or do you think that's not really relevant?
Yeah, potentially. Thinking where the bluffs come through, though, we say, like, Isaiah can have King 10, whereas Gonza's only really got that 1 combo, so he does have the King 10 advantage here. Ace King and Ace 10. I feel like Ace 10's the one, as Gonza here, you're going to think is going to be the bluff when the 9 comes on the river. And look at this from Isaiah.
Well done.
Doesn't take too long before folding as Gonza, but what a move, and that just takes heart at this stage of the tournament. It takes so much heart to run it at this stage. Goes for the triple off and gets the job done.
Well, he couldn't find the heart on the felt, but he found the heart in his chest, the heart to put the chips forward. Just critical moments too, right? Like if we give up here, we're down to like 9 mil. And now all of a sudden we have 20, right? And it could be a sort of key point in tipping the balance for him to continue a run towards the final. Great hand. Back to DTD Live we go. Briskin opens King 10. Lapuliak defends with the Ace 5. Good flop for the Russian. Top pair. Hand over.
No, I need a donation. I need a donation. No.
That's a gangster look, Jay. I'm not sure I'm pulling that off. The emoji t-shirt, the medallion, and the glasses. It's a bold choice. Oh, here we go. Mr. Perfect. Well, you're in perfect shape, my friend. Bit of a cooler here.
Ace-King, Ace-Queen.
Kind of 18 bigs versus 18. Voronin finds Ace-Queen suited, decides he needs to just run this, even versus under the gun. 16 million chips in the middle. Diamond in the window, unfortunately for Voronin. No more materializing behind. Jack 4-3. Mr. Perfect, 82% of the time will find that full double. 10 of hearts turn, both players turning, a Broadway draw. Mr. Perfect just fading kings, and kings only. And does. Ace of clubs on the river. Beautiful result for him. Nursing that short stack. Had 5 million or so just a few moments ago, up to 16 now. Tough spot for Voronine J. It's really difficult, right? 18 bigs, like we have such a strong hand.
Ace Queen suited seems too good for Voronine. Can't fall in for that one at 18. Seems pretty clear. Just running into it of Mr. Perfect.
So good. Mr. Perfect. Well, it's a beautiful looking chip flow graph. Started, there you go. Last 5 hands, 5.5 million up to 15.5. Thick and fast action then. Now then, Mr. Smith. It doesn't take long. I love to watch him. Literally took 3 seconds there, maybe less. Just looked at Jack 9 suited under the gun and said, all right. Blinds have gone up, to be fair. And well, Savkin finds a big hand. Ace Queen of Spades in the cutoff.
I love the fact Smith's the only one on the short stack that's just rushing the decisions as well. Not fussed about the ladder. He's like, let's just run it. If I finish in 24th, I finish in 24th. What's $3,100?
Yeah. He's perhaps saying to the poker gods, listen, I'm here for the love and purity of the game. Give me a double. I don't care about the extra 3K. I want 375. Savkin, just always a call, Jay, right? Just in case people behind. Not fully aware of the stacks, but here we go. Just in case Lapuliak wakes up with the top 2% hand, we can get out of the way. Now then, Smith, we've seen you wriggle out of a multiple all-in situations yesterday. Survived with the 10s versus the kings. Survived the ace-jack v ace-king. Can he survive the jack-9 suited versus ace-queen? He loves to see the ace-queen, though. Here we go. Can you do it again, Jay? What's the instinct?
I feel like he can. There was things happening yesterday that just seemed like it might be his tournament, but we will see with this run out.
Not so far. King 6-3, couple of clubs and 1 heart. About as empty as it gets for Jack 9. Needs to find a Jack or a 9. 1 card to come on the 4 of hearts. GG's, the adventure is over for Agent Smith. 7 of hearts completes the board, and what a fantastic watch he has been. Very much hoping, Jay, that he hops into that main event and we see him again. Really was box office. Good game, mate.
Entertainment value at his finest. Was Smith just one of those, plays his own game, doesn't really care what anyone thinks about his strategy, and it's got him this far and takes home a decent score. $16,700 in his pocket, but everyone up to $19,800 now.
Yeah, Savkin was a guy yesterday, and I thought to myself, I need to keep my eye on him, and he is motoring now in the mid-30 millions. Kuktarev opening here, ace-9 of clubs in the hijack, bumps it up to 1 million to go. Into Mr. Perfect big blind, has ace-4 offsuit, Jay.
One we could potentially go for some 3-bets with. Like at this stack depth, these are the ones we like to choose. A high card, a low card, offsuit. Just not really having the decision when met with 4-bet jam, but just going to choose call on this occasion.
Yeah, both options seem reasonable. Well, quack, quack, quack. 3 deuces materializing. Starts to get tricky now for the man in the big. Kuktarev seems like a pretty easy continue, Jay. Just value betting, basically.
Literally that. Just going to go for some value with ace high here. People don't tend to fold just 2 overcards to small, so
a fair amount of value here. And we just Don't love this, Jay, but just gotta call one, right? Let's see what happens. It's hard to rep like something stronger though, right? Like it's obviously there's the remaining deuce. We can have what 3s through 8s pure. Seems quite reasonable to have all of those. Oh, he just folds.
Oh, what a fold.
All right.
I feel like against third pot, just shy of, a lot of people take one off there with ace high, especially against hijack, who's just going to have like the jack 10, the queen jack, hands we are still in front of here.
Yeah,
Nice lay down.
Quite surprised to see that, but the timing was perfect. Okay. As we take a moment to pause and breathe. Luxon Pay Grand final day, guys. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood calling the action. And Mr. James Dempsey will be joining myself shortly when Jay takes his first well-earned break of the day. Any conclusions from the early going? Jay Savkin making a move, seems like.
Yeah, not really.
Kind of cagey, isn't it, in the early
much.
going?
No fireworks as of yet, but as you expect, all sat down for a big final day here. Decent sum of money up top, and when you are like, sometimes you just need to get settled in that first sort of 45 minutes. The nerves are sometimes there when you sit at a table, cameras on you, all the lights. Sometimes just need to settle in these big final days.
Yeah, it's been fairly cagey, as you do expect. Once we get down to that sort of final 2 tables when the pressure and heat is really on. We're down to 23, of course, lost Mark Smith, who yesterday was just an absolute joy for us to watch in the booth. You never quite knew what he was going to do. As we go back to the Luxon table, and oh dear, Isaiah, how's your luck, pal? We saw Ace-Queen suited get coolered a minute ago versus Ace-King, and this is the ultimate of coolers. Manhart starting the hand with what, 15 blinds? So Isaiah's going to have to call it off, Jay, right?
Yeah, and that's why there's no flat in here for Manhart. We're just aware once Isaiah puts in like 45% of the effective stack, he's not going to have any folds. So we just jam, off we go. And Isaiah can't believe what he sees running into it. Bit of a cold deck at just shy of 16 effective.
Yeah, this is really frustrating, right? Okay, fine, if I run into the kings, at least we have some sort of semblance of hope, but we've somehow got 11% here with a premium hand. Can he find some light at the end of the tunnel? Looking for diamonds as the immediate get-out clause. Finds one on the 10-6-6 board. Backdoor Broadway, running queens or running diamonds. Well, Menhart looks to the skies. Not like this. All of a sudden, Isaiah 20%, but doesn't find it. Red River, wrong suit. Those are the ones that if you get beat there, Jay, like that, you just fly home. You don't even play the main. You're just like, nah.
Yeah, but before you fly home, you have to tell everyone about the hand that you pass on the way to the airport. Like, even if you're checking in, checking your luggage in, let them know at the check-in desk, oh, I'm here because I lost aces versus ace queen. 3 tables left, playing for 375k.
Say, good afternoon, Mr. Menhart. Would you like to upgrade your seat? Unfortunately not, kindly stewardess. What's going on? Aces versus ace queen again? Over at the Onyx, and maybe a saving grace, Jay, that we're +1 versus cutoff.
Well,
no. Frankowski sends it into the abyss, and Voronin can't believe his luck. Once again, we have the aces versus ace-queen confrontation, and this is bleak for Frankowski. Only 2 million back, 4 bigs if he loses this one.
Really tough spot though, like the ace queen off here.
Jack 4 deuce then. 3% equity only. Needs perfect. Finds the first part of the equation. This would be ugly in the extreme. 2 outs though with card removal. Looking for a king. No dice. 4 of diamonds on the river. Frankowski crippled.
excuse the cliche, but always a sweat. Like there's meant to be a sweat like 30-40% of the time. It's just like the numbers don't add up. It's like it's 90% plus. There's always that turn card that gives your opponent some direct outs to get there. Just feels like the maths never make sense in these spots.
What a spot for Voronin. Up to second in chips on the Onyx table. Kuktarev still out in front. Umrikin and Frankowski on the ventilator. 6 and 5 big blinds respectively. Back to DTD Live we go. Open from Sebastian. Alexandrov with the real bottom range defend with the Queen 5-0. Through to the King 6-6 we go.
Yeah, a bit of a dusty one to defend here. Queen 5 off. Yes, we are against button and potentially can be ahead of some holdings, but just not the best playability here. Not going to flop any decent draws. When we flop a top pair or a pair of fives, can be in some grim spots.
Alexandrov has a pretty withering stare down, by the way. I'm fully here for it. Quite expressive in his discontent. Nice pickup for Sebastian. Keeping himself afloat, waiting for a little bit of heat.
Everyone got a face. No, trust me, I'm gonna move, I'm gonna watch.
What's going on?
Where are all these aces coming from?
Dealers shuffling or what? Now then, Gonza sets the trap. Oh. How unlucky can you be, Mr. Heredia? Finds the dream of a situation, J, King, Queen suited. Are you ever a little I mean, I guess you're always a little concerned, right, that the small blind should open shove a lot, right, for 7 effective, but I mean, this hand's just so good. I actually really like that he's gone non all in here, by the way. You know, in the modern game, you're supposed to have some raised folds here, right, off 7 to 8 big blinds.
Any flats here for Gonza, Andrew, when like this is going to be super polar here for Heredia, right? He's either going to have a very good hand or he's going to have a trash hand. So is it not a situation where we potentially flat here and keep all these trash holdings in? Because if Heredia's got like an ace, if he's got like a 10-jack suited, he's just going to be all in, right? If he's got a pocket, if he's got a pocket pair, he's just going to be all in. So I wonder if there's any trapping going on here in theory.
He's basically repping like 10s plus. Like, like I could see 10s ISO in, non all in. Yeah, and he agrees with you, and I like it. Although, I mean, it could set off some alarm bells, right, for Heredia now. He's like, wait a minute. Like, this guy hasn't open jammed. Now he's limp calling. I mean, this is just cruelty. In fact, it's not cruel. I saw one king and thought, well, this is going to be the worst way possible. Somehow comes king, king, deuce. We've got pop back. Gonza is about to get wamboozled.
Little 1BB, perhaps.
Yeah.
Little milky 500k for sick pot.
Wow, what a crazy turn of events. Somehow, we're not all in yet. And I guess we just call. I guess we just call again, Jay, right? I can't see any reason to do anything else. Imagine Gonza folds here by the river.
Don't be silly, Andrew. Please do not be silly.
I like being silly.
There is no way aces fold at any given point
turn.
in this hand.
6 of spades on the turn. Can we check this back?
It's murky waters. I'm not sure if we get to check here. Maybe we can do some bluffs, but feel like we can just go small again. Don't even need to jam for like.
I mean, this is the most random hand ever in many ways. In that Gonza has 7-8 suited or whatever. It's all in pre, right? So all of a sudden, Heredia is probably quite aware that the aces is there a lot here. I think at this point. Like, what can he have? Like, if he has a king, that's all in pre. If he has deuces, they're all in pre. There's no pocket pairs other than the aces and queens. Maybe jacks could limp call. He's not going to have a king. This is fascinating.
Yeah, to be fair,
he might check. Honestly, I can see it being the right play. Just let some kind of random. I don't know. Yeah,
there you go.
It makes all the sense to me in the world.
And now as aces after that check back on the turn, you're just thinking, oh, well, we got the best hand.
Yeah.
Let's try and What do we target though? Like what are we supposed to get called by? Because like for the solver nerds and the people that like theory, we actually check as Heredia pocket eights off of 8 big blinds against a limp.
Yeah.
Because of all the hands that are supposed to shove over the top. So like, what are we trying to get called by? It's a really strange hand, and aces versus king queen suited could have just got all in pre, but. It's an interesting one on the river with aces there, because in theory, Heredia is actually meant to check 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, and all these type of hands back at 8 big blinds, effective blind on blind for those that like running their sims and having a little look at these blind on blind spots at shallow stacks.
Yeah, I guess Gonza's kind of hoping that he had the like 9 deuce off, right? The ISO didn't flop a pair of deuces and then tried to show it down.
Yep.
That would make some sense. I feel like a 6 if it was in there, like a 10-6 off if it's raised jams turn for value, probably.
I think that's right. What you're saying, the deuce is the one we target. The deuce, the trashy polar 10 deuce off, 8 deuce off, 9 deuce off hands that we target that are going to be these polarized trash raises pre. But over to DTD Live.
That was a really fascinating hand. That pretty high level stuff from both, by the way, to not get that in till the river somehow, starting hand 7 effective anyway. Sebastian, pretty strong hand from the cutoff, ace 10. Okay, Briskin takes it with ace 6. Oh, well, getting after it now then, Jay. Sebastian, this is not a lot of fun.
It's not fun, but cut off versus button here. King 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited. We dominate some suited ace-x. We dominate. You wouldn't expect ace 6 off to be in range.
You really
here,
wouldn't.
But ace 10 cut off versus button just seems.
Listen to the table talk.
It's a nasty one. But like ace jack calls here, right, Andrew? Like cut off button, ace jack has the call. So I feel like ace 10.
This is the line.
Will get in.
I don't know, like Briskin was so chilled. Did you hear that? He just looks at him and goes, "Why you take your glasses off?" Does this ever come down? Look, he's trying to appear strong, right? He's giving it the, yeah, I've got it. I think he's folding here, Jay. That's my gut instinct.
Yeah, on body language, does look like a man who's leaning towards fold. There are a few combos in here.
Do you think though that like we can see that obviously he hasn't tightened up? Okay, Briskin's rifled it with ace 6. At this stage of a tournament, like, don't you start to take out some of those? I don't know, like a king 10 suited. Like, do you think people just always still send with 3 tables left?
Against cutoff, I feel like a fair amount do. Like, I get it's different versus MP, it's different versus EP, but against cutoff specifically, I feel like these suited broadways are just going to be taking the shove spot.
Credit to Briskin, by the way. It looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah, if I was sat there as Sebastian, I was like, okay, this guy. If like these close spots, this is what you need to do in live poker. You need to look at your opponent, try to get some read. If you can go either way, call or fold, see if you can pick anything up, and having a little drink.
How do you read into a guy like, drinking a gin and tonic, Jay, during the decision?
It's tough, but I feel like these decisions, when they're really close, you need to try and see if you can get any sort of live feel from your opponent. But he's trying the reverse tells out Briskin.
I'm loving this.
Trying to show that he's comfortable and he doesn't really care.
He's done it.
Gets it through. He's going to show the ace. Of course he is. He's like, I got an ace, mate.
No, not 2 aces. Not 2 aces.
Yeah, and you're not like loving seeing that either, right? You're like, oh, I can beat some of those.
Then that's a bad fold for you. You will see it on TV, but I think you made the bad fold. Yes, correct.
Briskin, what a character. Let's keep an eye on him. Now then, Frankowski, unfortunately for him, ran into the aces a moment ago. Gets the bad news here that he only has 1 overcard. Can't fault him, of course, for running it. 3 bigs. Kirichenko, very happy to see. He's a 2-to-1 favorite with the 6s.
Yeah, these are actually quite nuanced spots, Andrew. Like Frankowski puts it in here and now. We'll see the run out. Let's talk about the spot in a minute. Queen 7-3 rainbow.
You're going to countenance the old just defend and see fold on the 9-10 jack.
Yeah, exactly that. This is a board that we wouldn't have been able to fold on anyway, but
yeah,
we'll come back to it in a minute. Any aces or 5s about to keep Frankowski in the tournament?
No joy. Jack of hearts on the river. Unlucky, sir.
Yeah, but when we like have 3 here and we have no fold equity, like we actually have a few boards we can just actually fold, leave ourselves a big blind and still have a smidge of equity in prize pool. Like it comes Jack 10-9 all hearts, like you said, 10-9-8 all hearts. These type of boards are ones we can then actually just get away from it on.
Yeah, I can see that being a thing. So 23rd place for Frankowski. Unlucky, sir. Good run. Shade under 20,000 for your efforts. You can jump in the main event, Jay. That's a bit of consolation.
Yeah, our 5 million guaranteed main event underway. Second flight today. We will have a day off tomorrow, but we'll pick up with the main event on Sunday evening.
Yeah, Kirichenko swells that stack up to 14.4 million.
Я не выиграл, тут не скинул.
5
But the
seconds
second was
left.
not. So what ace you have?
3 raise 1 million.
Ace jack? Ace 10? Ace 9?
Oh, he's just read his Alice 12. Did you have ace jack? Did you have ace 10? Said Briskin. The man knows
125.
what he's got to fold.
Well then, Sebastian might be about to face another decision. Opens hijack ace 5 of spades. Savkin.
I'm not sure the big blind stack, but if the big blind's sub 20 here, Savkin just should be all in.
There we go.
7.
And yeah, Feraldo was sub 20, so pretty clear jam for Savkin. Going to pick that one up. We like those. And healthy stack at 35 milli.
Yeah, frustrating spots and moments for Sebastian. Down to 6.5 mil.
But better, much better.
He wasn't thinking of ace 5 only.
Not a great feeling when you raise fold ace 10.
So it's better than ace
And old Chuckles on your left is saying, I think it's a bad fold from you.
Just picking up the YouTube chat, we got Garcia Gomez who says Heredia is a god.
Oh, all right.
We've also got Dynamo who says, why would you not shove aces pre? Let the king queen get there, Andrew.
Yeah. No comment. Ricken, you've got it in dreamy shape, my friend. Opens the cutoff for a jam with the 10s, and Kuktarev more than happy to commit 4.5 blinds with pocket 4s, but sees the bad news.
I fold 2
The
calls.
10s looking to hold, get back to 10 bigs.
1 4 and 2 10s. Oh, hearts.
Good start. King, Queen, 9. A couple of hearts on board. Kuktarev with the potential to get there the dirty way. Oh, and gets there the normal way. 4 of clubs on the turn, and just like that, Ricken down to 10s and jacks to stay alive. Nasty, nasty business for him. 5 of clubs on the river. Unlucky, sir. Gets 2 outers. Final 3 tables of the Luxon Pay Grand Final. GG, sir. Played your heart out. Couldn't fade the Obama. 21 left then. Getting there, Jay. Slowly but surely, as we approach that final table, of course, we're going to bring you coverage all the way through to crowning a champion. Kuktarev, the rich get richer, 31 million for him. Voronin, Kirichenko, Mr. Perfect, Banicevic, and Corral on the short stack with work to do. Now then, Alexandrov possesses the most withering stare of all the players at Merit. Finds a really big hand in the cutoff, Jay. In they go.
Kind of an
Ace queen.
interesting one here, Andrew, whether to raise call ace queen or whether to just send.
I think I'd shove for exactly kind of 10.
Yeah.
Like from cutoff as well, I think that now the sort of ace 9s, ace 8s of the world in the big have to start calling it off. Whereas when we're +1 or whatever and we jam, those hands always get out of the way. You know, like king, queen, queen, jack suited and stuff are maybe going to feel compelled that they have to flick it in too. I hear you though. I could get behind min raise. One of those where it's really kind of important just to maintain our chip stack. Also, you've got the big stack in the big who is going to defend, and if we raise and have to somehow bet fold, it's a complete disaster.
Yeah, 10 seems like a murky area.
Yeah.
Like off of like 14 seems
Yeah,
clear to just raise
easy.
call, but 10, maybe we just send it into the middle, picking up action with the chip leader, Safkin in the hijack here. Couple of hooks for him.
Oh, trouble for Feraldo. This is grim.
Yeah, just south of 14 here against LP. Wouldn't shock me if Feraldo took this spot.
Yeah, and he has taken it. Cannot fault it. 14 bigs. Just don't have quite enough chips to 3-bet fold. And Niels ran into it. He's going to have to get there. Sebastian wakes up empty. Savkin going to have a turbo call. Neil's not going to like it. Sees the bad news. Top of the table. 15 million chips in the middle. The Scotsman needs to find an ace. Some kind of straight or flush. Savkin can hold here, Jay. 45 million for him.
I think he's kind of giving me the money.
Here we go then.
You understand, correct? That's correct?
King, 3, deuce, 2 spades.
Yes, then
No help for Farrell. 2 more chances. Get out of this jam. Three of spades on the turn, the blankest of blanks. 2 outs once for Feraldo. Not to be. Here's his side card, 10 on the river. Good game, Neil. 21st place for Neil Farrell. Good for $19,800. Strong run. Just got short, Jay. What can you do? 14 bigs left. Got to send that one in.
Seemed to be dealt out for the first hour as well. Can't really recall him VPip in any hand, so just goes like that sometimes. These aren't the days you want bad card distribution, and when you look at ace 10 after being dealt spanners for the first hour, it's just too good not to get in against LP, especially the big stack as well.
Sapkin's playing well, going to be wide enough. Seems like a bit of a cooler of sorts. Timothy Savkin in for $12 and up to 45 mil. Let's go back to the Onyx. Mr. Perfect versus Banichevich. Looks like check flop here. Yeah. So he has opened with the Jack 9. Intriguing that he decided to check flop.
Oh, would you look at this from
Yeah.
Banichevich here, going for the little check raise.
It kind of makes some sense, right? When your opponent doesn't c-bet this board, all of a sudden you start giving him more of the sort of queens, jacks, ace, 10s of the world that didn't decide to bet. Perhaps a bit confusing spot here for Mr. Perfect. Thinking, right, are you like, what? Aren't you going to lead the turn yourself with a bunch of your king X? Is this a semi-bluff with like a queen jack with a club? I'm going to try and make my straight, or potentially bluff you myself on the river. Yeah. It's not something you see much, right? And he goes for the river check, all right.
I think the river check's really nice after we elect to check raise turn. Like you said, Mr. Perfect checking back flop, not really going to have too much king X, and maybe weighted towards some like ace highs with the ace of clubs, like you say, queen jack that doesn't elect to c-bet. And then we can just potentially pick off some bluffs here.
I mean, he's set this up to perfection. Mr. Perfect feeling compelled to have to bluff. I was going to ask you, what do you think on, like, what are we repping here as Mr. Perfect? Checking back flop, bet calling turn, and now reopening action when check 2?
It has to be 10x of clubs, right? Ace 10 of clubs, queen 10 of clubs, jack 10 of clubs. Like, these are going to be the ones that like to check flop, so...
Yeah, we kind of need a flush, right?
Yeah. So I feel like it's going to be a flush. Like, I don't feel like we ever take this line with ace king and go this size on the river for 2/3. So it's kind of interesting. Like, we expect king queen, ace king, king jack to bet flop. So what is our opponent meant to have here from Banichevich's perspective?
It's like we've kind of painted. Wow, and he's got it through. Mr. Perfect in your eye shows him the jack 9 of spades. Wow. I was going to say, Jay, we've sort of painted ourselves into a corner here with this line by not c-betting.
Yeah.
We've got it through, though. That's a weird line choice from Banicevic. Like, if we're going to check raise and the board bricks out, shouldn't we just check call and check call river?
I agree. I guess he just gives him flushes, but
he actually set it up.
I know perfectly, and like
pick it off.
It's nice to have the 7 of spades as our side card as well. Like unlocking all the queen, jack, club, ace, jack, club, this type of stuff.
I can kind of see where he's coming from in that if he thinks under the gun has jacks and queens, for example, like they're not going to bluff, right? On the river, they're going to check back, so it needs to be ace of clubs X. Very intriguing. Sebastian has been getting beaten up a little bit for the last 20 minutes, but gets a shove through here with pocket fours. And we'll just collect our breath for a moment. Little look at the schedule, guys. This is, of course, the 2K 2 million guaranteed Luxon Pay Grand Final. Final day, we got about 2.8 million in the prize pool, smashed the guarantee. We have a day off tomorrow. Myself, Jay, and James will put our feet up, take it easy, and then we will be back on the 11th for the main event, MPP 2025, excuse me. Day 2 on the 11th, day 3 on the 12th, and then that final day, concluding our coverage for this year on the 13th, taking you all the way to crowning a champion. And what do you reckon? What's up top? A mil? What do you reckon? Can we hit a mil?
Well, last year it was a mil up top, wasn't it? Yeah,
right. Can we hit 1.2 mil?
Yeah, potentially. Potentially we could. Lamkov winning it last year for $1 million. So expecting the same sort of prize up top for the main event this year as we pick up over to Luxon.
Now, this is a kind of nasty situation, Jay, right? For Sidolkovsky, you're facing a 5 big blind, small blind jam. Like, can't really fold, but it's awful, isn't it? You don't love it. Basil's going to be thrilled to see that he's actually got it in good. Jack 8 versus 10-7.
Even if you're gonna double up from me, it's okay.
As Feraldo would say, a classic all-in situation. So, 2 pretty weak holdings. Musa with slightly better one. Both players with ace, 9, deuce, 2 diamonds. No diamond in hand for either player. Both blocking each other's backdoor straights. Well, he may block it, but it has materialized. 8 on the turn for Basil, looking to fade 6s, 10s, and jacks to cling on.
Oh, that's close. That's queen. So it's like half. More than 50%. More than 50%.
Does brick out. Ace on the river.
Not enough. Not enough. But queen 8.
Musa states he's surviving. Survive he does. Back up to 11 bigs.
My friend, my friend.
There we go. Basil still the short stack here at the Luxon table. Menhart with the chip lead, but it's pretty shallow, Jay. 30 big blinds, the biggest stack at that table. Everybody in the sort of 15 to 25 big blind remit. Well, we've had 10 minutes without pocket aces, and here they are again.
1 in 221 hands, they say, Andrew. Well, in an 8-handed setting, divide that, so it's like 1 in 30 hands we should be seeing them. But
1 in 6, apparently.
Yeah, literally 1 in 6 today.
Interesting that Sebastian, oh, hello. Like I was going to say, he's raise folded lots of times, right? People may be thinking you're opening 2 wide. Savkin J, Jack 10 of spades.
6 all in.
He does stick it in.
My friend, you see? But this situation,
Oh, he's in the big as well. Excuse me. I thought he was small blind.
Want to know his card? How much?
All right. Well, Sebastian, dreamy turn of events for you.
No. After the river.
What do you think to jam there?
From big is kind of interesting.
Right.
I feel like we do knock out like Queen Jack, King 10, Queen 10 that's going to open from cutoff. I think when we're this comfortable a chip lead, I think it should be fine from Savkin.
We have a deal. If he double
It's like a heat check moment, isn't it? Let's see how good I'm running. Well, how good are you running, Savkin? You do have the cracker hand. Flops a gut shot. 9-7 deuce. Any snowman would send Sebastian home. 5 of clubs turn, no change. 3 outs one time. Not to be. 9 of clubs on the river. Great result for Sebastian.
Ace 10? Ace 10 offset. Ah, that's why
Oh, they're still talking about that previous hand.
So it's close. So you saw this is professional.
Can I check one?
Your hand almost.
1 second.
New said like an
Yes.
ace 10. Yeah.
So 6, 5,
You understand? Yeah.
Back over to Luxon here. Menhart in the hijack opens to 2 big blinds.
7.
The Kauskas in the small, all in with the 9s. Pretty standard shove here for just shy of 17 bigs, and going to be getting called when it's back on Menhart.
I want to know his card. How much? Let's discuss. No. After the river.
Yeah.
After the river.
Nothing to be done here but click the call button.
Yes. No,
Big old flip. 18 million chips in the middle. You can duck and dive as much as you want, Jay. Use that skill edge, but there is stages in tournament poker where it's going to come down to seeing all 5. Did see a king folded from Isaiah, so 56% of the time Vitkauskas going to find that double. So far so good. Jack 8, 3, 2 clubs, 2 overs, backdoor straight and flush draws for the German. 5 of hearts on the turn, no good. Needs an ace or a king.
My friend, we have a deal. Ace 10? Ace 10 offset. Ah, that's why fold.
4 of hearts on the river. I'm just listening to Briskin in the background. Given the continued rub downs.
1 second.
Great turn of events for Vitkauskas. He's up to just shy of 18 million chips.
2, 4, 5, 6.
Tough ones to lose, of course,
7.
for Menhart. He takes the table chip lead now.
25.
Menhart now at one of the short stacks alongside Basil Musa as we jump back over to the Onyx. Another huge one. Pocket kings for Banicevic on the button. Played that curious hand a few moments ago. Myself and Jay weren't too sure about it. Well.
Mr. Perfect can't believe his luck when he looks down at kings in the small blind. These are interesting ones, what size to choose here. And he looks like he's gone huge.
Yeah, just picks up a big stack of orange, deposits them in the middle. Music to the ears of Banicevic. Knows his opponent will never fold.
Yeah, we know this is always going in, Andrew, but maybe needs to be going smaller as Mr. Perfect. Induce something from like an ace-5 suited.
Sure.
In the short term. Both with the kings anyhow. And we are hoping for no casualties. No one likes to bust in this manner. This
Speak
deep.
for yourself, mate. I want the 3 club flop. Let's have a sweat. Sorry, Banicevic.
Yeah.
You can have 3 diamonds, whatever. I don't mind.
I don't mind the sweat. Sweat's fine.
Yeah.
Just no completion of the sweat, please.
All right. You're just all heart, aren't you? Kings versus kings, then. Almost always going to be a chop, and is confirmed on the ace-6-8 rainbow. Going to chop up the blinds and antes.
Кто выкинул туз 2? Признавай. Ace 2. Fold.
You're sharing my chips. Yeah. Because you will be fair.
Сидишь короткий, туз 2. Фолдишь, а
Come on, who's going to double me?
Ace fold? Ace fold? No? Ace.
Now? When I open?
Let's be listening to the table chatter, both players. I guess happy enough. Always disappointing, right? Find kings on the button. Your man reaches for a big old pile of orange. You're like, yes, here we go. Oh, all right, chop it up. Back on Savkin then. Did take that little flesh wound a few moments ago. With the Jack-10 suited now then. Limps in with ace-5 of diamonds. Lepuliak 50 effective. Jay finds a big hand. Pocket jacks.
Yeah, monster in the big blind, blind on blind confrontation. Just going to be raising this up in position.
Yeah, Savkin with a deceptively strong hand of his own.
Yeah, expect to just see call in this scenario. We speak a lot about ace-5 suited as an aggressive 3-bet, 4-bet bluff, but blind-on-blind situation like this, we just want to be taking the suited ace to the streets.
Yeah, pretty normal stuff so far, and there's a jack in the window, followed by a couple of ducks. Lupuliak flops the second nuts, but you're going to be feeling pretty good about life.
Why I'm so comfortable?
I think I like this to continue with bet. Like, you know, a player like Savkin, you're going to give him opportunities, right? If he has some ace highs like this, they're going to continue. Might check raises with some bluffs wrapping around the jack and all that good stuff. Does call. Lupuliak loving life, probably praying for a club. And there is one. 9 of clubs turn now. Mandatory? Like, do we just keep putting money in, Jay, or do we check and allow the sort of King 10 of hearts type hands to just bluff us on the river? What's the plan?
Yeah, I feel like we just want to go for like all the value against a flush here. Even a deuce can still be in there. Some suited deuce X blind on blind. Like, we're not going to get a river bet from ace highs, king highs anyway. Like, these probably want to check and just try and showdown, still being some trash holdings. So as Lupuliak here, like the decision to go for a second barrel. We just want to get the maximum against flushes, deuce X, rather than checking back. Potentially giving like a deuce a chance to bet fold river on a fourth club or something along those lines.
Yeah, you might think that some of the sort of hands that Sav can have that are air balls can be like, you know, the sort of, well, they're not an air ball on a 9, you understand where I'm coming from, like the Queen 10 of hearts and stuff like this that's check called 1. Going to continue, right, on a 9 turn.
Especially against that size.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the decision to bet turn there. I know it can be easy to just check back because we have a lock on the hand, but we need to think about our opponent's range, and we want to try and get as many chips as possible against the turn flushes and the flop trip deuces.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. All right, back to the Onyx we go. Open from Kirichenko from under the gun with pocket 8s. Voronin deciding to flat +1 with the Queen Jack of clubs. Allows Kukhtarev to complete with 8-6-0. Pretty wide one from him. Through to the Ace-Jack 6. Voronin flopping best. Can't know it, of course, on that ace-high texture.
Yeah, so as Kirichenko here, assuming that the big blind is going to be playing in flow, should see a lot of checks once again. General rule of thumb that I always say, when sat next to someone on your direct left out of position, we do a hell of a lot of checking in theory.
Yeah, one of those I think that we can bet quite often from under the gun, but especially against +1 who has this like really pretty strong range that's heavily condensed around this board, I would venture. All the sort of ace-queen suiteds, king-queen suiteds of the world are going to be in there.
And like even at this spot, this stage of the tournament, like +1 here probably shouldn't even have like 8s, 7s, 5s, this type of stuff. I remember seeing a spot a couple of months ago when it's like last 3% and a big field. +1 opens, 9s is a mixed call fold from +2. Like,
it's just
so
an ugly spot.
It's one of these where we shouldn't even have stuff like 7s and 5s in there. But look,
this.
Here comes Kirichenko though. It's a nice price, to be fair. Just seen the size in 600k. To win 4.4, so it's between 20% and quarter choice from Voronin. Maybe just to get coverage to rivers could be the idea from Voronin. Go for this small size, get a free river card, checking in position, which our hand should probably be doing anyway.
I guess the only problem with that is you start to look kind of capped and a little weak, right, when we're not betting turn. So is the plan to bluff as Kirichenko, or are we just hoping to beat like the king-queen suited of this world? Yeah, it's an intriguing spot. I mean, we can still have a lot of strong hands, right, when we check call flop. It's not like we just never have anything good, right?
Yeah.
You can still have like ace queen yourself, right?
We can still have ace king. We can still have ace jack. Like, still have a lot of strong hands in range. Queen jack of clubs for Voronin gonna be good and takes a small one.
Very nice pickup for him. 25 million now.
Красивый, нормально разговаривали, красивый выиграл.
Так не стал это.
Выкидывал.
Ставить ничего.
So one of the remaining 20 in this field will be crowned the Luxon Pay Grand Final champion later this evening. Over to Luxon. Musa, 11 blinds plus 1. Decision, Jay.
4 raise 5.
Just decides, time to go. Just going to put the lot in.
6 fold.
Yeah, kind of.
Seems okay, right?
Yeah, 11 bigs. The only one problem I have with this, like if we're shoving ace queen, ace king here for 11, like we can't just open every suited ace x to 2 big blinds, because then we create what's called too big a raise fold gap. And if people are aware that our 2 big blind range is just going to be aces and kings specifically, they can then just attack with ace x and 3-bet us relentlessly. So it is sometimes good to have some of these like ace king in there. Maybe you choose suited as raise to 2 big blinds to induce, just because we don't want to create what's called a raise fold gap. But either way,
wow,
we are gonna get some action here from Gonza.
Oh, what a spot this is turning into for Musa. You would imagine Gonza too strong a hand to fold. He agrees. In they go. Oh, oh wow.
First all in, second fold.
And Heredia Cold finds another combo of ace king. And just like that, we have a 3-way all-in situation. Heredia Cold finds ace king of spades, covering both. Himself and Musa, both card sharing. Gonza gets it in pretty bad shape, but he does have that live queen. 22 million in the middle. Oh, and it's right there in the window, Jay. Queen, Jack 3. Just like that, Musa on the verge of elimination. Heredia on the verge of being crippled. Gonza paces the floor, trying to fade 10s and kings. Very clean. 4 of clubs, turn, shake of the head from Heredia. One more card to fade for Gonza to skyrocket up to 22 mil.
Sorry?
And he's done it, Jay. Little fist pump, 9 of clubs on the river. GG's to Basil Musa. Great run, sir. Stalwart of this poker room. Unfortunate. Gets it in good shape. And Heredia also crippled as we say goodbye to Basil. 19.8k for him. Down to 19. Grim, Jay, to bust like that.
Yeah, and I think Heredia with the head shake, he had one last night, last session of the day, got it in, opponent drew into a 3-outer and pinged the 3-outer, so he's probably just thinking, not again when I'm this deep in the tournament. But he's still got just shy of 3 bigs to spin, but the big winner, Gonza, 22 million, would be out the door nearly 70% of the time, but he sat there with the chip lead on this table now over at Luxon.
Yeah, that's got to feel good. Things were looking bleak. We all know how quickly the situation can change in No Limit Hold'em. On we go then. Sidolkovsky here under the gun. 7-5 of clubs into the muck.
5 seconds. 7 fold. 1 fold.
Walk is okay. Walk is okay.
Down to Isaiah. You wouldn't imagine much of a decision here.
Walk or no walk?
No pay jumps now, Jay, right?
No, next pay jump is when we're at 15 players, so a while before the next ladder.
Round to the blinds then. Heredia, fresh off that bad beat. Well, just over 2 bigs. 10-9 off. More than enough, you would imagine. In they go. This is ugly for Menhart. We can't fold, Jay, right?
Any 2 sub 3 when we're in the big, yep.
But you make me in situation when
like just look at the price. We got 900 to win 2.4, so 2.5 to 1 on a call.
I might just not look at my hand.
Yeah, so we need 28, 29% equity against range, and even 8-4 off. Unfortunately, got to flick it in here. As you say, Andrew, probably just don't look at a hand to potentially see one like this and fold when feel like we always have to call for sub 3 when we have one invested.
Well, good news for Heredia.
900K. Then I moved
Trying to start the rebuilding job.
but I didn't hurt anyone. So it was a good, not with that kind of stuff.
Most of the time, 68% of the time that is gonna hold, but falls behind on the Queen 8-6. However, it's a stone coin flip. 7s, 9s, 10s, and jacks. That's a terrible card. 8 on the turn. Improves Menhart. 2 trip 8s. GG's Heredia. Very sad way to bust any tournament, especially one as big as this. He is out of here in 19th place. Good run, sir. Played very well. Sometimes, Jay, poker gods just deciding this one's not for you, my friend.
Anyone that's been around the block in this game knows how much variance there is in tournament poker, especially live tournament poker, when it can take years, decades sometimes to realise expectation.
Great result for Menhart. On the short stack himself, gets a little more breathing room. Back to DTT Live we go. Absolutely loving Briskin, by the way. Just quite the character. Sebastian's like, would you stop looking at me? He's constantly on it. Opens to a mill. With the Jack 9 off on the button. Alexandrov with the decision. Looks like calling chips with the Queen 10.
Yeah, it feels like the only way to go here. Offsuit Queen 10 at this stack.
5, 3 deuce, 2 hearts. Neither player a fan of this one.
Floor, table 3.
Floor.
First decision falls on Sebastian. One of these that on the face of it, Jay, like you just don't really love for obvious reasons, but you know, most of the ace-X are all in pre already, deuces through, 9s, 10s, they're all in pre already, so like some merit in my eyes to just betting and try and fold out the queen and king highs of this world, right? Like, it's not fun, is it? But I think I quite like this.
Yeah, I feel like it is maybe one that's going to be a good step here.
Yeah.
Heart in hand as well, just slight bit of removal to some check jams, the 2 overcards, flush draw type stuff. I agree with you, I feel like this is a nice find from Sebastian.
Yeah, it's just one of these, right? Like, we don't really mind if we get jammed on per se, just have a pretty easy fold. Okay, finds a call. All right, Alexandrov. What's the plan? 6 of diamonds turn. I must confess, did not expect to see check call.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting now because now Sebastian, and we're thinking about our opponent's range at this stack depth when he's got 8 bigs left in his stack. If he's got a flush draw, 2 overcards, it's just probably going to be jamming the flop. But now we're met with lead, and Alexandrov just going to say, I've got more 4x than you, buddy. You're going to have a tough time calling any sort of ace high, king high now.
I mean, this takes a lot of heart to pull the trigger on this line. It kind of, like Sebastian kind of smelling a rat though, Jay, right? Like, don't a bunch of the 4x like donk themselves, like even potentially jam
Check,
flop?
jam, flop, yeah.
And what are we saying we have? Like 6-7 that took one off and now is just happy to bet call. It's a little suspicious.
Yeah, we just can't really do anything at the stack.
No,
though.
of
like
course,
2.2 milli back is, yeah, we can be suspicious of the line of our opponent, but we still have to fold that.
Credit to him for finding it. I'd just check fold flop, I think, and lament missing the board. Well done. Back to the Onyx. Back on Corral. He's just going to send them, I think. 12 bigs seems quite reasonable, short-handed. And when you get to the kind of 6-handed, right, like it starts to, I think, perform better as an open shove than a raise fold. Maybe like raise this full ring, Jay, and stick it in 6 max.
Yeah, 6 max plus 1 effective low jack.
I like it.
Seems fine from Corral and Mr. Perfect. Ace 7 of diamonds here in the big blind. 12 effective. Tuffy.
Yeah, Tuffy is right. Like, I think fold?
Fold came to my head.
Yeah, if I'm pushed for a decision. Again, one of those ones, just a little too weak. Ace 9 suited, just Even that, right, at this stage of a tournament, you're not thrilled with life. I like fold. The hurtle on. Final table beginning to come into view. 18 players left. Back to DTD Live. Lupuliak with the kings. Savkin defends. Comes up empty.
Yeah, and just going to have high frequency bets on the Queen Deuce 5. Gun versus big blind. And our hand obviously liking to bet. But not going to be getting any action from the 9 high of Savkin. This straight into the muck.
Yeah, Lupuliak just kind of casually going about his business. We haven't really seen him lose a pot. That's always a nice place to be. Up to 30 million now. Very composed presence at the table.
Yeah, most of his cash is either coming over in Romania or here in Cyprus. Lupuliak, $110,000 in live earnings. Could potentially quadruple that with a win today.
Let's go. Back to Corral then. 7-6 of clubs in the small.
How much?
Is just going to send them. That makes sense to me. 15 bigs. Seems like quite a nice one.
7-4.
Just to go ahead and spin the wheel.
Jack 10 suited here for Kuktarev.
7-5-25.
Snapping it off for chips.
You call?
No,
That's
no,
fold though.
I just want to play with.
You just said, did you call? No. Okay. Inwardly, thank God. Surprised he folded quite so quickly, I must say. Like, obviously calling for chips, right? And
with that, guys, we are going to head into one more hand before the break with less than a minute on the clock before we take 25.
very nice. Yep, DTD live table open from Sebastian, defended by Lupuliak. He is an interesting one. Ace 4 with the ace of diamonds. Top pair for Sebastian.
It's going to be quite an interesting one here versus LP. Not actually met by a C-bet. Deuce of spades on the turn with this ace of diamonds in there as well. And it's kind of an interesting one now, Andrew, because we expect like the queen jack, the king jack, like these type of hands to potentially go for a bet on the 10 high board. So maybe going to assess that Sebastian has a lot of better ace highs and potentially could start bluffing here with the fake diamond draw and the gut shot on this deuce of spades turn.
Yeah, time to put money in, I would suggest. Lupuliak agrees. This is a really nice disguise from Sebastian. Knows on a low card, his opponent likely to start firing money into the pot.
Yeah, look at the size as well. Finds 75%,
I like
three-quarter
this.
pot, exactly.
Just leveraging, let's put pressure on. Don't allow, you know, ace, queen, ace, jack type hands to continue. Put a hand like an ace 3 suited in a tough spot, right? The bottom pair check backs. Once he gets called, oh well.
Here we go.
Here we go, indeed.
And this is just going to have to be a mandatory bet here for Lupuliak, whether he goes for the lot.
He's
and
going to
asks for
jam
it all.
here. I would be shocked if he doesn't shove. You can kind of rule out, right, pocket jacks. Like, the main trap is top set, right? Pocket 10s. Sebastian's going to have, like, hands like an ace 3, 7s, 8s, and 9s, right? Or there's pretty standard ones. Really nice fight from Lupuliak. Now, can Sebastian put the pieces together?
Well, let's break it down, Andrew. Let's have a look at this from Sebastian's perspective. We look underrepped ourselves. We need to remember that. We've checked back flop. So from our opponent's perspective, he's probably not assigning us a 10 or better once we check back the flop here. So it does look a lot like we have stuff like 7s through 9s. We can potentially have some ace 6 suited, and then a lot of ace highs in there as well, the better ace highs that are potentially going to call when all this gut shot diamond draw stuff from the big blind is available. But now where Lupuliak goes this size, value range is going to probably be 2 pair plus.
There we go. I was about to say the same.
So having a little 10 here, blocking some 10-6 of clubs, blocking some river jack 10, kind of important.
Absolutely is. So, like, would we prefer to have a diamond in hand to block some flushes, or is that
I feel like it only makes a small bit of difference.
Yeah,
like
okay.
maybe like Queen 10, Queen of Diamonds going to eke out a little bit more in terms of going to be calling a little bit more than Queen 10 no diamond. But I think it's only going to make a small bit of difference. LP versus big blind here. The thing is, where are the bluffs going to come from? This is a question you've always got to ask yourself as well, Andrew. And if we believe our opponent's going to be overdoing it with stuff like 7-8, 9-7, 8-9 with one diamond in hand, then I feel like Queen 10 is going to be too good to be folding in this situation. So like these river spots sometimes player dependent. Is our opponent capable of just taking an 8-9, a 9-7, even like a 4-5 off with a diamond and just potentially running it here? But our range from Lepuliak's perspective as Sebastian doesn't look like a 10 or better after the flop check. And this is the problem. Like once we check the 10 back on the flop against good competent players, they're potentially going to take off because they see us as capped at like 9s at best here. So it becomes really difficult, these river decisions. But then we just need to decide, like, are we going to have many better hands at rivers to call with here? Like our one pair holdings, I guess we can have ace jack that calls turn, potentially going to be one that we never fold. But I feel like we do need to eke into some of our 10x to start calling here, Andrew.
I really like the analysis. Very much villain dependent, I would suggest. Is this man capable? And if you start to sprinkle in, Jay, some king 4 suited, king 5 suited types that take off turn and just decide, all right, I don't think you check back enough sort of flush draws.
Yeah, but what a sick play from Lepuliak here.
Love it. With this hand, it seems mandatory on the jack of diamonds.
We say that it seems mandatory, but when you sat there playing for this amount of money, 18 players left, nearly like 1.5% of the field left. Like in game, it's so hard to actually run it. You sit there, you know you've got a good combo to just say the words "I'm all in," but to actually get those words out your mouth and put your opponent in a grim spot. And what a call!
Oh, well done, Sebastian, as Jay Harwood fist pumps in the booth. I think I'm with you. If we're going to check back, you know, we've set the trap. We're against an aggressive opponent who's going to find bluffs. Well done, Sebastian.
You don't make a final table. Every tournament you cash not making sick calls once in a while. And Sebastian, 3 cashes on the database, 3 final tables, and that call may just propel him to his 4th.
Good for him. And what a great hand to finish that first frame. We've enjoyed it very much. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. We certainly enjoy bringing it to you. We're down to 18 players. We'll have a little quick look at the leaderboards. I'll take you through the Luxon table first. Adrian Strobel, 22.4 mil, good for 56 bigs in the table. Chip lead Gonza, who won that 3-way. Ace Queen versus the 2 Ace Kings, very healthy with 16 million. But Kauskas and Sidolkovsky, middle of the pack. Menhart, Kadartsev, and Heredia completing the lineup. Wait a minute, though, didn't Heredia bust? Am I right?
You are right.
Right, so we'll take it with a little pinch of salt in any case over the DTD live table. Yeah, you know what, guys? I'm just going to ignore these. They're a little out of date. We won't worry about that, Jay. We'll just discuss what a call from Sebastian just a moment ago. Little conclusions on the frame. Savkin making a move. Sebastian now, of course, with that big hero keeping himself in the hunt.
Yeah, and it's not just the chips he's got, it's the momentum now, which is massive in this game. It just gives you a lot of confidence when you're at the table making these correct decisions and getting the good results, seeing your opponents bluffing. It's just going to be great for us going forward. And as I said, Sebastian, not much of him on the database, 3 cashes, but 3 final tables in decent sized fields, and looking for 4 cashes and 4 final tables, which is a 100% record of FTs whenever he cashes, which is insane.
What an absolute sicko. Yeah, we'll take a breath. So with that, guys, Jay is going to step out of the booth. And James Dempsey will be joining me, guys. We've got a 25-minute break. Don't go too far. Come back for the last 18 of the Luxon Pay Grand Final.
What? 9.
I had 7s.
Did y'all? 7s.
Yeah, I figured. Probably close one.
Good luck, mate.
No, not a 6.
Folded 7-8.
Oh, you probably wouldn't enter if I chose.
And 9. GG, mate.
Yeah.
Nu-mi place doncul ăla, știi? Mi-a dat și col la tribet și până îmi face donc în față. O să aibă un șesar acolo în bibliotecă. Eram sigură că-ți dă col, că e prea jucăreț. Deschide din buton, eram sigură că-ți dă col.
Păi i-am dat. I-am dat 3-bet, eu m-am băgat pe din.
Eu am văzut invers, că tu le-ai băgat pe.
$125, 120.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Mediterranean poker party here at the Merit Royal Diamond. Now, today, another challenge between myself and Andrew. But Andrew, there are no cards, there are no chips. What are we doing?
Right, so we're going to mix it up a bit today. It's going to be a little bit of poker trivia, Demps. This one's called Poker Quotes. Myself and James will be given a famous quote from somebody in the poker universe over the past 10, 20 years or whatever it will be. First one to guess correctly wins each round. Simple. Let's get after it. Oh, hang on. Scotty win. Oh, that's a draw.
Oh, okay.
I was looking at him messing around. That's a draw, right? Phil Hellmuth. Let's go. Tony G.
Oh, I can think of the hand as well. It took me a second. He's got ace king, isn't he?
Crushing
He's got ace king.
Not even
Damn
hard.
it.
Not even difficult. You know you're supposed to say something. Just for your.
Oh, it's so annoying.
Right, go.
Phil Hellmuth.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Did two of two.
They got you. You see, you think you moved Phil from your mind, but you've got to be ready.
I was waiting. I was like, right, I'm waiting for an Negranu, you know, whatever.
Oh.
Right, 2-1.
Beautiful thing about poker is that everyone thinks they can play.
What are they? Phil Ivey. I don't know.
I think I know this one.
Am I allowed to keep guessing, even when I've got it wrong? Daniel Negranu, then. Let's say it. Dean Eggs. No? Who the hell is that? Who the hell said that?
I think we have to pass. I think if we don't know, then we've got to pass.
Yeah?
I've heard this before,
well,
but...
You should get a free guess, because I've had two. just throw a name out.
Howard Lederer.
No. Howard Lederer?
I threw a name out. What do you want from me?
That was poor.
I know we're trying to raise him.
Come on, who was it?
He was amateur player in 2000s, and then he became legend and popularized poker.
This
Mike
is a guess.
Sexton.
Oh,
No.
it's Chris
No.
Moneymaker.
Oh, Chris Moneymaker. Well, I was thinking Mike Sexton. I was thinking legend.
Right.
Amateur was very rude for me. Anyway, Chris Moneymaker. Edit that in.
Okay, last one.
Oh, that means I've won.
No.
Right, go on.
No, it's 2-1.
3-1.
Lucky ball, I would win every time.
Phil Hellmuth.
I didn't even hear the quote. You just let Phil Hellmuth every answer.
You need to pay attention.
You just scream Phil Hellmuth and you win. It's Phil Hellmuth.
I believe that's 4-1.
Phil Hellmuth.
I believe that's 4-1, James.
4. I think it's
Commiserations.
It's a loss. It's a loss. I mean, I was hoping to go a bit more obscure. Just
to be clear, a man with over, I don't know, 15 years commentating experience, 25 years, maybe 30 years in the game.
30 years in the game? I'm only 42.
30 years plus in the game, and he knew one out of 6. Well done, James. GG, come on. Don't be a sore loser.
Now, should we go to the bar?
Done? Brilliant.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Merit Royal Diamond here in gorgeous North Cyprus, where the sun is shining non-stop. And that's not something these final few players care about, because, of course, it is the Luxon Pay Grand final day. Yet to reach that final table, came back with, 28 players from the end of play last night. And now we are working our way down to that final table. And over on the Luxon table pick, Alvaro Gonza leading the way.
Yes, he did get very lucky. It was somewhat of a cooler. He faced a 10 big blind open shove from Musa, who had found ace king from early. He got it in with ace queen in the small, very reasonable, of course. The big blind cold found ace king as well. But we pinged a little lady on the flop, didn't we? So that was a treble. It was a bit of a cooler, but huge moment for him.
That's not so bad, but I gather from what you've been saying on the break there when you were bringing back up to speed, it's Timofey Savkin leading over here at the DTD live table that's been impressing you quite a lot, right?
He's really impressed me. Yesterday, I thought, right, I'm going to have to keep an eye on him. He was doing some spicy stuff, seemed to know where he was. He seems very composed. He disposed of Mr. Neil Farrell, which is unfortunate for us Scotsmen. Kind of bit of a cooler against Neil Jacks v Ace 10, and Ionita Sebastian guy to watch. He rode it off hammer for the break, and he found a very nice call down against an aggressive player.
Meanwhile, over at the main feature table, the Onyx and his two Russians leading the way, and Dmitry Kukhtarev 29.1 million just ahead of Vornen. And Mr. Perfect, has he been playing like Mr. Perfect?
We've kind of been loving that reference and the old WWF wrestling references. I'm not sure if that's where that comes from. He's played pretty well a few spots. He was involved in a really strange hand where he opened under the gun with Jack-9 suited. It came King 10-8 against the big. He checked back, which don't normally see. The big blind had King 7. Turn was a 3, which brought the front door flush in. The King 7 checks. It was Banichevich there, who you can see on his right. Mr. Perfect now bluffs, and Banichevich check raised with King 7 no club, which we thought was a bit spicy. Mr. Perfect floated.
Oh my word, what is this hand?
Yeah, the river was a blank. Banichevich now checked his top pair, and Mr. Perfect bet like 80% of his stack and got it through. So it was a weird hand with a perfect result.
Okay.
Whether or not it was a perfect line, I'm not so sure.
I like how you're caveating.
Yeah. It wasn't bad by any means, and it worked, right? If it works, it was good.
All right, then. Back over at the Onyx. Play does get underway in the first hand of the frame. We'll see Corral in the cutoff, popping up this 10-9 suited at the new level, 300, 600. Coming in off that shallower stack. This is a man that was in so much of the action last night, Corral. Obviously, still sort of clinging on to a not ideal stack, but hey, we're in the mix.
Yeah, I like the cut of his jib. He seems to know where he's at. This is one that I think for chips we could consider just open shoving from cutoff, but this kind of last 3 tables, you know, you don't want to do much open shoving for 14.5. Uses it as a steal and works out nicely.
Yeah, welcome once again to all of those you just joining us, maybe a couple minutes late back from break. Well, Pick, I tell you what, I've just got you to grab me a coffee on that break, and it hasn't quite taken its toll on me just yet, but I'll be back with you. I had a little nap, you know, I was in the sun this morning. The mind's that little bit slower, but I'm
sunstroke, isn't it?
I'm racing up the speed. Well, let's not get too dramatic. I don't think, you know, a sunstroke needs to be banded about.
You know what,
you know, I'm feeling the effect, shall we say, at the moment.
Gotcha.
I'll be back with you as Losev facing a jam from Bryskin in the hijack.
Briskin's been box office, very funny, amusing character at the table. We saw him reshove an ace-6 off, which we thought was pretty wild, but he got ace-10 out of there. I'm not a fan of this open jam for 17. I think Jack's is far too good a hand. We should induce this one. So something to keep an eye on. Perhaps he's, you know, valuing that tournament life and just sort of looking to keep things simple with the open shove. As we jump over to Luxon, Menhart, I'm going to go for the old pre-flop sneak, raising with ace-8 off. But Kauskas, undeterred, flicks in a call from the big blind with king-6. It's a really good flop for the opener. 8-3-3 feels like the effective nuts when you open this hand. Obviously, the big blind can have some of those, you know, suited 3x and stuff, but we're just going to run this one. If our opponent check raises us, so be it. Just thinking about the appropriate size in here. Demps. Normally small would be the order of business. We don't mind allowing Vitkauskas to do something funky. Just hand over our king-6, no interactions.
Yeah, Vitkauskas very impressive in my eyes throughout this tournament. See some of him over the last couple of days. Also, I was just looking through before coming in, you know, the overall chip count, and it was interesting to me that Savkin actually bagged the chip lead on 1C. And you know, okay, so he started with a big stack on day 2, but to still be leading here, obviously, Kutarev, the day 2 leader with a big stack, but also Voronin bagged the chip lead in day 1. So 2 of the day 1 chip leaders still in the mix with 18 left. It's kind of a little bit surprising, I guess.
Absolutely, not easy to get there. Both just navigating their way, that final table creeping into sight now. We're 9 away. As we see Kirichenko, guy that we know has a lot of pedigree, and well, this could be big. Big old flop, top pair, second kicker for Kirichenko. Banichevich has a hand that may want to realize its equity across 5, James.
Yeah, it certainly looks like one of those.
I can see a world where this gets in.
1,700,000.
Yeah, and I like this sizing choice from Kirichenko. Goes just north of half. Knows, I think, that the big blind's going to have a lot of hands that check jam here, and we don't mind just trying to get this in over 2 streets. Or 1 street, as the case may be. I would jam this hand, and Banicevic agrees. Here we go then. 18 million in the middle.
Massive equity spot for both players involved. As Pick mentioned, so close to the final table, worth so much to make it to that point. We know how much ICM just escalates at this stage, getting to that final table, and the king on the turn. Now, of course, not dead yet. Kirichenko would love to see that pattern repeat on the river. Alas, not to be. Banicevic with a huge double up.
Yeah, sometimes the deck just decides we're just always getting this one in at sort of 12 big blinds deep post. It's just there's no getting away from it.
Felt like one of those that you just you dealt into it, right? This is it. We're going for it.
Yeah, you just shrug your shoulders and say, unfortunately, the coin landed on the wrong side for me this time. Kirichenko only 2.2 back now, Demps. He is on fumes. Rest of the field probably pretty happy about that. He's dangerous player. They'll be looking to get him out the door. Okay then, Losev all in at DTD live table for 8.5 bigs. Sebastian, we're not folding King Queen. Demps figures to be in front or in good shape at least. They are flipping. A little unfortunate to run into a hand as strong as 9s here, I think, but pretty much a stone flip. Sebastian was the gentleman, Demps, who heroed it off before the break. Fascinating hand, and he dissected it really well after trapping his man. He was still put to the test for an overbet all in on the river and found the right call. You can get to 30 million here if you can get there.
And get there, it looks likely for now on the Ace-King 7. 5 on the turn. Just the 9 of clubs left in the deck to continue Losev's run here at the DTD live table, but it is no more. And you just pointed out someone I see in the background there, an interested observer.
Alajmi, he's one of our heroes in the booth.
We want him back.
We do want him back. I hope we get to see him in the main event at some point. He's box office.
I was about to say, I'm sure that is what he's out there playing right now. Day 1B of the main event taking place in the very room. So, you know, I guess some players, when they bust out here, like Lucic just has, you know, probably, maybe I'll go jump straight in. Maybe I'll wait for tomorrow. Maybe a little bit of food in between. But plenty of action for the players to get into here at the Merit.
That's a big pot for Sebastian. He's on the move. Sort of was down to like 8 million or so at one point. He's up to 30 now. Back to Luxon we go. Looks like a limped pot here, blind on blind. Isaiah going to go for the old delay. Makes a lot of sense with this hand, 7-4 off. I like this play a lot. I think people blindly stab the flop, you know, very often on the old, you know, king, queen, queen. And when the big blind gets sticky with a jack-9 or a 9-10, stuff like this, it's so hard to sort of barrel with 7 high, no hand, no draw. Nice to just check and have some, you know, we're going to have some pot controls. We're going to have all the strong hands, and we can still bluff later.
And I suppose the benefit of that as well is you extract one more piece of information from your opponent, depending on how they play the turn, right? If they do have a queen, they're going to feel like, right, I need to start putting chips in the pot now, and maybe we can, therefore, not bet into the absolute goods, as Kirichenko is going to hope to do exactly that here from the cutoff, sending in his 2.2 million. And Pick's interest has been piqued as well. As Banicevic going to finish off the job here.
Yeah, we're definitely going to play this hand. The question is, what is the plan of action? So we have just under 30. You've got Mr. Perfect behind you with a similar stack, I think. So you can call here. I think a small ISO click can be in order as well. Kind of tricky, actually. He has a bit less than I thought. So he has like 25. Like, you could click this pre, right, and make it like 3 million and potentially fold to a jam behind. Fortunately for us, Mr. Perfect with a hand that doesn't really want to put 1.6 in. He's going to get out of the way. And Kirichenko, well, we're not out of it yet. Win this one, we'll be back to just under 10.
Yeah.
Back, maybe.
Maybe.
Perfectly reasonable situation to find himself in here. Worth noting, of course, 17 players left. Next page rank coming up 15, so still a little ways to go for that. Would always be a consideration, of course, when you're sitting on such a short stack. Oh, wow, a Jack 5 flop. And I mean, paths to victory, few and far between. Basically running diamonds.
As bad as it gets, and that's going to do it. GG's Kirichenko. Such a tilting game sometimes. He's played pretty much perfectly, and a couple of hands you've played them perfectly too, but you're out the door. Nothing to be done, and always one of our picks, James, whenever we see him deep in a tournament. Unlucky, good run. Best of luck in the main event, sir.
Yeah, impressed me very much on this run, and with that he does bring us to that direct pay jump, and also yes, to our final 2 tables.
Yeah.
His elimination 17th. My 8 times table tells me 2 times 8, 16 pick.
Mate, honestly, you can't sneak anything past you. A couple of hours in the sun or not, the mental arithmetic, the gymnastics, they're still performing well.
I'm a bit of a math whiz. Don't worry about that. If you need your 8 times table up to about 4 times 8, I've got you.
Good man. 36, right?
Close.
Crossbar.
I'm playing 9.
Sebastian.
9.9 plus. No, maybe I'm drunk, so it's 10 million.
You're really going to enjoy Briskin, I promise you.
Sebastian asking for the amount. Obviously very relevant given he's opening into 2 shorter stacks behind, and ICM being what it is, we know that a lot of hands want to open jam, but when he gets the answer that Briskin is over 15 blind, suddenly far fewer hands want to open jam, but Ace-Jack gonna slip in as a raise cool, and
yeah, I'm all in here. This is just a cooler.
Yeah, you gave the motion, but all in the booth, and oh, I mean, yeah. Our cards are what they were before, my friend Sebastian. You get to press cool, and it's Alexandrov gonna be at risk with 16 players remaining. You need to find a 6.
Yeah, I mean, I like jam, right? You've got an aggressive opponent who's got newfound chips on the button. He's going to be raise folding plenty of hands. Gonna have to get there.
Eight, 4, 4, couple of spades. Sebastian has that covered, but split out's a possibility. 2 or 8. You're also in the deck. Spades not a factor in this particular scenario. Alas. The top of the table, GG's from around the room. Just like that, we are on that pay jump. We're down to 15. $24,000 knocked up. And I'm just going to do a callback here.
Okay.
To something that Jay said when we were covering the bubble, which was, that's the first time we've had a 4K or more pay jump since the bubble. The way he was sort of saying to people to think about it is like the jump from 216th to 215th to 4,000. The next time that's going to happen is 16th to 15th. It's like a way to think about treating pay jumps and how significant they are. So we think of these ones being significant. That's how important it is on the bubble when we're on one of those like big field tournaments like this with 15 big blinds. Just, it's so crucial to get into the money. So much more than chip accumulation at that stage. So then let's just take us a moment to get ourselves set with these 2 tables. We're breaking a table, bringing players across. I believe we break the Luxon. We'll have DTD and Onyx going forward. So just give us a moment whilst we set that up. And we'll take a look at the chip counts. And again, obviously, it depends where players are going to get shuffled in, what seats they're going to come into. I guess there are going to be some better, some worse. Didn't really get a chance to figure out where those were myself, being that we were only on there for a few moments. But such a key part of tournaments, isn't it, this bit, when you break
massive.
down?
It is huge. If you have Savkin or Sebastian on your direct left now and you have that sort of 25 big blind stack, it's really uncomfortable, especially if you know they're going to be coming after you and attacking. As a side note, Sebastian, what a run he's on now. Sort of heroed it off in the hand pre-break. Really nice hand. It was an interesting one for us to dissect. And then just wins another all-in, ace-jack, the ace-6, and he's flying. There he is.
Well, there we go. That's not the seat order, of course, but that is the table by chip count. So obviously we saw Sebastian and Sapkin at the same table. And those who've shuffled in here. So I see Brishkin has obviously got moved over here. I can't figure out who else from the Luxon table, but that's how the DTD live table stacks up. And yeah, those two just so far ahead of the rest, able to perhaps punish some of these middling stacks. As we know, ICM becomes such an important factor at this stage. Over at the Onyx, things pretty deep. You see Mr. Perfect, 6th in chips with 26 blinds. Then Nick Corral and Sirokowski with fewer. And I mean, they're not even that short. Corral's 17 bigs on a full table is plenty of ammunition to work with, isn't it?
Plenty of time for him to take his time, pick spots. We know that he'll be a threat if he can sort of get to that 40 big blind plus stack. Seems very important in this structure. If you get above 40, you can start leveraging pressure as we approach the final table. Here is that Onyx table.
Way back underway as we work our way down to the final table of this 2K buy-in. 1,000 runner guaranteed. Blitz through that in the form of 1,452, generating a monstrous prize pool that includes 375k for the winner.
15,
for a 2K pick.
It's chunks. It really is. As we see Corral gonna go for the old under the gun steal here. Seems nice. 17 blinds or so to start. Gotta keep yourself afloat. And Banichev, excuse me, another one who's been on a little bit of a run here. Just dispensed Kirichenko and now finds another premium hand.
Yeah, since I've come in the booth, it's been all he on this Onyx table. What a dreamy scenario as he gets to go after that under the gun open. And maybe a little frisky from Corral with the King Jack off under the gun with this stack size.
I quite like it. I mean, you still need to find these sort of let's go ahead and look for some combos to steal with. And it's normally these King Queen off, King Jack off, Ace Jack off are the sort of mandatory. I mean, you could fold this with 15 left, but I like it. I think normally, like, people don't mess with this stack depth very often, right? And he's just a little unlucky to run into an Ace King.
Maybe.
I hear you though. It's one of those. You know, you lose 1.2 million here, the big blind's on you next, all of a sudden we can be down to sort of 6 million.
I suppose the saving grace is that, again, they are significant. We've just made one of those pay jumps, the next one not coming at 12. Maybe if there were still 16 left, the worst of these opens, we get to potentially fold, but...
Yeah.
All in.
I'm a little surprised to see him...
Wow.
No.
Wow.
I must admit, I'm shocked at this.
Wow, he just thought, hang on a second, Banichevich taking advantage of me first hand at the two tables setup. He's going to come after me from the button. Wow. And just goes for it with King Jack offsuit. 22 million chips in the middle, out of nowhere, and a 9-4 3-board Corral. 2 cards away from elimination.
Turn up for the books, I must confess. He burned a time bank chip. I didn't think he was ever continuing.
Okay, a queen gives us a little hope. Needs to fill in the middle there. Not to be. Wow, just like that. Corral went for it. The 4-bet jam, first hand of the two tables set up. And he runs straight into it. 24,000. Well, you live by the sword, Pick. Sometimes you die by the sword. He was doing a lot of the front running last night.
Yeah, I mean, like, that one's gonna sting. That's the one I think when you walk away from the table and you're like, I've had a rush of blood to the head here. Like, we're under the gun off 17. Is Banichevich the type of guy? He hasn't shown himself to be out of line whatsoever. Is he really making it 6 bigs on the button and ever folding? I mean, even if you think he's like, we have the hand that we decided we're going to raise fold this one, right? King Jack off. Seems like that's going to be a painful one that he's going to reflect on and beat himself up a bit. But then on the flip side, sometimes you got to trust your read, right? He thought his man was at it. That's what can happen, though.
I mean, that's, you know, it's the thing that gets you this far is the belief in your own reading and whatnot, and just thinking the situation, just thinking perhaps like maybe the perception was, hey, I'm opening light here. They're going to know I'm kind of trying to sneak one through here. I mean, first hand of the two table setup and just come after me. And I mean, look, if he was up against the light 3-bet, we'd have been screaming in here about his praises, about how what the timing, this is amazing, so we can't be too harsh on the man. Round to Bitkauskas in the small blind. He's down at 4 or 5 offsuit.
That's interesting. I was going to say typically we're going to limp, but he's gone with raise.
Sirokoski with just 11 behind, I guess. Just
I don't love the hand class, but I like where he's coming from. This is one of those where, you know, I don't want to say that Sirokovsky never has defends, because he will have quite a few of them, but you do just get to, you know, when he has the Jack 7 offs of the world and stuff here, 14 left, you might just get people to make a few sort of tight folds that could defend.
Obviously dreamy in this particular scenario, because we can see he's up against a better 4, and obviously Sirokovsky hasn't folded yet, but it feels certain that he will.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's like, you don't really want to...
hang on. Well, this perhaps is the problem.
Is he going to 3-bet fold? What a boss!
Oh my word.
What a G!
Oh my word. Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, when we dissect this hand, it's kind of intriguing because Vitkauskas has chosen the polar route. So he's got a really good hand that's raised calling, or he has a real bag of nothing. And so Sirokovsky's saying, okay, you want to go polar, I'll go polar.
That's incredible.
That's pretty wild, though.
I mean, we see
that stacking.
We see that a lot, don't we? Vitkauskas obviously having 3 options there from the small blind. One being the jam. Can do that with a lot of hands. The other is the limp to C flops, and then of course limp call with the strongest hands. Then of course that mini raise, maybe with a real select few hands that just look to induce. And this man just passes the test.
That was pretty sick.
He says, I know what you're up to here. I know you can only raise this size and call with so few hands. And I think you're doing it with too much junk. And, you know, there might be some players out there
do it with way too much junk.
There might be some players out there who don't ever do that size and then actually have a good hand, right? They might just limp in with aces, limp in with kings. And wow.
You're also supposed to like raise call with like a king, queen and stuff here, which I think that quite often people at this stage just go, I'm just going to jam here. He's got 11 blinds. So once that starts to become the case, if they only raise call with jacks plus, then good spot to put it back on them, but with 8-4 offsuit, not so easy to do.
Love to see it. Love to see it. I mean, the start of this 2-table action has been great for us viewers. Over at DTD Live, we have more action. Strobel popping up 2 8s, and Sebastian getting
This is
frisky.
a really nice find in my eyes. This is one of those kind of spots where we can just target like the king queen off, king jack off, ace 10 off, even ace jack off. You put in a really kind of grim spot here as Strobel. I really like this from Sebastian. He's got a little smaller than I thought he might. Like Strobel has what, 35 big stacks, so I thought he might go 5.5 to 6 blinds. It's not a massive deal, but I'm actually a big fan of 3-bet with this particular hand because you can be kind of dominated by the steel type hands in Strobel, and even there, pocket 8s is just in the coffin.
Yeah, and just understanding ICM, what it is, we see it in place here, just these hands just don't want to call 3-bet. You don't want to be playing a 3-bet pot out of position. It's a covering stack. And you can just send that into
1.2.
Try and get yourself to the final table.
I like the fold a lot for what it's worth with 8s there. I think in the long run, it's just really difficult to play this hand out of position.
Over at the Onyx, Mr. Perfect activating the cutoff with Ace-Jack and Vitkauskas. Well, with just over 20 blinds and 2 4s.
This is really, I like this. I was going to say that it just feels like the only real way to go in my eyes. One of those at an earlier stage of the tournament, you might 3-bet jam, you might call, but now the chips are so precious. Like, we don't really want to put 2 blinds in with 4s. We don't close the action, right? If someone squeezes behind, we can never continue. I like the discipline. Tarev gets to defend though with king 8.
Won't like seeing the queen 7-5 2-club flop, but not exactly the dream for Mr. Perfect either.
No.
Interesting to see if we see some chips going in here on this flop. No, he does elect to check back on a ball where his opponent, I guess, checks calls with so much that he ends up getting bluffed on later streets. Rather go for perhaps some delay or just even try and check this down over 3. But Katarev, 8 of clubs working pick, this is where we start to go.
I think he'll bet this almost always, just immediately start leveraging pressure on the ace highs of the world. Even a hand like an ace 5 suited, like typically cutoff's going to check back some bottom pairs. They don't like to face aggression. Yeah, Kuktarev, he knows what to do. just a question of sizing, James, whether we go a little bit of a size up. I think I quite like this. He's gone for 2 million.
Putting pressure on exactly these kinds of hands, right?
Yeah.
The ace size, no club. Like, what can they really do?
I think also when...
Oh. Oh my word.
What is going on?
My word.
I mean,
That's what they can do.
These guys are swinging for the fences.
I mean, wow.
This is so out of line, by the way.
I mean, if we break this down, right, Mr. Perfect is raised pre-flop and check back flop in position against the big stack. Now, he is going to do this with quite a lot of holdings. And, okay, we can argue there'll be some balance in there. But surely the queens bet. Surely the clubs nearly always just bet the flop. So what do we rep now?
I'm kind of hating the selection. Against B66 is the most frightening thing about this. I mean, it's going to work, so credit to him. We could, from cutoff, like, you can check back the sort of queen 9 suiteds, make a nice one here, like the like mediocre queen that doesn't want to stack off, so queen 9, queen 10.
They like
just call in
They
position.
never raise turn,
I don't
right?
think they ever do.
They play as bluff catchers. You don't want to elevate that part, but
we're like basically trying to say that we've got king jack of clubs, like ace 4 of clubs that could check back, but even that just calls in traps.
That's why I feel like we're calling, because our opponent is just going to take off with so many holdings. So again, I mean, we've been on air for 15 minutes and we've seen 3 like really elaborate plays already. So I mean, if this is what we got ahead for us today, then well, we're in for a treat. Sebastian has to sneak one through here from under the gun with that 40 million chip stack. But Savkin, the other big stack, 2 kings in the hijack. These are where the leveling wars can sometimes commence. Obviously, again, going to get ahead of ourselves, Sebastian.
Oh, he's playing tricky, okay.
Okay. Well, maybe recognizing he just doesn't have, I guess, that many hands that want a 3-bet, but also we have to study the stacks behind. This may well encourage those behind. We think, oh, well, if he had a big hand here, he would definitely 3-bet.
Nice find, by the way. We've got, like, you let people squeeze jam behind. They are not that compelled to overcall with too many hands, right? It's one of these, people are sort of chip preservation mode. You've got Menhart in there from the big 15 blinds. There was another couple of shallower stacks. Kind of like it from Savkin the more I think about it. I don't think people find it very often. It's sort of 55 big steep. They just go, oh, I've got kings, I'm going to 3-bet, but Savkin's going to have so many sorry, Sebastian's going to have so many raise folds off this stack. Against us, I don't think he's going to want to tangle that often. It's kind of nice.
He manages to pick up any more post-flop. So you see a queen 8-6 board with a couple of hearts. Good flop for both to see, and Sebastian will start it off with knuckles over to Savkin.
Yeah, typically just going to go with check call here. Savkin, you know, I don't think people ever check this back, and it's with good reason. We've got an overpair. Our opponent's checking. Let's get money in the pot. You know, all of those hands that are trying to pot control from under the gun, we're going to get called at least once. This is working out beautifully for Savkin so far. Of course, that ace of hearts in hand makes this even more of a slam dunk continue. Never folding, never raising. Let's call. The 8, of course, would be the most disguised value for Sebastian. Deuce of spades turn. First kind of big decision point is coming, because you'd imagine a large bet is about to be deposited.
Right, there's so much potential for draws and whatnot on here, and Savkin so far up the range, having slow played these kings and receiving a check call makes him, well, likely to sort of think, hang on a second, is this the dream scenario? Have I trapped in a queen X here?
One thing that's kind of going in his favor, Sebastian, with the ace of hearts in hand, a lot of the hands that barrel for Savkin, natural bluffs, not flush draws, right? They make a lot of sense. Yeah, I like the size, 4.5 mils, so that's like 60%. So when you start to dissect this, okay, for value, Savkin, you probably wouldn't give him kings, but you're going to give him king, queen suited, king, ace, queen, offsuit and suited, both reasonable. Set of 6s, sure, that can be in there, but these are the kind of value hands we block a set of 8s. There's no real 2 pairs in there to worry about. So the natural bluffs are going to come from the sort of Jack 10 suited of the world. Yeah, I think having exactly the ace of hearts makes this not an easy fold, because of course it never is. But yeah, makes it more reasonable to lay it down.
Now I kind of understand
the first.
Don't share the information, everything, yeah? Because it's good money. Yeah? If you win the first, it's gonna be life changing. It's not like that's a huge amount of money.
It's Pushkin, right?
Yeah, I love him. He's hilarious, honestly.
Obviously, guys, watching at home, this is the Luxon Pay Grand Final day. And as best we can, we never know when the players are going to start speaking, but we will always, of course, lay out for their chat, especially if it's Pushkin waxing lyrical. Seems like he's...
Honestly, you weren't in the booth, but there was a hand Sebastian opened hijack, I think, ace-10 off, and Briskin just ripped it with ace-6 offsuit from, like, cut off, and we were like, woof, this is thin. Anyway, for 17 bigs or so. And it's a tough spot for the ace-10, right? And Briskin just picked up his, like, cocktail. I think he was drinking a gin and tonic, and he literally was, like, sipping it and just looked at his man and was like, this is not the spot for you. And was, like, super focused and confident, and then he folded, and then afterwards he's like, I think you made a bad fold. It was great.
Wow. Okay, over here in the Onyx, where such antics haven't yet kicked off. Voronin are going to raise things up with this ace-10 and Mr. Perfect. Well, the suited ace, albeit dominated. Going to have a little look from the hijack, and it's Gonza in the big blind with the hand you want to squeeze with.
Happy days. Mr. Perfect's call, not to be overly critical, it's not a huge mistake, but at this stage of the tournament, 14 left, I'd rather 3-bet fold this hand. You know, again, it's just you don't want to be in there against the ace-10, ace-jacks of this world, that when it comes ace-high, we can end up getting stacked. Gonza, 30 bigs or so. You can just shove this, Demps. Like, I wouldn't hate that. You know, I kind of like to maximize fold equity here against something like a pocket 8s or 9s that Mr. Perfect can have flatted with. You know, if you just stick the lot in here, can you really call off for 30 blinds? He's decided the non-all-in route. Again, nothing wrong with this decision. So makes it just 8.5 blinds. Good size and choice if we're going to go for the non-all-in. You'll often see people just jam the offsuit variety here for like 30. Now, Mr. Perfect's in this pretty grim spot. Seems like a fairly trivial one to just let go of. There's just not much we can do. Not deep enough to peel.
Yeah, and even here we see, obviously, Gonza, no additional action with the ace-king, but it's just a lovely pickup, isn't it? Like, a handful of blinds.
Dreaming, yeah.
Goes so far at this stage, and you just preserve yourself still in the tournament with 14 left. Keep mentioning ICM coming towards a crescendo before you make that final table.
Nobody knows what's gonna
so
be,
funny.
but it's a good feeling, you know. Like. No, I look at my cards.
10 million.
Under the gun,
Can you ever have a really big hand?
I'm serious. It's
you
not bad.
do this.
Not ace-6.
He's assured he's not blind.
Trust me.
Not ace-6.
Honestly, box office. As much as I love him, James, I don't like this play.
Right, it's
like,
a lot of blinds, isn't it?
Like we have to just, you know, we are always, of course, objective in the booth. Menhart asking for a count for some reason. Are we on a pay jump? That would make some sense, because he's never calling this in a million years.
I mean, 2 away.
Okay, so why not?
Jump.
Yeah, sure, why not, right? And it's going to be, what, a 5k jump at this stage?
And maybe also just wants to see exactly how much it was that was shoved. Kind of curious if it's going to have.
He's been doing this to Sebastian constantly. I'm not sure it's a great idea to show.
I told you I'm not
confuses people, I guess.
I think it's something like minimum under the minimum. Yes, it was like, it was close, but that was enough for moving on.
I'm liking the fully kitted out GG necklace, polka oak t-shirt.
What a legend. It's impossible not to root for him.
Obviously we're objective and impartial, but also, sign me up, I'm in the fan club.
I'm massively in for it. This is an intriguing one.
He's one of those that if someone was doing that on like a day one, you're like, all right, mate, give it a rest. The show plan. But he's doing this with 2 tables left, 375k up. This is genuine as you're going to get as Banachevich. Going to try and get those 6s to the river as the best hand. That's what he's done. Voronin.
Yeah.
Giving up.
I was just wondering if we should, you know, as Voronin, this is like the worst hand we get to the river with. Like literally, there is, apart from like the 7/8 of the world, there is no worse hand. it is hard to kind of credibly rep too many ace-X in this line, but king 9 high, you just don't want to lose to 4 or like a deuce 3 offsuit that stabbed him, turned a pair. I would have liked to see him take a little bit more time and consider a river bluff there. Banicevic just thrilled to check that down and win with a 6.
Then it's understandable. No, I mean that's understandable because you know that you're never gonna bluff in this situation, yeah? No, another guy. Niche this straight flush guy. I'm talking about,
they're talking about the hand from last night, Demps.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you had walk.
Well, the gin's gonna come and go.
I think he's drinking, like genuinely. I'm not sure if it's a bluff. It could be a sparkling water bluff.
I was thinking. No, I'm not so drunk to do such a thing. So it's okay.
Give me your live reads. Is he drinking or is this a bluff?
I think it's genuine.
What do you got?
Plus, he's the last guy.
I don't know.
Yeah, we were 4 on the table. Yes, he's my guy. Yeah, and come on, he's now alone.
He keeps stealing from me.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, but I hope you're gonna survive. Yeah,
he has so much and he keeps thinking.
Because I was cheating on 2, yeah, and they both passed out, yeah. Now we have 10.
I mean, Zavkin, you're sitting there with a big stack and a man who appears to be intoxicated to your right. This is a dreamy situation, is it not?
It's quite dreamy, I'm not gonna lie to you.
And I mean, you can smell the gin if a man's drinking gin and tonic or
Right,
whatever it's
okay.
fizzy. Well, you can get a whiff. Pick. Come on, you're a...
I told you that
you
story,
like a gin.
didn't
You'd
I told
sniff
you that
out the
story.
juniper, wouldn't you?
Maybe, yeah. I told you that story from the Bahamas back in the day where my friend was playing with Scotty Wynn who liked a beer and he was drinking beers and, you know, giving it the normal table talk. And he just leans over to my mate on his right, points at the bottle and it says non-alcoholic beer. And he just looks at him and goes, I hustled them, baby. Pretty good.
No hustle over here. Banicevic 3-betting that ace-queen in the small, picking up the Voronin button open, really climbing up nicely.
Yeah, I mean, not to be too harsh on Corral, I'm sure he feels bad enough, but got a bit of a gift in that spot where 10 million was just sort of sent over the table into that stack, and he is on the move up close to 40 million now. He's just been rock solid, like I just haven't seen, you know, anything out of line, but that's sometimes half the battle in this game, right? Patience and solidarity.
When he had the bottom, he never fought. Never.
Oh.
Never fought, like 5 times in a row. Come on. But few of them, he has a good hands. We saw it. I hope you
I absolutely love him.
have ace 10, so. My friend, finally we're gonna make that.
Why is he
we don't need a time chip.
Why did he put a time chip?
Yeah.
He didn't take that much time, did he?
No.
This is so good.
He'll get the time chip back.
10-3.
Question is,
I mean,
is he going to be at risk?
I'm not folding this.
Right, if a man's jamming ace-6
yeah.
before, we're thinking he's going to be jamming some inferior king-X, maybe some queen-X.
I don't think we can fold to Briskin.
Pairs, yeah.
Yeah, I have the hand. Come on. Yeah, I have the hand. Come on.
Is he folding?
No, it's not 7-6 or
16
something like
bigs?
that,
I mean, you're not thrilled, okay, to put 9 million more in here, but it's fun. Wow.
yeah? Come on. No.
Oh, Sebastian's going to feel a bit sick.
On the small blind, come on.
I have the hand,
But that's a hand. That's a hand. Come on the small blind. Yeah, come on. Trust me, I'm involved in the best players, how they play. I know this shit. Yeah, like king, queen, and that kind of stuff. Come on. I know.
Star of the show.
I did notice in the chat some people rooting for the Russian players remaining, and please do tell us in the chat who you are rooting for. But surely the neutrals are working their way round to Team Brishkin.
It's impossible not to root for him. Like, he's just clearly having a great time. The funniest thing is he just keeps trying to converse with Sebastian and get him involved in the banter. And he's just not really having it. He's just sort of like, oh, why are you talking to me again?
Oh, here we go again. These two at it once more.
No, it's like it's the same. It's 14th, like 9 or something like that. That's
double the money. But still, it's quite a big difference, I think.
No, that's the same by the feeling.
The
Come
feeling
on,
is,
like,
but like when you wise is double.
My friend, it depends on your bankroll.
I think 9.
Sorry, yeah. I don't look at it.
I almost feel like we're not needed at this on the DTD live table at least.
Rich been saying there's no difference between 15th and 9th. I can assure you there is quite a big difference between 15th and 9th.
Finally, this shit happens, yeah? You know? Because I bought a lot on 2.5, then it goes to 2, I bought a lot on 2, then it goes to 1.7, I bought a lot there, then it goes up to 1.5, I was like, fuck sick,
talking about crypto?
like fuck sick. And I said like, well, last 100, just like to hit this bottom, yeah, like something like that, because last hits was much better, much bigger, and now 2.2175 when I go to the bed, when I wake up it was like 2.475. Yeah. Habibi, come to Dubai.
Sounds like it's an overnight spike. Life is good.
A great time.
No,
Candles.
Yeah.
I never understood what that meant, by the way. I thought that like perhaps it invested in a
in candles.
Company. Yeah, I don't know. But like, I need a big red candle. I'm like, well, sure. Like, I'm sure that it's possible. You can go to the
I think the Tesco's
local craft
sort of
store, purchase one of them.
Like 2 is really good for me. 2.
BTC stays at 100. It's gonna stay at 2.
Yeah. I mean like that, because right now it's 2.4, so I think it's gonna go down and that kind of stuff. So anyway, I'm not gonna sell. Yeah, so it's like just a feeling of like today is a good feeling. Yeah. Tomorrow it's gonna be like.
I mean, crypto really has turned the poker world upside down, hasn't
Yeah.
it? There's so many people who now can stretch and play much bigger tournaments than they would usually do. I'm not sort of highlighting this 2K event, but there are suddenly so many people with like just money they found effectively on the floor.
Absolutely. It's always the same when it comes up to like the massive summer series and stuff as well. When crypto starts spiking, you're like, yes, there's gonna be lots of more money in the fields. Should just be raise and take here for Savkin. Lupuliak, another who's just quietly been going about his business, but his stack's sort of starting to dwindle.
I was about to say that. I think it's the first time I've actually even seen him in frame.
Yeah, he was up to around about 30, so half of that now. Into that sort of dangerous 25 big blind realm. Probably good for average stack still, though.
Come on, yeah, the one of the best hands that I could have.
I'm going to nail my colours to the mast and say Savkin gets top 3 in this tournament. I'm going to put it out there.
Well, of course, so much runway between here and there. Vanasevich from +1 over on this table with that big stack is going to raise it up. And Pekauskas, ace 10 of clubs in the club. And this is the beautiful thing, isn't it? Having this big stack and raising, because it makes it so hard for Pekauskas to do anything but call us here.
This is really tricky. You could, I could put an argument for 3-bet here, which you don't. Yeah, I think I like this. Sort of, if you get shoved on, it really sucks, don't get me wrong. We don't really want to enter the pot too often with call, right? We don't, all the usual stuff, we don't close the action. And it's hard for Banicevic just to stick it on us here, right? Like, it's not like he always is able to 4-bet jam. You know, in an ideal world, I'd rather have ace 10 off, right? Or king queen off or something to do this. And Banicevic, he does have the type of hand that could, if he thinks his opponent's really out of line, jam, but I wouldn't countenance him doing that. He's going to call out of position, which is maybe my least favorite of all the options. It's going to work out well for the Lithuanian. Ace 9-6, 2 hearts, 1 spade. Typically just going to see small c-bet demps. There could be some universe where we decide to check this one back and maybe induce some bluffs, but 1.5 pots back. Typically just going to see him do his own work. Yeah, very nice. I like that 3-bet though. I think people just sort of play this hand similarly than they would with 300 left, and they just click call and like.
You know,
I feel like if you have to 3-bet fold, it's not the end of the world.
Well, I mean, I posited it. I thought that, you know, kind of we're in an awkward spot here. We just kind of have to
100%.
call, but there you go. You and he finding a second route.
I think that's really nice.
The race just clearing things up.
I have the one teammate here on the table. And I'm chilling on him also for this money, so...
Every final table has a chip leader, and everyone...
I mean, the table's called DTD Live, but I'm renaming it. It's the Brishkin table.
It is the Brishkin table. Can we have 2 of those?
Sponsored by Hendrix.
Can we find out what those drinks are and get 2 to the booth, please?
Talking about the Poker Rope Mystery Bounty. I don't actually recall the name of the lady, but ripping out the 100k bounty.
She was excited. She was shaking, wasn't she? It was a nice moment.
More than first prize.
I'll play devil's advocate then. Is there a chance that this is like a well-constructed act from Briskin and this is his thing? I'm not saying that he's not a jovial, fun character, but like, can he be like, right, I'll make them think I'm a bit of a goof, like I'm not a threat?
Yeah, he's probably playing into it a little bit, but I mean, it's pretty full-on to be doing
non-stop,
that. Like,
isn't it?
That'd be pretty exhausting.
It's quite charming for us, but like maybe if it's relentless for you, it might start to annoy you after a while.
You know, normally these things come in waves, but it seems every time he got the table, he is front and center of the activity.
I haven't heard Sebastian say anything. He's just kind of going about his business, which can often be the way to go. Back to Onyx we go. Kuktarev opening with ace-7-0. Voronin decides for the price. 7-4 suited, passes the test. Flops best on the 10-9-4. Awkward ones these with ace-7. Like you have quote-unquote some showdown when in reality you don't have much, but it's also not really appetizing to start lining up shells into a board like this. Just going to keep it simple, maybe just try and fold out hands that don't have much equity. Don't mind it. 6 of spades on the turn. Now with the decision, one thing we've got working in our favor, Demps, is when we're on the button, we have, you know, some of these, all these kind of 7-8 suited, right? Like we can even have like a 9-6 suited type hand here, so it's not like we don't cover this board well from button. Does this side, like I thought he might decide to go after this with a 7 in hand. Voronin's gonna block. It's more than block actually. I don't know if I like this choice. Like Kuktarev can definitely pot control turn right on a 6. Like he's gonna have some checks with hands like a 9, like maybe even some 10x don't want to go for 3 streets and check turn. It's not like he can never have a hand like a 6 here, right? That's also a consideration. Like, bet 40% here with bottom pair. I don't know. Like you're trying to get called by ace high, right? And your only real brick draw is queen jack, king jack. I think I'm not loving 40%.
Well, let's see how it works out for him. Yeah, it is. Does seem. I think I'm with you on everything you just said, basically, where I'm at. But
that's a relief.
Does it get super curious?
I don't think. I mean, we do beat jack 8s of the world, right? Queen jack, king jack. They're the natural ones that we can beat. King queen.
I think he's gonna call. He looks like he's gonna call.
I would be shocked.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think he's just taking a moment. Maybe thinking, is there any universe where I can take this upstairs? But can't really. Hard to do with ace-7 in hand, no heart.
That's how the chips look here on the Onyx. Really relatively bunched when you think the average is, what, about 20 mil? Right back, pretty much bang on 20 mil with 14 of the 1,402 that remain. So, really bunched as Brishkin is involved. This time opening from under the gun. Interestingly, we saw him open jam not long ago with ace-jack suited.
Yeah.
He does go for the non-all-in. Strobel flatting the button, and now Menhart with the dream scenario, seeing 4 blinds already in the pot, 2 kings from the small. Going to get to jam this in, and getting ahead of ourselves. You know, we think Pushkin obviously not going to be fused with the ace-10, but Strobel's kind of made his bed a little bit here.
I mean, I'll get ahead of myself and say that he still finds a fold. It's close, but it's one of these that Menhart, he doesn't have. What does he have? 8.7 million, so 14.5 bigs.
Yeah, 14.5 back with the small blind already committed. So basically, bang on 15 blinds. We're talking here these ranges against a slightly larger than min open.
I feel like in these spots that you start to remove some of the weaker. Oh, he's gone non-all in. I don't like this. This is my least. Okay, sorry. That's fine.
Everything but a chip, because obviously 2 away from a pay jump would potentially tank. If someone busted out on the other table, something happened, you never know.
Yeah. To get back to the train of thought, I don't think that Menhart will fire the Queen-Jack suiteds and stuff in with just 15 blinds. Like, you don't have as much perceived fold equity as you will like earlier in the tournament. If you know, if he had 30 bigs, for example, he might jettison in some of these kind of suited broadways that Strobel does well against. When you take them out, and I don't know if we're going to fire in like the ace-5, ace-8 suiteds of the world. I don't believe he will with 14 left. So it starts to be a case where you're doing very badly against the value range. But I'm wrong, Demps. Strobel's running it.
Here we go then.
Don't get me wrong, we're very under-repped with kind of ace-jack of hearts. It's like close to top of our bottom flat range.
It's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, Pushkin making the point here, still 14 remain, the pain jump coming at 12, so not much time in wasting and tanking because you're 2 away from that jump unless there's somehow going to be a 3-wheel on another table.
Yeah.
So unlikely. And I think sometimes people overuse their time banks in these spots and do then leave themselves with none when it's like, you know, the 1,000-to-1 shot that there's going to be a double elimination over there. And those time bank chips do have some value, of course, when we refreshed at the FT, but nonetheless. Okay then, Strobel looking for an ace here in this 21 million chip pot over at the DTD live table, and no good on Queen 9-6. Menhart the one that stood up, but 87% for the double here, and he is going to be right back in the mix with average chips should he avoid either the ace of diamonds or the ace of clubs on this river. A big deep breath for him and relief on the end there. There we go. He takes his seat right back in the mix.
Yeah, really nice result for him. Very close one, obviously, for Strobel. It just feels pretty grim to call off half your stack here in a squeezed all-in situation. Doesn't work out for him. Loving life, Menhart. Back to 21 mil.
Oh, then, over at the Onyx.
Okay, Gonza.
We see you. Sneaking one in here on the button off of 40, but into the big stacks behind. But perhaps, you know, he's thinking, hey, is Banicevic perhaps going to play too honest versus me? Therefore, can I get away with a little bit more? But I feel like we want to be up against short stacks doing this, don't we?
This is disrespectful as an open, I think, at this stage of the tournament. But he has a plan.
Oh, hit a 3, but that's not going to be enough for now. Banicevic with the best of that.
Yeah, natural checkbacks are going to include a lot of bottom pairs on these type of boards. This is a very c-bet type board in general. Typically just going to split here between small bet and check. He's sizing up. Okay. Gets the best hand out. What do we know? 7-3 of diamonds. Let's go. But yeah, if you... Maybe that depends who the villains are behind on the big stack. Like if, like you said, if you think you don't face a 3-bet from the small blind very often or a 3-bet from the big, then we get to just kind of definitely widen the opening.
And as we can see here, if you get the 4s to fold on Jack 9-3 for a small bet, then suddenly we want to be playing more pots from the button. So nice adjustment there.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. He did land on kind of 55% or something pot, so whereas if you bet a quarter, the 4s probably stay in. So he's played it absolutely perfectly to get the hand that had him pipped out the door. Well done.
Going to stay at Onyx here with just 2 tables remaining in the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Beautiful setup here on the main stage. for these guys, of course. Final table not too far away. Just 9 players, though, will squeeze onto this table, who will be forced to sit it out. That is the question. Zidokovsky perhaps quite likely off that shallow stack. Kutarev right around the average stack. He's hoping to punch his ticket. Hoping to perhaps accumulate some more chips in the form of this king-queen as he raises her up. And that kind of not ideal seat for him, with Gonza behind covering, Voronin with basically the same stuff. Banashevich, pardon me, with a big stack as well, and even Mr. Perfect behind with well over 20 blinds. So not the best scenario for him, but this scenario developing quite nicely as he does take it 3-way as the opener with the dominating hand. Share cards throughout, but it is a 10-high board that will put Voronin out in front.
Yeah, good start for him. Mr. Perfect with an interesting combo. 2 overs, King of Spades in hand, Jack of Diamonds relevant also. Kuktarev, we spoke about this earlier, you're going to check a lot when you're out of position to a guy sitting close by. Seems like one for Voronin to just go ahead and bet and try and thin the field, and he's gone. That's not 600k, that's 1.6.
No, you're right, 1.6 it is.
I'm on top of it. Yeah. I quite like this 40%. It's quite a wet board. You know, we can expect Mr. Perfect to continue a decent amount, but we'd rather just define where we are. Nicely done. Not much for Kuktarev to do here, really. He has like a king-queen of diamonds. I think he'd continue in the form of call or check raise, but king-queen off, just gotta let that one go.
Another one of these sneaky big pots, though.
Yeah,
they're all super
important.
That table where things are a little bit more evenly bunched. Strobel, of course, just the wrong side of that encounter with ace-jack versus kings. Now finding the far more palatable ace-king in the cutoff, raising it up, and look who's in the blind. He's hoping for one of these crazy jams that he's seen some of.
Okay. Not much to worry about.
I'm not the guy who's gonna like push this shit. Anyway, I'm gonna have out.
I don't know, Mr. Brishkin, I think you might be.
No. Too many people watching this game, yeah. Like,
I think he's doing the flamboyant thing where, you know, in poker where people like dress in like funky stuff and look all zany. They're always the biggest nits.
Yeah.
Always, just like without exception. It's the quiet ones you have to watch out for.
Certainly is. Back over at Onyx. Been perhaps a quiet one here, because I think Vivkauskas has... Oh, okay, so we have had the 3-bet there. I was going to say, I saw we gone 3-way. I assume we hadn't, but I wonder if this has come from...
How can there be 16 million?
Let's have a look here. I'm not sure, to answer your question. Is this a 3-bet from Mr. Perfect in the small, and then Vivkauskas just cold calling, or was this a squeeze from Vivkauskas?
Let's think about this. So Kuktarev has opened a squeeze from Mr. Perfect, and then cold call from Vivkauskas is the only thing that makes sense. Kuktarev is just not going to peel, in my eyes, in position versus a big blind squeeze. Very confusing. In any case, we are 3 ways on the turn. Mr. Perfect decides, all right, there's 16 million in there. I'm going to protect it. And Vivkauskas now just in a horrendous spot with 2 jacks. It's just a mandatory fold, I think. Dempsey. Holding 2 jacks is a disaster. We block the semi-bluffs, got the jack of spades in hand. There's just nothing to be done. And Mr. Perfect picking up a very big pot. I'm going to look at what gets pushed over here, because I'm not sure there can be 16. I don't know if there's a universe where there can be 16 million in there.
There's a lot of chips.
It is a lot of chips, yeah. Is Vivkauskas going to cold call the 3-bet?
I think maybe it was a Vivkauskas squeeze, and you think the King Jack of Hearts?
It would depend on sizing, I guess. But
right.
He'd put like half his stack in if he squeezed, I think, because he only had 10 million back.
13.7, I think.
Okay, so maybe squeeze to like 400, 800k, right? So
3.6, wasn't it? So maybe he made it like 5 mil.
5.5
5.5, and that got us the 18 million chip pot. Sounds about right.
And Mr. Perfect overcalls ace-4 suited, ah?
Wow.
Okay.
Somehow that pot had developed.
Pretty easy open for Mr. Gonza. Okay, it is 3-6. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think maybe time for this hand and maybe one more at this level before we do kick things up to 4-8. And then, of course, the level after that, that magical one where the big blind is 1 million.
$1 million. Interesting that Banicevic decides to fold King Jack there. Certainly could have considered 3-bet. Having Gonza covered. Not unreasonable, though, to get out of the way. Versus +1 allows Mr. Perfect to play his hand perfectly, perhaps, on the button. Ace-6 of clubs, another one that I wouldn't mind to see 3-bet rather than call. From the button, though, can never be the worst idea. We've seen he likes to V-pip, like he wants to just see flops. Saw him peel ace-9 of spades earlier and the like.
8-8-7 flop 1. Well, I guess the theory doesn't really rate to hit either too much. Mr. Perfect maybe in there with a little bit more of it, especially with the player in mind being Mr. Perfect, right? He
sure
might be in there with some 8-9 suited, maybe some 9-10, these kind of hands.
It's typically a spot where I would have expected Gonza to start with check very often, and has a kind of funky hand that could have played well as check raise. These are the ones 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. If the button's over stabbing in position, quite a funky potential to check raise, but he seems to like to do his own betting in terms of c-bets, and nothing Mr. Perfect can do with ace-6 high.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, he gets plenty of hands that have peeled here to fold. We see the ace-6 out the way, plenty of king highs, and maybe even like the queen jack, slightly better queen highs that will have to get out the way. You are watching the Luxon Pay Grand Final. It is the final day. We have just 2 tables remaining, both tables containing just 7 combatants. As blinds are about to go up to 400, 800k, and that little pinch coming more and more on the short stacks, even the medium stacks. I mean, we're getting relatively shallow now, as is always the case in this stage of a tournament with 2 tables left. Average stack right around the 20 million marks. We're talking about a 25 big blind average. This always happens in these big tournaments. I mean, we've got so much money up top, and 50-minute levels. So this is nowhere quick tournament, but players recognizing that they've got to get that little bit more snug. And wow, look at this. Banicevic, was that a peel of a 3-bet?
Nah, this is wrong. Like, I was keeping my eye on the stacks for sure. This is a mistake. It's saying that Banicevic had opened like 3.8 million from hijack, and Kuktarim is not defending 9-10 off, so we can ignore the graphic. I think it's like 1.5, 1.6. I'm almost 100% sure, because there's no universe where Banicevic opens for 4 million here. Yeah, you can see from him dragging in the pot that it's not that size. So just don't worry, everyone at home. We've got our BDI on the chips. You know, I just can't see Banicevic 6xing, and there's not a universe where the big blind defends with 9-10 off. He's just been very, very solid. Been impressed with Banicevic. Just, it's hard to play against this style. Tight, aggressive, winning most pots he plays.
So then back at DTD Live, Sebastian from +1 9-10 suited. Savkin taking the opportunity here with the ace jack off, and Zaya, well, with king queen on the button, but such a scary proposition.
Just have to fold. Just even if you suspect you don't really have enough fold equity.
Is this like a king queen suited? We can YOLO it.
I don't think we can for 11 million. If you have 20 million, absolutely you could. You know, when you get... Savkin would probably just be priced, even with a hand like ace-jack. He would hate it and click call, having already put 5.5 blinds in himself. But yeah, these two, Sebastian and Savkin, are 2 of the technically impressive players in my eyes. Savkin's been one of my picks since yesterday. And this is just really, really awkward for Sebastian. You know, you have a pretty hand that would like to see 3, but there's arguably, in my eyes, softer spots here. Like, you don't really want to peel out of position. You're also dominated by a lot of the 3-bet bluffs pre, which are like the ace-10s of this world, ace-9 suited. And I'm pretty sure Savkin's going to find all of those, so I really like lay down.
Right now it's gonna be the dead hand.
Both of these guys playing strong.
Why you don't smile?
5 seconds. 2 of them.
Okay.
Well, Sidorkowski jamming 5.8. Gonza finding the snap. And how much are you looking? Is that?
Yeah, that looks about right.
Yeah.
Hard to be too critical. 7 bigs. It's very borderline, but we really want to try and pick up the blinds, and we've run into the disaster combo, James.
Yeah, it's the worst hand, of course, you could see here. It's nearly a 10-to-1 dog. 2 cards pre-flop in Hold'em. It's hard to be worse than that. And the King Deuce 4 board, well, that makes it far worse. Only the backdoor straight or running 9s. We'll see Sidorkowski continue here. Oh.
It's always
oh. Come on, pick. Come on, pick. Surely not. Surely not.
Oh, this would be filthy.
No, not to be. GG's Sidorkowski out in 14th, which does, of course, come along with $24,000. And with this elimination as well, puts us on that all-important pay jump. So 13th will get the same prize of 24K, but then we're up to 6K more for 12, a 30K pay up.
Yeah, GG, Leonid. It's another one of the gentlemen who really has impressed us over the last few days, but just sort of dwindled today, couldn't get going.
Look at these stacks here. I mean, Bukowski's sub 20, Katara for what? 12.5. The rest over 30 blinds. Really deep there. I imagine the majority of the action may end up coming from this side of the room. A Strobel jams in Queen Jack O from the small. And Menhart looking to finish off the job.
Wow, this is pretty grim also. This one I like a lot more as a jam, of course. Blind on blind, you're more than happy to rip in Queen Jack. Yeah, get the bad news. Do you have one overcard, a little ray of light at the end of the tunnel. Kind of a cooler of sorts, this one, blind on blind.
Good luck, my friend. At least you were smiling, so it's
974. Well, he is smiling, but there's not a whole lot to smile about here.
As if Briskin still continues the monologue during a guy sweating his tournament life.
Says he feels like a queen, but that's a bad turn card as the Queen of Diamonds no longer an out. You can just say I had the Queen of Spades.
I think he might be drawing dead, you know. I have a feeling that it said it was only the Queen of Diamonds that was alive out.
Right, okay.
It's pretty brutal.
Well, yeah, we may well see him in the main event. And just like that, I said we were dealing with a pay jump, but Strobel out in 13th. Everyone now guaranteed 30K, which is the static payout all the way to the final table.
Okay.
GG, sir. And wow, that's a 1-2 punch. Menhart, isn't it? Finding kings, finding jacks, just the right time, catching a bit of heat. Of course, nothing wrong there, but with the king managing to induce the ace-jack into the pot, this one was just standing downwind and catching an easy one.
It's always just such a beautiful feeling to wake up with a couple of premiums. He himself was very short, right? Getting 14 bigs when you find those kings.
Yeah.
Shows you if you stay patient, things can change quickly. He's got a good shot now at making the FT. Oh, hello. Oh! That was like the Matrix when the bullets are coming towards him.
There we
We've
go.
been talking about the Matrix this week.
Agent Smith is no more. I'm sad.
Oh, he was.
But we've got Brishkin, so I feel like we've had an upgrade. No disrespect to Mr. Smith, of course. He's Mr. Smith now. He's not in the tournament. He was Agent Smith when he's in it, but he's proven himself fallible. So.
Yeah, Isaiah, who we've seen sort of just folding away at the moment, and understandably so. Just no real hands of note. Typical now to see the play slow down. You want to play as few hands as possible, of course, short-handed. The Puliak in the cutoff, ace-3 off. you can convince yourself to open some of these sort of just under 20 bigs. We've got that ace blocker in hand. You'll be thinking about all these things, looking at the lineup of players behind them. How likely is it that they're going to fight back? Not fun here to open into Sebastian with the big stack. Menhart, though, in the small. 9-7 off. Normally going to see limp. He agrees. Onto Sebastian with the 10-6. This is one of those normally just going to check.
Right.
Like the hand's just sort of strong enough in position to C3. Although having said that, we are approaching the final table. The small blind's going to limp fold a lot more often than he would for chips.
This is a case of Menhart had, say, 19 instead of 29. We can exert a lot more pressure, but because he's that bit deeper,
yeah,
like maybe we won't. And wow, what a flop we have here. Menhart with top 2, but Sebastian with a gut short draw. We're going to see a few more into the pot here.
Yeah, let's see. There's a couple of ways for Menhart to approach this. You wouldn't fault check. You wouldn't fault just immediately putting chips into the middle. There's a lot of draws out there that we unblock. Like obviously when we can just immediately try and get action from the 6-8s, 5-6s, 10-6s of the world. Sebastian can't fold this not to half pot. One overcard, and of course that miracle 8 ball could see him win a massive pot when we see Menhart's holding. I think you just call this one, Demps. Like I don't love the idea of bumping this up. He could though. I think he has. Okay.
3.6 declared, and Menhart now the one with a decision, but it's a nice one to have because we're working out how best to seek value. Is it in the form of allowing our opponent to bluff? Do we reactivate on this draw heavy board? We are so deep in an unraised pot.
The thing that's intriguing here is that, let's see if he's, okay, it gives me a minute to talk. Well, he considers his options.
We know this is going to take a moment because he has to consider how to proceed with so many of his holdings here, doesn't he?
I don't expect Sebastian to raise Demps with the really good draws, like the 5-6, 8-10, 6-8s of the world that have, you know, sort of 8 clean outs. So most of the raises are going to come from like a flop 2 pair, right, for value. Maybe like a set of 4s if it didn't raise pre. And then maybe hands like this that are like a gut shot with an overcard, right? They make sense as the sort of bluff raises. So he might decide to re-click. And I think I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've cooled your opponent, right, and they have 7-4 here, you're going to get it all. And you do get to deny against some of the draws. It's a tricky one. Because if you think they don't raise in position with like an open-ender, and it's all gut shot kind of related and stuff, there's not that much then to protect from. Like and blocking the 2 pairs, it's hard to get your opponent to put more money in is what I'm getting at.
It's just one of those, I guess.
Yeah, like you can't fault him for putting more money in. Could just call though and like kind of let him bluff it off.
Well, look at this. Menhart up second in chips over on that table, but all of a sudden we are all in at Onyx, and Katarev at risk, and more than at risk. He's out of the door as Mr. Perfect's King Queen holds up. Katarev picking up 30K.
Yeah, GG's. He came in as one of the chip leaders at the start of today. Just hasn't gone his way, Demps. And Mr. Perfect, he's on the charge. I always think of the wrestler every time. Do you know who the wrestler is? Mr. Perfect?
I mean, wasn't really my thing. Sorry, mate.
Jay didn't know either. I'm gutted. I can't do some pop culture references with the boys.
I mean, are we calling that culture?
Oh, Briskin, hang on. Sorry.
I realize I'm going to anger like so much of the community here, but yeah. Oh, hello, yeah. Briskin, Queen, 7 of hearts. Let's go. He says, let's run it for 12.
Can't say I'm loving it. I'm loving the guy though, so I hope it gets through. Yeah, this is too wide for me. But he's going to get it through the small blind. Isaiah, very clever here. He's just trying to take as much time as possible and play as few hands as he can. Oh. He's going to get called.
Yeah.
I don't think Lupuliak folds this for 11.5. You don't love it, but you're on one of the short stacks yourself. Yeah.
Does make the call. And as you say, Brishkin is at risk with 11 players left. He'll be not too upset to see the situation, of course, when called holding Queen 7, finding that he has over 40% equity. Boliak, you know, can't really afford to lose this one. Would be so short himself, although not at risk.
So, my friend. Yes. But by the meta cut off. Cooler.
Is he checking? Is this approved?
He is.
Am I okay with this Queen 7 from the cutoff?
It's gonna be the tips in the tournament, yeah?
King 10-3. 1 high. Okay. Apuliat reporting it to the interested rail.
Сейчас вставать надо будет, блядь, походу по черному.
10 of hearts. Never easy. Brishkin finding another way to survive.
No, it should come. You get the tips, you know. You know what to open.
Brishkin says it should come.
Yes, come on! Let's go! Go. I need more chips.
Thank you.
I need more chips. What, блядь? What? That's a bright.
I'm always giving him time if he wants to do a monologue. Deary me, Lapuliak, you got a feel for the young man. That one hurt.
Last draw on the turn.
And then you've got a man celebrating.
Let's go.
That's painful.
You know how many times I've seen these all-ins last night and today where like the backdoor hearts have come in. It was crazy. Crazy last night watching it happen.
Oh dear.
And it's happened again here. As Gonza starts this hand with 40 blinds over at the Onyx. Ace Queen of Diamonds going to be good for a raise.
Very strong hand from cut off into Mr. Perfect. Okay, deuces. You would imagine just lands on call. Too deep to shove. You never know.
7.
I mean, I don't like it.
Right, but all of a sudden this now becomes.
Oh, 38. 38.
Yeah, near matching stacks. How does Gonza wish to proceed this? I mean, it feels like if we 4-bet here, we're kind of like over just playing our hands so much, aren't we? And the hand plays nicely. I think you and I land in the same spot.
The thing that's interesting is that it depends how you perceive like Mr. Perfect. So against, you know, if you're against like an Adrian Mateos of the world here, people like that, they're going to find all the kind of king 4 off and ace 6 offs and all these type of hand demps that we do very well against just peeling in position. I would still peel in position here. It's one of those where I think our hand is just so good. We have position. There's not really many flops that we're going to have to fold. Our opponent can keep bluffing and make a mistake on like ace high boards. I like call. Gonza agrees. Oh wow. Oh wow.
We gone duck hunting. He's found one. This is incredible as well because so much of the hands that continue on are Broadway combinations, you would imagine.
6.
You would hope that he finds small enough here. This is really nice. 40% seems very reasonable.
6 million bet, and again, like Gonza, not enjoying things, but surely going nowhere for now.
We can't fold for 1 bet.
Little does he know how thin he is drawing. And a monstrous pot taking place here at the Onyx. 27 million chips in there with 2 cards to come. And these players playing, what, 18.4 effective behind. Club on the turn. Will this cause alarm for Mr. Perfect?
I feel like from the way we've seen him, he's just going to shove this hand. And it's hard to be hypercritical, I guess, if he does.
He does.
I thought he would just jam. The problem with this now is you get called by flushes and you get called by like king, queen suited, and that's it. Like ace kings put it in pre, pocket tens have likely sent it in pre. Sorry, we would lose to pocket tens, excuse me. It's one of these where it's really hard to get called by a worse hand, I think. But there's so much money in there too that it's hard to be hypercritical of this.
I mean, you're jamming 18 into 27. It's not bad to equity deny at this stage of a tournament.
Agree.
You don't want a lone club hand sticking around here and...
Yeah, you're just kind of hoping that Gonza has 2 red aces that have trapped free, and that's the kind of dream spot. Here he comes, though.
Look at that. 63 big blinds.
What a non-standard hand choice, by the way, to 3-bet free as well. He's a tricky customer. I'd find it really hard to range him. Battle of the Ace Queens then over at DTD Live.
He's king 6 the board. Both players will be looking to get chips in here, but not too many.
Sure.
We've got 1 pair.
It's going to be intriguing to see what happens on a blank here. I mean, normally this just goes bet call. Sebastian, you know, is going to seek value on, you know, like low blanks that aren't a club. And like Savkin is super high up in his range here for a hand that has called in position. The river could be the most interesting street here.
Well, Jack, not a card either. Is too keen to see. Of course, you always hope your opponent's got 1 pip lower when you're playing a pot with them.
Yeah, that muddies the water somewhat. Sebastian now kind of need to proceed with caution here, covered. We do still have a very strong hand, though. You don't expect Savkin to ever have aces, kings, ace, king. So that's always positive going for us. And we do block the kind of queen 10 suited, 1 combo of them, which would be the nuts. Savkin now with the decision. Do we want to put money in ourselves here? Probably. With ace queen, you know, like attempt to maybe check our ace 9 suited, right? Ace 8 suited, and it's an interesting one though, because you could just pot control here. It's not like Sebastian doesn't have strong hands. He's still going to have a lot of them. Yeah, looks like he's going to go for the old set the price, maybe value bet on some rivers, but not too many. It's intriguing here with our best kind of 1 pair.
Yeah, I always find these hands so interesting in this stage of a tournament.
Yeah,
obviously earlier on we can kind of go quite big for value, but in this stage, how often are we going for value? And well, bad river for both to see, of course. You're hoping you're up against an inferior ace. Now we'll be chopping as it is. They always were, of course.
Yeah, really quite an interesting river. If Savkin just gives his opponent a pair of aces on the turn and just 1 pair of 8. What happened here? Okay, checked. Thought you announced something else.
Were you thinking, does Savkin ever go for the...
out a chop?
Right.
You could get value from King Jack specifically, but that seems optimistic, so just decides. I think like Sebastian can still have some really strong hands, and we just don't really want to blast into a range that has some trouble attached.
That is what awaits the final 9. Of course, 2 eliminations away before setting this situation up. 11th and 10th guaranteeing 30k. Vishkin improbably still here. His queen 7 of hearts getting that flush on the river. So close to jettisoning him and being on the FT bubble.
Yeah, selfishly for us, we're kind of loving that he got there.
Of course we are.
I feel bad for Lupa Lucia having big blind. That was a critical one for him. But for us in the booth, we want to keep risking around a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I hope all of you watching with us along on YouTube feel the same. And remember, if you are watching, please do jump in the chat. Have one eye on the GG Poker YouTube chats. Please do post away. I see plenty of comments coming through, and I expect lots more as we play this one down to a champion tonight. And here's your chip leader, Mr. Perfect.
50 milli. This one quite close. If you perceive Mr. Perfect to start getting after it, which he should do. You don't love ace 8 off, and he does decide to bin it, whereas this one is never getting binned.
Yeah, Gonza with the king, queen of spades in the small.
Feels like just a fist pump to me.
6 million.
You could Okay. He's going for 3-bet non-all-in.
Is this, he's seen Mr. Perfect involved in a lot of skirmishes and is willing to take the risk of allowing him in here, perhaps with some dominated hands that
yes,
a lot of players might fold this size, but he thinks this player in particular might.
I think as long as we're prepared to call off here, facing 4-bet shove, then this seems fine. If Mr. Perfect will never fold like the King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited of this world, then kind of like it actually.
6 million.
Yeah. I mean, he's calling with Jack 10 suited, so I think we can feel pretty certain that he would call with the dominated suited as well.
Yeah, and then of course there's inherent risks.
Right.
That if he's calling with 8-9 suited and stuff, then it can start getting kind of a little bit scary.
Well, let's see how he navigates this one. Ace 8-4, one that you would imagine favors Gonza. But he's got to be scared. I mean, we've seen
You're
Mr.
absolutely hating it with this exact combo.
Right, well, we've seen Mr. Pub in there with like the Ace 4 suited calling 3 bets, but you're going to go small and pray. Yeah. And as it is, I mean, he's up against the kind of hand that just can't continue. But it is a big gulp as you bet this 3.5 million, because if he calls, you're left with just 9. This is almost like a triple up when you bet here and get him to fold.
Huge. You're like, why didn't I jam? Why didn't I just jam 3? I'm such an idiot. Oh, I'm the best in the world.
Yeah.
It's okay, folded.
Back up.
We got 5 million more.
So 26 mil.
I quite like Mr. Perp. He just is, the whole thing's just kind of cracking me up. Number one, the name, and just like he's just getting after it. Like that deuces 3-bet. He strikes me as a guy who's just not going to be folding anything. He's just going to play to win the title, and that's fun for us.
Finally is.
Like there's always wild cards in this venue.
There's one.
There is one.
Rishkin looking around. Action not yet on him. It is Menhart popping up from the button to 1.6 minutes. Sebastian looking like he is going to come out with a 3-bet. And
this is nice.
Oh!
Oh!
Focus on me. Focus on me. Focus on me, please. Focus on me. It's a race, re-race, a win. So it's focus, yeah?
How sick.
And they have a really good hand. Everyone knows that, yeah? Okay, let's go. No,
is he allowed to be like spewing away like this when Manhart's still in the pot, by the way? I'm just saying, like, I'm loving it, but still.
My friend, please no aces, please. Please. Please, I'm gonna kill myself if you have aces.
10 seconds.
Yeah, that's why you didn't snap, so it's okay. My friend, then I'm ahead.
I would be so steamed that I've just
put
5 million in with ace-9.
I'm pretty good. I'm gonna show you anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm not greedy, yeah.
14 million more to call, not one we can continue with ace-9.
But if it was the
Just
situation
double-checking
with aces, I'm fucking like, I'm disappointed.
19.
If you pass? My friend. Да, мужчин, блядь, ты что, с ума сошел, блядь, нахуй? Я на рейсере рейса вылез, ставлю за мужчин,
Oh my god, this guy's a legend.
Yeah, but that was good. Come on. I don't want to have the snap.
He would be under my skin. A little bit. Like I've just put 5 million. It's a 3-bet bluff, and I'm like, this is a good spot for me. The button's gonna fold, and then he just piles it in your eye and stands over you. You know, I know it's all in good fun. You're getting tilted.
Yeah, I mean, you know, timing was off. It wasn't like he was up to no good. He ran into one. He seems to be playing for the most part fairly honest.
He is playing honest.
It's hard when you're, exactly what you're saying, when you're the guy giving the character, giving all that, you kind of do have to play that a little bit tighter, because everyone instantly assumes you're far more likely to be up to no good. Over at Onyx, we have, well, some honest play thus far with the King Jack up against the 8-9 on this board, but Voronin gonna bet again.
Yeah, nice recognition of where he is. You would normally see turn check here and decide. But you do get to deny against hands like this, sort of pair and gut shots of the world. You can get value from some flush draws, some worse Jack X and 8X. Pretty nice. I don't think we can fold though, Damps. Okay, he's gonna. Against 40%. yes, there's not that many clean rivers, even if we're to improve.
Yeah, I guess he wants to be...
Seems kind of reasonable, actually.
Yeah, ahead a reasonable amount of time to call in there, of course. Fall behind and catch, but I expect for Voronin firing that second shell.
I need to remember now, just don't call any action when Briskin is all in, because he's going to call it for me, and everyone wants to listen to him and not me. Understandably so.
Well, here he is opening up, and Savkin behind. This is probably what Savkin's been waiting for, right? I've downwinded this guy. He's got some chips now. Let me get in there and make some hands.
Really?
Yeah, I could see him going either way here.
You have decent hands?
People typically just call, we have position. I could see 3-bet actually being completely fine also. You really do leverage pressure. The fact that we cover him makes calling a bit more appetizing, I think. You know, if you have about the same stack as Briskin here, I think that flatting can often be a mistake. When you're against the king-jack offs, king-queen offs of the world, it's a bit of a disaster on the FT bubble.
You have the time buns, it's okay.
Volleyball sitting there with just a nub.
So tilted.
After getting his ace-9 run down by the queen-7.
The button, not with cheeky hand.
Deuce, deuce, 5 board.
Go 1.4.
Still with the best of it, coming out 1.4.
Yeah, and it's just such a horrible combo to try and continue. Queen Jack of clubs would be in there. Queen Jack of hearts, absolutely not.
Honesty on display.
Ты когда там ты колешь, да? То есть они ничего не делали, их снэп просто. Просто снэп call.
Up to 30 million chips.
I show ace queen. Ace queen. It's a snap call. Everybody. Yes, yes. No. My friend. No.
Over at Onyx. A little bit quieter as Bukowskis jams in his 6.7 remaining.
How much?
Ace-8 just hoping for folds behind. You don't want to hear that word. The old how much.
Yeah, and Voronin with what looks like a fairly slam dunk call. I don't think we're folding this, Damps.
Just looking behind at the man he has in the big blinds.
I think
he's genuinely concerned. And is he going to fold this?
No.
Oh, what a fold!
There's no way he got away from this. Wow. Oh my days.
And he's going to be thrilled to see he has folded with the snap call coming behind of Banicevic with ace-queen. And Vikauskas, not much could be done here, unfortunately. He got himself to a position where an open jam here with ace-8 was mandatory, and now it is his neck on the block with 11 players remaining. Banicevic fading an A and a 7-4-4 board.
Seven.
Would you win with the ace-8? Yeah, kind of, okay.
5 or 6 to make it interesting.
Mr. Perfect suddenly pops up out of nowhere.
I'm not greedy.
Get him in the booth.
A 5 or 6 is a 3. So you compare that. You compare the 7 for a chop, or does he have a date with an 8? No, not to be for Vikauskas, a man who I found really impressive over the last 2 days. Didn't get much going since I came into the booth today, and will bow out in 11th place for $30,000. And that leaves us pick on the direct FT bubble. These bust outs, I always think, you get like 11th. Sure, you would 15 blinds. Fantastic. You snap that off when you pick reg. Yeah. You're so close to those big ladders.
Yeah, it's so tilted to bust in that position. Good game. How did Voronin fold ace-10 there, by the way? Has he got the magic eye or what? That's wild.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like he got a read on Banicevic, because Banicevic hadn't looked at his hand yet.
Pretty wild.
You know, sometimes you get the perception where the person next to you suddenly pops up out of their seat, and you're like, oh, hang on, but that hadn't happened. Okay, what's going on here? Savkin raising it up. Isaiah. He's king on the button, playing 11 blinds. Here we go. This is what we're dreaming for.
Yeah, he's been incredibly patient.
Yes, yes, of course. Because
you know, this is a great spot in that if we just get this through and get to 13 mil, like you've got the short stack on your direct left, and if we can just sort of stay above this 15 big blind mark and get to 9-handed play, it's going to be much more easy to sort of navigate it. So this is a dream of a spot for the Italian. You know, you don't even mind if you just get folds here. Like you cannot. You'd be happy, I think, just to take down the pot pre. Do we play hand for hand mode Demps? Maybe not if he's tanking, because this wouldn't make much sense.
Right. I guess he's up to something. I'm not quite sure what.
Sure.
Maybe, I don't know if the blinds are about to go up, and maybe he's trying to position it so they go up on his button.
Ah, okay, that would be something to think about.
I think we're still a little bit further away from that, so I don't think so. But
if I'm not on the big blind,
there's no harm in taking time.
Right, I mean, you still want to play fewer hands on the other table. If they're not going half a hand, it might be the thing.
Definitely.
I think we're going to be losing a player as well, because obviously there's only 4 over there on the Onyx, so we're losing the next big blind, which would be, is that Sebastian we're losing then? Would he be getting sent over to this table? Let's see, Panacevic with 2 5s in the small blind. Let's see who got moved over here. That look like Sebastian to the left of Mr. Perfect taking that vacant seat.
Only admire the forearm for a split second.
Did you admire the forearm though? Was it something that got you? Look at it. It's so majestic.
We're at that stage of the tournament. It's a disaster. Right, Panacevic limps, decides to stab here for value. Makes some sense. Mr. Perfect with the disguised ace high. We got to call one. Panacevic doesn't like this card. Really tricky now once we have decided to stab. It's like we basically beat nothing except some queen high and ace high combos. Man, this guy. 4 mil.
4 into 4.4. Have some of that, Mr. Panacevic. What are you going to do now? Yeah, like...
I don't actually mind it. I mean, I'd prefer to have a heart in hand if we're going to do this. And I don't know if we need to bet as big as this, like, because you're kind of now... You're trying to get a king to fold, right, when you're betting this size. You can get 10 out of there, I guess, to turn 10. And to be fair, you put a king in a horrendous spot. In a limp pot, right? If Panacevic has king 7 and you've called
deal one more or it's break?
The flop bet and then just
Break
bombed
or...
pot, when you have all the 3x and all the flushes, you'd be hating life.
After your big blind.
This guy's got some moves.
Super.
Давайте перерыв сделаем.
You were right, Demps.
Yeah.
That is the forearm of Sebastian.
Is he happy or unhappy to be moved? Is his eardrum perhaps getting a brief rest?
I think he won't mind.
Obviously, I mean, theoretically, won't be long till we're on a far table. The blinds have, there you go, the blinds have gone up to 500,000, 1 million. What a little shark he was, just trying to get the levels to blind up
nice,
on his button over at DTD Live.
I'm fast becoming a fan of Mr. Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
He's kind of chipped down a little, Sebastian. Not really through any fault of his own. He took that nice 3-bet bluff spot with ace-9 and ran into the queens behind.
It's just how these tournaments go, right? That was a 4-8. He was a little over 30 million, lost that pot. Then the blinds go up. Suddenly you're playing 25 bigs.
No, it's crazy.
Happens quick. You go from 40 to, to 25 in the space of 5 minutes without doing anything wrong. Comes up. Going to defend with queen 7. And these two take to the flop once again.
Yeah, this makes sense versus the button open of the big stack.
Ooh, 7 in the window and a couple more hearts behind. And he's up against a man who has shown that he likes to bet big. And this is a hand that likes to play big pots. But this time, Mr. Perfect checking back in a pretty ugly looking card for Gonza.
It is. No real reason to bet for me. I would like to see check. Yeah, I don't know about this. Like, you're essentially... Okay, you can get value from this and like a king-queen, I guess. King-10. I don't mind just checking and like allowing some bluffs, a bit of pot control for when our opponent does have ace-jack, right, and his turn to jack. Like, if you bet here and get raised, it's a bit of a disaster.
Oh.
But never mind, just bet and river a 7.
And how nice is this? Because we don't expect a 7 to bet here, do we, too often?
No.
So now having this on a board where the clubs have missed, the hearts have missed, our opponent can easily have turned a jack. Does he just go really big here with 9.5 million in there?
It's interesting in that there are some missed draws, obviously, which are the king 10s and king queens of the world. Do they bet flop? You have to start sort of imagining, is that the case?
And he has gone big, gone for the pot size wager.
Yeah, like you could go for check shove here too, right? Like if you think that a hand like a king 10 is now going to have to bluff river when we check. A king queen might just try and show down. It beats like 5-6 and 6-8, I guess. So maybe it is better, Damps, just to bet yourself. Mr. Perfect. Do you want to put the cape on? No, you don't. These guys are playing so fast that it's hard to even have time to analyze. I'm just thinking what I like best there. It's sort of...
I think I land on just the big bet.
Yeah, seems okay. Absolutely.
Oh.
Friendly talking, friendly chatting.
Oh.
That's a hand for hand
Puliak.
right now. That's a hand for hand right now. We don't have hand for hand?
Yeah, I mean, you're not unhappy to
because
find
we
this
have time
for 5
next
blinds.
It's race 4.8.
Yep, coming in for 5 blinds effectively, all leaving that 1 chip back. I mean, just going for the full-on tank, but I think Brishkin's saying like it's hand for hand now. I'm not sure. We haven't actually had confirmation if it is or isn't. I mean, it should be, but...
Only because it's this by the meta. Let's go.
Oh, Savkin surely going to take this on with King Queen.
Yeah. Just considering who the stack is behind.
It's Isaiah with, what, like 15 blinds?
Okay, all in then.
Yeah. That's what he's gone with.
Friend, I'm gonna cheer on my buddy, yeah? It's okay. It's okay?
I wondered if that was a spot where Savkin ever calls and checks this down with Lupuliak, knowing that continuing this situation, and also, you know, as Sharkley is just having the button, you know, not going to pay any blinds for a couple more hands, maybe keeping him in, you pretty much get to win the next hand, because everyone wants to fold and get rid of Lupuliak, who will be in the big blind.
That does make some sense.
Maybe something we see more often on final tables than with 2 tables left.
I think so.
So then, Lupuliak, he's at risk.
Got it in good.
Or will be at risk in a moment.
What? Ah, that bet that you know my...
No meta, so you should know it's bad etiquette.
No!
A7?
Oh, yeah, understandable.
Yeah, he's had enough of the kind of Briskin show. And
it's one of those things. If you're chipping up and Brishkin's all like, you think, oh, this is great. When things have gone awry, you know, it can be a bit much. And
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think Briskin is like sweating for Savkin. Like that's kind of poor form, right? When
yeah, I couldn't hear what was said, but yeah, sure. You know, it's likely Brishkin's going to be getting a bit overexcited the way he's been. A Jack 9-5 board.
He has backdoor flush as well.
Savkin
Last time
needs to fill in the middle there or find a pen card.
He will spread the information about the hand. Now it's time to give the tips.
6.
Puliak.
No!
He holds the turn.
One time, dealer! No
To
card!
fade 9 live cards.
Do the cards!
And that's what he's gonna do.
Let's fucking go!
Back up to 12 million, and again, we hate to use the word justice, but it would have felt wrong for him to bust out. Gets to hang around a little bit longer.
No, I
agree completely. Can't begrudge it for the young man. Big smiles. Back to 12 million.
You are big favorite. No, what you had? What you had?
I was going to lose. Yeah, straight.
Anyway.
Yes. I did miss it.
He was missing the picture.
Obviously, Isaiah, as one of the short stack, one of the most hurt by that development, because he is so keen to get to that final table on a short stack, potentially get ladders. Well, as we continue with 5 and 5, we find Sebastian on the button at his new table, raising up this ace-10 of spades. And Voronin defending 9-7 of hearts, and wow, what a flop for Voronin. Sebastian, well, pretty murky one here. Pick suggesting a check back. I see him tapping our desk here.
Yeah, these are the... It's pretty ugly. I mean, you can just see bet, obviously, from the button. It's not unreasonable. I like check with this combo and just try and, like there's still turns we can bluff, or we can just hit that, right? And if you get, you know, the chance to see a king or a jack or an ace on the turn, we're going to be able to activate and maybe fold out some 8x and 6x. We're like, slam dunk bet now. Voronin's going to have an interesting decision here.
That's 2.6.
The problem is, you know, if you ever want to check raise, it's like Sebastian can have like ace-6 and ace-8 here, right? Which is somewhat problematic, which you're never getting rid of them. Like, we could go on the attack against the perceived one pair ace-x with a potential raise.
Like this, but with so many draws out there.
So much equity, just going to take it.
8-pairing river. And obviously counterfeiting the kicker of Sebastian. I wonder if you just... Well, I wonder if Voronin's going to allow him to act on this. Is this one where he feels compelled? I mean, we've got 9 high, but at the same time, what are we really repping?
Nah, this is pretty grim. I'm not a fan of this. I can understand he's maybe just trying to fold out like a king high that gave up and then bluff turn. There's no universe where he folds.
No.
Like, we're basically repping like 8x of clubs.
Right.
Or an ace that decides now it's going to lead, and like an ace typically just checks, right? Like, you just allow the button to bluff.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's just going to flick in a call here. I don't imagine we do anything else.
Yeah, I think, you know, not a fan of the bet, but the size may be quite nice in that we are just targeting those unpaired hands.
I can see that. I can see that.
And there we go.
First kind of misstep from Voronin, just a bit of a clunky one.
And Sebastian with a lovely pickup on a board that once the flop came out was very unlikely he was to win the hand.
I'd almost rather just check raise turn if we're gonna like funky stuff.
As we hear commotion over at the DTD table. Brishkin's excited once more. I mean, maybe a drink has been delivered. Azaya, all in with, pardon me, not all in. Oh, he is all in. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
He rifles the 6-3 suited, takes the bottom end.
These two have got the same stack. Oh, I think Lapuliak just told him, hey, look, I'm going to be calling you.
He's told him I'm going to call.
Yeah. Ah, you have the time, sorry. Your friend didn't have it, yeah?
5 seconds.
Yeah, so Azaya hating life, knowing he's about to get called. Lapuliak trying to waste as much time as possible, and Azaya is the one at risk, but effectively they both are. Lapuliak with just 100k chip behind. And what a spin up this would be from shortest stack a moment ago. A chance to get to the final table.
In the mix.
Well, he wants to know who he's rooting for, right? Look at him, he's studying the countdown of the stacks.
So final take. Ah, split the pot. It should be split the pot.
Oh, what a character.
No. You had enough luck.
Not Azaya, man who got second in the 1K Open at the very first MPP.
Where are your friends? But I have many friends. Nobody cheating when I played them with Queen 7. It was so silent. You saw it was silent. Even the flush comes, only I celebrate.
I feel I'm big favorite.
Well, Brishkin going to be playing a supporting role in this one because it's Azaya and Lapuliak. And wow, an ace queen 7 flop.
Oh, he's going for the pre-celebration dams.
He's too young.
They're all backdoors, but it's nice to see the emotions.
It is. He's very easy to root for, this young man.
Never. Because now it's going to be at least diamond. Look. Sure.
Yes. As it is, it runs out clean. Improves to aces full. And yeah, I just love seeing some emotion.
Same
Of
here.
course, it's cool and I like that he's quickly switched round and given the fist bump. But the young man,
the friends now. His friends with Riskin now. He's got 22 mil. Good for him. Unlucky Isaiah.
Yeah. 10th, good for 30 again. As I say, a man who has a litany of results here, so no doubt we will see him back. Maybe a deep run in the main event on the horizon for him, but he is the last one looking in at the final table. What a spin up this young man has had.
Sweated it. You're okay, buddy. No need to sweat now. You've made the final.
Yeah. And there we have it. That's how things ended on our two feature tables. We are going to merge them shortly. It is the DTD live table headlined by Ivan Brishkin with just 34 million, 34 big. Savkin, he brings 31 to the final. Menhart with 29. But look at that. Lapuliak with 22.5 million in chips. Was almost out a moment ago with just, what, 4.5 million chips when he shoved it in. Nice to see him make it. And yeah, an easy one to root for, just given the way he's carrying himself at this table. Over at the Onyx, things a little bit deeper, but overall the field so very bunch with Mr. Perfect.
It really is.
Leading the way with 45 million. Vanasevich, he's in the mix here with 35. Sebastian, the same stack effectively after a nice little pickup there against Konstantin Voronin. Who, well, I mean, Sebastian was destined to lose that hand once the flop came out, but the turn found the ace, the river found the brick, and he brings a healthy stack with him. We are going to go on a short break, around 25 to 30 minutes, guys, so please do set alarm, grab yourself a drink, grab a snack, and join us for the final table.
All in.
3 all in.
Just got to dodge a king. Come
Yeah.
Bun.
M-a întâmplat.
Esențială.
1.200.000. 1 million. Yeah. Wow. A inspirat am fost.
E și Cristi amândoi cu mâini meserie.
Unlucky, mate.
Lucky lady.
Yeah, let's put them to the, yeah. Sometimes, you know.
And small blind to hit the button.
Yeah, but if I bluff, probably I push all in.
Yeah.
Ace high. That's why I put full.
Mamă, ce aer am luat acum.
Should be 30. Should be 30. Time bank card is 30 seconds.
Count this.
Am foldat valet. Valet. Ce vrei să fac? Că jocul cel mai mare stai de la masă. Nu pot să dau col la Oli.
Depinde ce vrei de la turneuri. Adică e bună palez de aici, chiar dacă...
Da. Ăsta a avut numai aș, numai pur. A băgat o linie. Îți dai seama. Lasă că nu e. Eu am făcut race, mă, mâncați-ți, am făcut 500 și mă bag o linie.
Jack. 4 or 6.
Dracu.
Cu race am părut că ai dat doar 5. Da.
Mă bag o linie, cel mai mare.
Good job. Thank you, mate. Saved by the bell. You really broke the pause. So she just conquered falls. That not influence your decision.
Adică a completat culoarea și m-am gândit că da pot la...
Can I get a water? Water, glass bottle, cold. Thanks.
Așa, da, pot să dau.
Valet 10, deci dacă nu-ți băgam o linie, eram out. Aveam...
Bine că doar putea ceva.
Da.
Bine că n-ai și tu un as cu 10 sau ceva. I-a scăpat mâna. Deci ai înțeles mâna aia, nu?
There's no point counting that.
Da, Valentin, da, am înțeles, am înțeles.
Ăla, Olin.
Da.
Vorbesc Olin.
Ce-au spus asta aici?
Are fize cu minim.
E minim ați pe acolo.
Minim.
Minim, că de care nu-i bagă.
După forbec.
King's defeated again. King's no good today.
Fold.
Pay Grand Final table about to get underway here at the Merit Royal Diamond. And what a treat we have in store for all of you today. These file 9 have not been disappointing us.
Even higher. The Luxon Prey Grand Final, we down to Final 9. It started with 1,452 entries, and the guarantee of 2 million smashed pretty quickly. It's still 1.25 million for these 9 remaining ones to share, including staggering 375,000 for the victory. It's perfect time to meet them all. Seat 1, sitting comfortably with an average of 32.2 million, representing Ukraine, Timothy Savkin. Sitting in this second seat, with more than average 36.2 million, from Montenegro, Vlado Basniewicz.
Vancevic coming in here, second in chips for this FT. Great shot at the title.
Such a rare occasion. We have the chip leader with almost 45 million in front of him. He's representing Kuwait. It's time to meet Nasser Al-Mujabil.
As Mubuta says, not often you have a Kuwaiti leading the way. It is the man known in this room as Mr. Perfect coming in with the chip leader position on the man.
Every final table has a chip leader, and everyone, they have the short stack. So 22.5 in front of him from Romania, Alexandru Lupulec.
Lupulec may be coming in the shortest, but he's in a far better situation than he was when we had 2 tables remaining. He was way adrift the rest, but a double up and then elimination Isaiah on the FT bubble.
Sitting in the middle with 34.4 million from Russia, it's Ivan Briskin.
Briskin has been entertaining all who are watching this stream. It appears the man may have consumed as many gin and tonics as he has big blinds coming to this FT. He's 4th in chips as play gets underway.
Another shorty in seat 6 from Spain with 26.6 in front of him is Alvaro Gonza.
Alvaro Gonza been mixing it up at the final 2 tables. Did have a big stack. Hasn't really done too much wrong. The cards kind of working against him, but here with a shot at the title nonetheless.
Sitting 7. Maybe this number will be lucky with the guy with the 30 million, and it's Konstantin Voronin.
Konstantin Voronin bagged up the chip lead on day 1A and probably still here in the mix at the Luxon Pay Grand Final table.
In the 8th position of this final table, the 35.2 million, another Romanian here, it's Stefan Sebastian Ionita.
Sebastian really put through his paces on that final 2 table run-in, clashing, pardon me, often with Briskin, but mostly in the streets of speech. Good seat draw here for him today.
And last but not least, just a couple blinds shy of an average with 29 million from Germany, it's Julian Merhardt.
Menhart, just like the Puliak, was very short, had a fantastic spin up before the FT. A 1-2 punch to eliminate
Dear players, I wish you all the best, and dealer, please, shuffle up and deal.
Let's go.
We get time banks, yeah?
We get the time
Forward
banks.
to this one at Demps. And just first thing to know, not been here for 2.5 hours now, but the stack distribution at this final table is pretty insane. We've got 22 bigs at the bottom, 45 at the top, so a double for Lepelec, and suddenly he's chip leader. It's such a cagey affair, and like maybe strategy coming into this one, just maybe not get involved too much. Let the collision effect take course. Ladder, tens of thousands of pounds.
Yeah, it's insane because it is, you know, so deep in effect that the shortest stack is 23 binds. But as you say, no one running away with it. It's always interesting in these spots. You see a lot of people come with the mindset you just mentioned, which is obviously the theoretically correct one. Let's lay out, clashes will happen. But as we know, everywhere around the world, but especially in this room, there'll be some outliers who go, right, I'm going for this. I'm setting up my stall. And I wonder, who in that list is most likely to do that? I actually feel in my mind, the one most likely to do it is the one atop the counts, Mr. Perfect. He's shown a willingness to really get in the mix. But yeah, going to be a fascinating, intriguing first couple of hours or so at this final table, because as we well know, the one thing about dynamic a table is it always changes, right?
Of course. Interesting to see how it plays out. But as you say, Demps, if someone could potentially take initiative and maybe widen up more than they're supposed to, put a bit of leeway between them and the pack, could give themselves a really good shot of winning this. But then you've got the flip side, play tight, potentially lad up a decent amount of buy-ins, let the collision effect take course. Looking forward to this one.
Well, as play gets underway, just a quick reminder, $37,500 is what has been locked up by the final 9, but all eyes on that 375k top prize. We will see someone step up. Well, here we go, straight away. Kind of not the spot you really want to have, is it? Like, we like our hand, but we're under the gun opening first hand on a 9-handed table in a bunched field.
Yeah, still got to open as Sebastian. Call me crazy, but like 8s would be pretty close with this distribution at this final table. Like 8s might even fold in theory, but 9's just going to be too good not to.
I mean, let's look at it. I mean, 37k for 9th. If you just laddered up to, say, 5th, you gain 95k. It's perfectly reasonable that you basically don't play many hands to find yourself 5-handed the way this one's set up.
Yeah, and over here to Benacevic, and the man who sits second on the Montenegro all-time money list. In with the call here with the 6s, but once again, another one. These small pocket pairs reducing in value at final tables, especially when the ICM's extreme as it is at this distribution.
Brishkin with a pair of his own on the button. Lovely proposition for him.
And even like 7s here, Demps probably theoretically fold, but Briskin doesn't strike me as one to dish these into the muck on the button. Seems like the type that will go on the hunt for a set.
Well, hang on a second. He's counting out more than a call here. Looks like he's going to squeeze it up. Wow, okay. Stalls set out somewhat here because...
Yeah, straight away going for the squeeze here, and not the most optimal hand to choose. FTs want something with a bit of removal, an ace, a king queen, continues blocking some 4-bets, but the 7s here just bumps it up, and now Sebastian going to be in a real grim spot with 9s. I don't even think it's grim, Demps. I just think it's going to be a fold here.
It seems to me to just be a fold. Now, these two, of course, did have a few clashes, 2 tables out, but for the most part, Brishkin showed his man hands every time he 3-bet him. So, I mean, if I was sitting at the table and I've seen every hand they play with 2 tables left, I would not expect Brishkin to be 3-betting 7s here. Like, I would not put this in his range. He's played fairly snug in effect. I mean, he's 3-bet jammed some hands, maybe open jammed a little too wide, but he's had the hand every time. He hasn't stepped out. Look at this. Benacevic.
Wow.
Calls. And Brishkin has managed to get 9s to fold, 6s to call. And at the onset of this FT, we have a 19 million chip pot.
And as you said, Demps, we're at merit. So I'm not surprised to see this, I'll tell you that. But what a flop for Brishkin to kick off the FT. 3-bet squeezes 7s, drills off middle set. He can't believe it with the right smile on his face.
And he's as talkative as ever. Getting nothing there out of Benacevic. See what size he decides to come with. I mean, realistically, able to believe there's lots of... Maybe these kind of hands, 8s, 9s, 10s. Maybe an ace-queen suited type holding. But look at this, 5.3, Anastavic.
Decent hand.
Not paying a penny. And he shows them.
Decent hand, you see? You don't need to wait 2
I
hours.
wonder what Sebastian's going to think, seeing that.
Just I'm gonna show you, it's okay. Don't worry. Yeah, no, I thought when I free bet he should fold, yeah? Like the razor under the gun fold.
Gonza's face.
Okay.
You're coming in relatively short in chips and you're seeing this guy willing to go hard with 2 7s. Ladder's quite likely. Man, we love this guy. He was 1 card for elimination, Brishkin. And he rivered a flush to stay alive. And I think for the viewing pleasure, it's a good thing he did.
If you sat there, Demps, though, and you've seen that hand and 7s have been showed, gone for the squeeze against the under the gun open, like straight away in your head, you're like, oh, okay, I don't really need to get involved here if stuff like this is going to be going on. As you say, ladder 4 places, almost 100k in the back pocket. We'll see how things play out, but that sort of advertisement firsthand, squeeze with the 7s versus EP, may make a few tighten up or potentially change the strat that they come into this FT with. Over to Savkin from +1. We've been to 2 bigs and Mr. Perfect with the Queen 9 of hearts here. Gotta love Mr. Perfect, just wants to get in the mix all the time. Queen 9 of hearts here from low jack, makes the call.
It'd be fun if I free bet again. Unstoppable warrior.
Again, we will do our best to lay out when Brishkin is indulging us.
Yeah, let's see if Sebastian can find the fold here, like a spot that a lot of people seem to miss at FTs. They feel like they're at a normal point in the tournament. They just get to defend taking the prize, but need to be selective with what we choose to defend multi-way, especially when it's gone EP open, MP call, like likely to be in a dominated spot, potentially do more chips down the streets when we make a hand.
Yeah, it's such a good point, and an adjustment you do see so few make. As is, he calls, and we'll need to miss this one, but no. Flops a pair on Queen Jack 7 and is still trailing in 3rd place. Interesting now spot for Savkin, one imagines, with Mr. Perfect having called +3. There's going to be reason to do both here, right?
Yeah, lots of check-in, theoretically, our hand. Even with like our ace queen, potentially one that does still happily check it over to Mr. Perfect here, just going to have a lot of checks out of position to the chip lead up. May even be some pure checks going on.
And look at this. He's going to raise it up with the top pair. And I mean, careful what we wish for, of course. We've got a great hand, but all of a sudden we're looking at this going, hang on, am I going out in 9th?
It's pretty crazy, Demps, because I come in saying this is going to be a cagey affair looking at the stacks. And the first 2 hands, it's just everyone wanting to pile chips in. Top pair here for Mr. Perfect, raising into a range that has the better Queen X, that has all the sets, maybe not 7s. Aces and kings in there as well.
I wonder if Savkin ever ascribes something like a worse queen to this razor, or is he just always thinking, hey, this is Queen Jack, maybe a set of 7s, and then the King 10s, the 10 9s that want to bluff? But it's hard to imagine what wants to raise here.
Yeah, that's true, because you think the sets are just going to call in position, try and keep some bluffs in. Got like the Queen X, Aces, Kings drawing very thin. And then even like from our perspective as Savkin, having the Queen of Clubs, Queen Jack off should not be in there. So only one remaining combo, which is Queen Jack of Spades of the top 2 pair. So no world in which we fold here as Savkin. Wow, there is a world. His world.
Oh my word. Look at this. Mr. Perfect has surely no idea what has just occurred there. Savkin just assigning no bluffs.
That's okay, don't worry.
Thinks he's walked into it. And I mean, it's understandable in the sense that we call there 6 million. And then, like, what turn are we looking for to continue with? Just maybe we're trying to remove that headache by getting out of the pot before we reach that point. But, oh no. And maybe a case in point for the flop check if we can't bet and call a raise. Mr. Perfect I mean, he's played perfect.
Yeah.
He's made ace queen fold up to 52 million, and Savkin now right down with a bunch. Whoa, I mean, this for FT 5 minutes in is delivering.
Yeah, this is the thing, as you say, Dan. So when we're up against the chip leader or a covering stack at a final table and we head out of position to the flop, going to do so much checking with most of our range. There are some spots that we still get to bet, but a lot of the spots we just check it over to them, see what they do, and then play accordingly from there. But Savkin with the hero fold incorrectly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even hate it. I just I don't expect my man to be raising a queen.
The thing is, like, ace queens are much better continue than kings or aces there, Debs, just because of the we throw out a queen jack combo.
And I think you made the key point, of course, as well. There was only one combo of queen jack suited left, right, which is something to think of. But then if you think Mr. Perfect might be in there a little bit more liberally, we saw him playing a lot of hands before we went on the FT break. Well, he's back in the mix here. Look at this. I mean, the rules are not being followed. Voronin off 27.5, attacking the chip leader in a spot where, again, we don't really 3-bet call off many hands because of the ICM situation.
And Mr. Perfect. One of these hands, it's not going to be folding, I don't think. When we cover king-queen suited here, doesn't strike me as the type to let this one go. There is the call. I think there's something Voronin needs to note as well. The customer are up against Mr. Perfect. I don't think he's going to have too many folds to 3-bets, whether being in or out of position. Seems like the type that will like to have a look at the flop.
Well, ace, queen, 9 is good for Voronin, but not the rosiest of feelings when you 3-bet with ace 3 against this character. I mean,
he's not going to lead, is he? Sure.
No, he had the movement about him, didn't he?
Yeah, small here as Voronin. Don't need to go big in this situation, and just tend to see at FTs sizes get scaled down. And what I mean by that, normal stage of the tournament, a board that we'd usually go around third on, we just scale down to quarter, 20%. The bigger bet boards, when we go 60%, we scale down to like half or B40.
So then, we continue to a turn, the board getting wetter. Only pot behind for Voronin. And I mean, surely now...
Got to be a check.
Not enjoying getting that action, checking and hoping. This goes through, and look at this, Mr. Perfect. Rivers Broadway.
Perfect start to this final table.
I mean, what in the world? Now, does he ever find the check here? The 3-better gets to have the ace king, kings.
13, 1-3.
Goes for 13 million here, and just a grim spot for Voronin, but not beating much here. It would have to be a really creative bluff here from Mr. Perfect. Like,
right.
what's he going to find here? Even like the 7-8 of hearts gets there in the form of the bottom end straight. So
it has to be really dusty hearts, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're really scratching at combos. Is he the type to pill like 5-6 of hearts here, these type of hands?
Well. I mean, Gonza, again, sitting there at the left of the screen, has folded all these hands, but has seen action after action after action. And on the short stack, you are loving seeing a final table out of this. As Jay set it up so beautifully at the start of the FT, it is really set up that it should be really a cagey affair, but the rulebook, well, I don't think it made it to the island of Cyprus, if we're being honest. And as well, yeah, I mean, a throwback there to the mystery bounty picked up by Alex Goulder. I was a bit perplexed there for a second, but we are, of course, at the Luxon Pay Grand Final. But yeah, that was a fun one. Goulder won that. I know it was before you got here. Kind of a... Seen that one played a little different to this early stages.
Easy blind level to know how many bigs
like last time I had like 10 million. It's really easy to
It is
count.
easy blind level. They've got 1 million big.
Lucky number.
Briskin seems to have changed drink or not. No, it still looks like it might be a gin and tonic or something of that ilk.
He was on those the first session of the day, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean, that one looks a bit cloudier. Maybe we have mixed it up. Maybe he switched to something non-alcoholic and is going to maintain the appearance of a man who is a little inebriated. I mean, I feel like he still might be. I'm not jumping in a car with him, Jay.
Briskin out of the way there. King 7 suited, second in chips. Very nice raise fold combo to use an FT, but decides against it. Leaves room for Gonza.
He's just itching, but again, I mean, do we need to get involved when... I mean, what is going on? Voronin going for the second 3-bet in a row.
We playing for $375,000 here, Dems?
I've got to check. I mean, it says that on the payouts.
Look at the size he's got as well here. 19 bigs. Like, we can just go 4 BBs at an FT. It should achieve the same thing. Our opponent shouldn't really be playing any flats out of position. But Voronin come with aggression today.
I mean, obviously, this one, quite different almost prospect going after a similar stack to you rather than up against the chip leader who was opening an earlier seat. And I guess the S10 that kind of, this one seems a bit more reasonable, but I still feel like I would just get out the way, let Gonza potentially clash with someone else.
Yeah, like, we maybe knock out Ace Jack there. That's about it. Like, maybe better against Hijack to take some like Ace Deuce, Ace 3 suited that actually knocks out some of the better Ace X. Maybe we knock out Ace Jack off there in ICM in this given scenario, but interesting take there from Voronin.
Oh, hello. Look at this little piece of hardware. Now that is a lovely looking trophy. Jay, that would look good on anyone's mantelpiece.
Yes, it would.
That thing is sick. Who designed this thing? Give him a raise. I want one.
Once again, as chip leader, this is like the ones we like when we cover everyone. The suited kings, even from gun, perfectly fine to open theoretically. It does head into the muck.
The Puliak, another who has seen all this carnage going on around him. Probably doesn't want to get too involved, but Ace King from +1, clearly a qualifier. Let's see how Sebastian approaches this. Again, one of the, it seems like, kind of more in tune players at this table, but
yeah, into the muck. Dems like,
yeah,
may peel it, may fancy a little look at 3, but these are the ones that should be going into the muck.
Okay, this is like the first bit of kind of normality. Plenty of players at this table, I think, would have called that hand. I'm glad to see him fold, like you say. I mean, we just get out of the way. You make so much money.
Exactly that.
By folding.
And this is the thing, like, now we're at the FT, people say, like, they're playing tight. What are they doing? You're making your decisions to make money. You're not making decisions to make chips. We're not playing chip EV no more. Like, over the long run, we want to make these tight decisions because the players that bust, they're going to make us more money in terms of ladders, and this actually is going to make us more rather than going for the potential outright win where we can bust and suddenly we're out in 9th place.
No, I wish him to win this tournament, even in the, if I'm going to be in the heads up, I wish him to win. So you are very definitely. Not the best friend, but I wish.
Seems like best friend.
That's a wish.
Minimum best friend.
No, my friend.
And just a quick note on the man in that pot, Sebastian Ainita. Pretty sick stat here, Dems. He's only got 3 caches on the database.
Okay.
But those 3 caches are all final tables. 1 in a 500-man field, 1 in a 450-man field, and 1 in a 100-man field. So 3 caches on the database. He's got a first, he's got a second, and he's got a 7th. So whenever this man caches, he always finals.
Wow.
Pretty sick stat.
I mean, extending that stat in a 1500 roller field, that's insane.
No deals at this table, for sure. Till I'm here, we're never gonna deal. Or maybe Constantine and me, no deals for sure. Sorry, guys.
No, I think we're not making discussing deals just yet.
Even
Christian setting out his stall.
Huge, more money. Doesn't matter. We play till the end.
going to activate from the small. Up against the chip leader in the big. They share clubs. It's a 3x. Well, actually, he only put an extra million in. So maybe this was a min raise.
Either way, probably going to see end of hand here. Even Mr. Perfect can't find a reason to continue on this board.
Oh no, my apologies. I misread the colours of the chips. He did call with 2 1 million chips. They're the yellows. They look quite similar to the orange under the lights, but it wasn't open to 3 million. And as you suggest, C-bet gets the job done.
Все правильно, Константин. Без дележек играем. 100%. Невероятно.
It's fun having Brishkin here, Jay. So often the final table is such serious affairs, but obviously, as he's speaking Russian, we'll go over this, but we will try and lay out when he's waxing lyrical, because, well, Jay, it's been very amusing thus far. He just looks the character, doesn't he?
He does.
Looking straight back to his table, mate.
So you don't even know him, you're just from the same country and that's it?
We know from each other from Bucharest.
Yeah,
Yes.
we met a couple times for sure, but no.
The shisha everything, yeah? Or shisha?
Ah, no.
Just a talking. Sunday meeting.
Gonza, last one.
Probably fold here as Gonza. That's a good find. Not everyone going to find that at this table, I don't think.
No.
I don't think everyone will find that fold.
Yeah.
It's a good fold here with the ace 10 off. Sebastian in the low jack. Let's get involved with the ace 6 suited. Pocket sevens here for Savkin. Once again.
Yeah, good fold from him. Stay out the way. There are going to be collisions. You've got the likes of Mr. Perfect still in the pot. Look at this, even with Queen Deuce O, he's inquisitive. I mean, this would be just not even disrespect, just a straight insult. And Puliak.
Yeah, and once again in ICM, just probably gets out the way, can be dominated here. Like if it's a bit low down, maybe one of these low frequency free bets, offsuit, high low.
It tends to be these king wheel cards, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think best, and I guess the king 5-0 the best of those.
That's the one the solvers like at least. How much people actually take them, I'm not sure.
He tried, yeah. It was not a donation.
Nice little pick up there for Sebastian. Just getting raise and take through is nice.
I guess in this particular spot on a final table, perhaps the best of those 3-bet bluffs actually lean back towards the ace right for the blocker.
Yeah.
Stop the 4-bet jams.
To be fair, like I probably wouldn't even take them the way this
Right.
FT started. I'm probably going to play a strategy that can get exploited, but only I know it can get exploited. Just play super tight, have no bluffs the way this particular final started, because what we're doing 2.5 mil in orbit at the moment. Like we got 26 mil, we do 7.5 million in 3 orbits, 24 hands. In 24 hands, I think at least the probability of one person busting, probably at least 2,
Yeah.
is going to be likely the way it started.
And we've got to include in that time, of course, that might just find a hand.
Yeah,
in a
exactly.
good situation.
Yeah. And we might, like, if we pick up a pot once every orbit, that just lets us sit there on the same stack and keeps our head above water. But the way this FT started,
I mean, look at that bunching. Jay, 23 million up to 32 million, splitting 3rd and 9th. And I mean, even more concentrated in 9th to 5th. Literally, just the blinds go through and they all swap positions. Mr. Perfect out in front, but Brishkin 2 seats to his left, 2nd in chips. And just the fact that Brishkin's been so active, both vocally and on the table, kind of, you know, maybe he gets away with a little bit more.
Really deep. Everyone have the same stack, yeah?
Approximately.
Yeah, approximately. Because usually it's so many short stacks, one chip leader.
I think Brishkin knows what he's doing here. I think he's saying this because he's recognizing he's in a situation where he gets to play a lot of hands. He's drawing attention to the rest of the table. Hey, you guys have all got similar stacks. Don't be fooled by the exterior and performance we've seen thus far.
I didn't wash my hand.
Brilliant.
Yes. Let me
Wow, he talked him into the walk.
You fold?
Yeah.
No, I think you beat me.
I think. Almost.
Almost?
I beat you, but not much.
Not much? Coin flip?
Suited. Yeah, you're also suited, yeah. Me, no.
Yeah.
I like that fold as well because Brishkin is going to pressure us a lot, isn't he?
Yeah.
If we limp in there.
Exactly
So
that.
close, that's okay, that's okay.
Obviously for chips.
So
We'd love to
actually,
call.
if you limp by raise.
Huh?
No, if you limp by
There we
raise,
go.
of course. 7 deuce, diamonds for the TV.
I don't know.
For the TV.
Maybe.
Yes.
Love the way Briskin's like for the TV, but when he covers that much, it's actually probably fine.
Right,
So
and I think he knows that.
Oh, okay.
I think he's telling the truth that he would have raised, but it's certainly just because it would have been a good hand to raise with rather than for us at home. But fantastic stuff having him here. Because this would be a really dry affair with the stack so close if we didn't have him livening things up. Mr. Perfect as well, getting involved in a bunch of pots. It's action to Savkin.
Yeah, got to go into the mark. Savkin seems very clued up straight away. That fold with the sevens, he's had a couple of hands that others may open, but seems very clued up of what we're supposed to do here with our stack size at this distribution.
And even though, you know, the fold with ace queen was incorrect, the fact that it's in the locker, given the situation of the final table the way it was, just shows that he's thinking at a very deep level.
Yeah, thinking about making money. The ace queen spot was kind of a tough one against the chip leader, but tight is right in these given dynamics.
Well, welcome one and all joining us for this Luxon Pay Grand Final table. We are coming to you on a multitude of YouTube channels, but I do have one eye on the GG Poker YouTube chat, so please do let us know in the chat who you're rooting for today. If you've got any friends in the mix, or are you here as a neutral?
Yeah, Gonza here, a7 off against button. Just seems like we got to defend here at 22. Did he just jam?
That's a defend, all right.
Okay, that is a defend. Just sends the lot in. I guess we fold out some ace-8, ace-9, ace-10 even. Do get a few hands out there with the ace-7. Come to play. Nice little move. The ace-7 off.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, it does get a lot of hands to fold from the button, but still, just when called, it is disastrous, isn't it? As the great Mike Sexton used to say, the all-in move works every time but one.
I like it. I've actually never heard that.
So he'd be enjoying this. He'd be enjoying Brishkin. Oh, hello. That's one we're going to play from every seat.
Fresh.
Sitting with 32
Blood.
lines.
Looks like we're gonna get
Opens and gets the good luck. Love it. Hopefully won't need much luck with these two. The pre-flop nuts looking for action as Sebastian.
No, I understand.
Well, we know Mr. Perfect likes to get involved, and hands that like to get involved include this. And look at this, is this a 3-bet? No, he reached for a stack, but trickled them in. Brishkin, we saw him squeeze the spot first hand of the final table. Finds an ace. He needs to stay out of the way here. But no, looks like he is going to can out the 3-bet. I mean, his stall is firmly set out. This man is going hard. Already told the players there'll be no deal while I'm slid here with 9 players left, which is quite a bold statement.
And almost identical to the first hand of the final table. It was a gun open from Sebastian. There was a flat from 6s. And then Briskin squeezed the 7s.
So given that Brishkin did expose the 2 7s, how does Sebastian best follow this route? Is this a spot where we just go for it?
Yeah, we can't flat with Mr. Perfect behind. He said, like, we don't want to go 3-way with aces out of position to 2 here. It's just going to be 4-bet here for Sebastian. May just send the lot for 30. I may induce against Briskin. Go for like a little, what would it be, like 13.5 milli here.
Just, I guess, with the ICM the way it is, even risking busting here with aces is so expensive. Picking up 14 just vaults is so far clear of the pack. And of course, you know, Brishkin is just going to have a handle all the time as well, just because maybe even more so because he showed the 7s last time, that you might think, okay, he wouldn't do this like light again, would he? And it looks like it is some form of click.
Yeah, seems good.
I like this. I like the click to keep Brishkin in, perhaps. It's like about 12.5, 13, something in that order.
13-2. It's my turn.
Yeah, just setting up the idea that there's some room for folding. And Brishkin
It's like you two aren't friends.
does give it up.
You two aren't friends either.
No, he's good guy. He's good guy. I wish him all the luck.
Not friends at
He's
all.
number 3 on this. No, number 4 on this table.
I like the click though. Clicks it back.
My last.
And Brishkin out the way. Nice pick up for
like,
Sebastian there with the aces.
Somewhere.
It's almost the dream spot, like the identical situation
Yeah.
to the previous orbit.
Guys here, so it's okay.
Because I think if Brishkin did have a strong hand, he would just still go with it, level himself into saying, hey,
Not like
you know,
I'm not gonna wish
I
you
exposed
to
that I 3-bet this
the
guy
number
light
to
before.
double up through you or something like that.
Another big hand, Menhart this time. I think first look at him at this FT. This one has to be opened. But we don't really like getting 3-bet when we open this from gun at an FT.
I was just thinking, it's like the 9s on the first hand, the FT. This is a very similar situation. It's like, okay, I'm playing, and I am going to have to commit a lot of chips if requested, but why'd you deal me jacks right now? Just happy to get this through, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Queen Jack off here, Voronin. Highly likely to be in a dominated spot facing this gun range. Also, does sometimes bring the big blind in and splitting equity 3 ways. That's Sebastian with one that should be hitting the mark once again, similar to his Jack 9 off reasons.
Although, if we're going to piece together some 3-bet bluffs, this seems like a good candidate, but certainly the fold better than call. Yeah, well done to him for finding that fold, as you mentioned before. So tempting sometimes to flick in one chip. Oh my word, Voronin, how have you done that? Queen, Queen, 5, and a board that, okay, Menhart's going to have some concern being 2 queens on board. You're up against the King, Queen suited, maybe some Ace, Queen. Obviously, Queen, Jack, not too liked when we hold 2 of them, but...
Yeah, Ace Queen for sure. I think that should just flat. It's not going to rip in this stack distribution, or at least it shouldn't. So Ace Queen for sure in there. King Queen suited, Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited. But we shouldn't really see any offsuit Queen Jack or Queen 10 like Voronin has in this given scenario.
And when you get check called, you're thinking, okay, maybe this is like a 8s, 9s, 10s potentially holding. So a low card like this may see him bet again, although of course there's always the option to check back pot control. It is an FT after all. Try and get that second bet on the river, because we're certainly not going to go 3 streets with this hand, are we?
No, it's just going to be a 2-street hand. So if we bet turn here, we're always checking back river for a free showdown. Or if we decide to check back and get check 2 on rivers, then we can go for our value.
Do you think I'm going for the second street here? I think I'm always too timid in these spots. I think I would just check back and...
With a small size on the pot, 1.6 to 6 million, so between quarter and third.
But I think this German guy is a little bit up on the level, yeah? You understand? He's double SOP, GG, everything, so it's kinda...
So I'm guessing this function here, the function of this bet from Menhart is to get some value from, like you said, 7s, 8s, 9s, these type of hands, and to get a free showdown. Just going to always snap check back any river other than a Jack. Actually, a Queen's kind of a funky one, actually. If it does come the case Queen on the river, whether to check or go for value. So 4.6 into 9.4 here. So just south of half. Voronin weighing up his options.
Surely, can't have an avenue here other than call. I mean,
we just don't have bluff stems. Like, we're not floating King Jack at this stage of the tournament like King Jack of clubs on the flop, I don't think. And I feel like once we spring the raise here, our hand just is face up. And we'll see if it is, because Menhart back in his court with the jacks. When you really think about this, when someone's check called, what, like 20, 28, 29% on flop, like, they're not going to have these like Jack 10 of clubs, King Jack of clubs hands. Potentially some like Ace King could be one, Ace King of clubs potentially, that doesn't want to, because of this stack distribution, but that probably just sends at 20 now, I think about it. So there's just no bluffs once again, Demps. Let's see if Menhart can figure this out, getting a ridiculously good price, nearly 5 to 1, but even still becomes an easy fold in my opinion.
Yeah, good fold, and Voronin going to show the, I'd assume the queen. One card was shown. Did he flip the jack out there?
Yeah, because it should be the top secret.
I know Menhart's hand is always checking back anyway, so we don't get any value. But that for that time that he does have the bluff, that he's got an ace king that's barreling, that he's got an ace jack that's barreling, just potentially get them bluffs out of our opponent on the river. I feel like once we spring raise after calling flop on queen, queen 5, there's just no real bluffs that we can find.
Well, Voronin climbing up the counts, big smile across his face.
А потом он меня опять трибетит, а? Следующую такую же запигаю. Ну, видишь, там хорошая была, ладно. Видишь, я немножко бухой, но я понимаю...
Ribbon 16.
Thoroughly enjoying the start to this FT. Briskin table captain for sure. Keeping everyone talking, letting them know that he's going to be getting after it, and there'll be no deals while he's still sat at the table. And right on cue, big slick.
Race 2.3.
2.3.
Oh, you see my friend's fold? He's on the top of the list also. So, my friend, you're on the top of the list, but you fold against the top tier.
Just going to be a call here from Menhart, I think. Once again, just with the stacks. Like, I'd much prefer like shoving something like deuces rather than sixes, because maybe we knock out 3s, 4s, 5s, stuff like this. But sixes, Briskin's probably not going to be folding 7s plus, I don't think. Hijack versus big for 16. So like, that's kind of the idea. We want to try and knock out some better hands. So I feel like 6 always flats in this given scenario.
He does just that.
Like, in terms of chips, we know it's a winning jam. In Chip EV, hijack open, we got 16, we shove 6s. Chip EV going to make us money. But now we're not making these decisions to make chips anymore.
2.7, the continuation for Briskin on this board that does look pretty dicey for an ace king, and Menhart getting a little trickier for him, but with a pair, with a gut shot, it feels like one we have to stick around for one street.
With the gutter there. Some reverse implied. Lots of times it does come that 9, obviously. The queen jack, king jack, ace jack, all part of our opponent's range. So it does just let the 6s go. I can get behind it.
Understandable, but you're not necessarily expecting Briskin to continue here. One of those funny spots actually. Reinhardt thinking, well, if he had 3-bet jam pre, would have been looked up by the ace king and would be 2 cards away from a big double up.
I just don't think 6 is going to be good to jam in this given scenario. Like I say, it'd be better to jam deuces, but we'd never jam deuces ever. But if we were going to choose a pair, small pair to jam, I'd prefer to jam that, because then maybe we fold out 3s, 4s, 5s. But I don't think our opponent's ever folded 7s plus for 16, especially this particular opponent.
Right, that's the question as well. And I guess we saw Briskin, had the goods there. But if you started to get perception that he was opening way too wide, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw some people stepping out, maybe trying to combat that with more aggression.
to Sebastian. This one should hit the muck. Oh. One that may be used once in a while here, blind on blind at 15. Like go for the little 2.5x here to 2.5 million once in a while. Some of these offsuit high-lows, as they're called, ones we can potentially attack with even when covered. Just going to have an easy decision when jammed on. And then Hart, just going to let it go. Gives Havskin a walk with a 10-6. Imagine going back 15 years ago, folds you in the small blind, you see king 3 or king deuce, you're like, oh! Potentially get to raise this one. Such a different game these days, like going back 20 years and before all supercomputers come out telling you what is potentially right and wrong, what's going to extract the most EV over the long run. Game's so difficult to know what is the best route at this stage. Range is always changing, dependent on the stacks at the table. Over to Lepelic, ace queen from +1. This one too good not to open.
Let's go the table ginger shot. That's good, yeah, that's really good. On me?
Let's toast with ginger shots.
Oh, ginger shot is the best thing, yeah? It's amazing. I love that.
Have you dabbled in the ginger shots here?
I have not.
I've had one before. That knocked me out of it. Anyway, Apuliak's ace queen from +1.
Likely to see a raise and take. Can't see Benacevic getting involved with this one. But we did pull 6s early on in the FT, facing the gun open.
Okay. Somewhat of a normal hand. A rare beast at this FT. Actually, you know, the most surprising thing I think right now is that we're still 9-handed. not at the onset of the FT. I would have said we could be 9-handed for like 2 levels easily. Yeah. But just the way these guys are playing.
The way it started, yeah, the first few hands were pretty mental, the way things were situated.
Nice to see Lepuliak still in here. He's the one who doubled up Brishkin. 2 tables left, got rivered.
Yeah, about that. Actually, yeah. If it's one or because usually it's like, please faster, come on, guys. Faster. Yeah, play faster, yeah, like.
Means something, but it's like.
Yeah, right now, yeah, I understand. Perfectly understand what are you saying.
Must be near a level up coming up is the conversation, it seems.
Interesting one for Briskin. I'd probably open this +2 because that would mean Mr. Perfect would have folded gun when folded to us, but we're opening into his big blind. One of the 2 players that can bust us. Sebastian now just having us slightly covered, I believe. Undeterred, happy to get in the mix with the King Jack off from +1. Sav King with the King 6 suited here. Thought about it. Benacevic, 10-8 of diamonds. Wants to have a look, and Mr. Perfect with the same hand as Briskin in the big blind.
He does complete the action. It's, I guess, one of those hands where, like, I thought like King Jack off were always calling here, even though it starts to get a bit scary, right? Yeah. King 10 off, maybe we start to think, but. All right. Nobody with a piece. Imagine this one finds its way to Brishkin, and I mean, with as many chips as he has, seems like a small bet. Probably going to work out quite nicely.
Yeah, multi-way, like could go quarter here for like 2 mil. See what Briskin chooses. Goes fairly hefty, 3.5, and already now the gut shot on Mr. Perfect. A pretty rough spot.
1v2. And nicely
Really
done.
good. It's like 10 on the turn and double up.
It just shows again.
How to say? Bet with equity. Bet with equity. That's the rules of the poker.
I know we're gonna find out any hand we want to find out on a stream after delay, but I'm not a fan of this kind of showing every hand because someone might just pick up a little bit of bet sizing tendency.
Yeah, potentially.
Check. I see the free river. I see the 10 on the river, and Habibi come to Dubai.
Dubai.
What a guy.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so closes the gap a little on Mr. Perfect, defending the king and jack off there. Quite an interesting point that she said about king 10 off. You'd probably fold. Don't want to get too complex, but there's something that's called risk premium, and our risk premium against different opponents is going to change. And when we cover someone heavily, we actually get to defend a lot wider.
Right, okay.
And vice versa, when someone covers us, we have to defend tighter. So as Mr. Perfect, like in the big blind, he is one of those that is going to get to have some of these wider defends when he's up against like one of these 30 big blind stacks. Like our risk, like the 30 big blind stacks risk premium when they're playing against Mr. Perfect is going to be really big, but when like the 30 bigs are playing against the 20 bigs, it's going to be smaller. If that makes sense, and then the ranges are going to change based on that. Like, don't want to get too into it for our viewers.
and of course, I suppose you kind of begin to over-realize all the time as well, right, when we're up against someone we cover. Okay, Voronin at the new level, pops it up to 2.4 million, ace-queen suited. So far, so good, and deuce 5-0 in the big. Job done.
But the idea as well, like people tend to overfold at final tables. Like when we are going past, potentially like more of our bluffs are going to get through as the chip leader against these shorter stacks who are wanting to ladder, not wanting to clash with us, and potentially fold out some more hands. Like we saw earlier on with the ace queen with Savkin. I know it was a different spot. It wasn't against the big blind, but you see the power of the chip leader when they're putting the pressure on, how high up people actually start folding at final tables.
Да, никаких вот этих, блядь, когда мы попали, все, ой, бля, вот это все.
Thank you.
You're still so deep, so it's not the all-in situation, it's just a race situation anyway. Correct, my friend. My young.
I feel like Briskin's going to make our job a lot easier this evening.
Fun, I just say so rare you get it in a big FT like this that
young,
just sit back and.
Regular.
I mean, most of the time it is just him talking to himself, but he's getting engagement from some of those around him. It's quite nice. Mr. Perfect, 2 jacks. There'll be some chat heading his way. Look who's blind. He's opening on.
Whoa. First time I see.
Wow, going big.
Yeah. I always play with regulars. They raise 2 times. No more. Never. Never more. Never. Impossible. No. Sometimes 2.2. 2.2 big blinds. That's it. Yeah. Never.
This guy knows his stuff. To be fair, regulars do usually just raise 2x, sometimes 2.2. He's most certainly been around the block, Briskin.
Like, the first was good. Yeah. The second is. I'm drunk.
You can choose one card.
No, that's no need. We should.
You can see after 2 hours.
No, we should hide the cut. I don't want to see.
Okay.
You see, when you're drunk, it's like drunk aces. You see. If you play in ultimate or something, is when you take 1 and the second is.
Oh yeah.
It's close. It's close. It's close. No, it's close. No. I mean ace and close.
Ultimate ace is 4x.
Yeah. Any ace.
Yeah.
Any ace. Trust me, I'm professional loser in ultimate. So I know even if I see the king is all-in situation immediately. Trust me, every night.
One of the popular games in the casino here is Ultimate Texas Hold'em. I don't know if you.
Great game. Played it a lot in Vegas. Done a bit of money. I'm one of those that they always say, "Oh, come and play it. 5, 6 of us. We'll win. We beat the casino. We can look at each other's cards. All of this, and still don't end up.
Hasn't worked out for you, no?
Hasn't worked out for me. I actually can't remember ever having a winning Texas Ultimate Hold'em session.
It's first time here in the whole tournament somebody raised like that. Yeah. Usually I'm the only one person who is doing some shitty stuff. Nobody else. Yeah.
Lauren in. Under the gun, ace queen suit once more. Oh, Puliak finds the boots.
Aaron, one of these spots where we probably just go like 5.2, 5.3 mil seems nice. Like quarter of our stack where it looks like still some perceived fold equity for our opponent. And this is going to be grim when it's back on Voronin here, Demps.
Especially because he has opened like a reasonably high frequency, far higher than he's supposed to. You know, in terms of the sheer number of hands. If we can see the cards, he's had ace queen twice, but we saw him 3-bet or ace 3 and ace 10 as well. So he's going to look hyperactive.
That's like Lepulik here. We are going to have some jams for 20, but this one has to 3-bet, not all in. And yeah, it does find 5.2. I think that's like the nut size around there to go at this stack depth.
Well,
It's okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You said it's going to be grim for Voronin. It certainly is. Looks like he's just going to quickly call.
No fault here for Voronin, and now 13 mil in the pot. 14.8 effective left to play for, so like 1.1 just north of SPR here. Voronin will not be wanting to make a top pair, I tell you that, at this stack depth.
Oh my word!
No way!
Flops the joint, does Voronin. Ace queen up against the aces in a Puliak. Well, I mean, you don't like to see 3 ball raise on the board, but you said it, SPR of 1.1. I mean,
yeah, this still may be a board. We still knuckle.
Yeah,
we just knuckle back with the ace of clubs. Need to think about Voronin's range. He shouldn't be continuing 9s or 8s, stuff like this. So his range going to be potentially 10s, jacks, not wanting to 4-bet rip. What a sicko this is.
He has bet. And I mean, does Voronin? I mean, does he just go for this because he thinks Lepulik just has it and doesn't want him to fold, or is there?
Yeah, I feel like he may just jam here and now.
We unblock the pairs.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly that. Like unblocking all the board, the sets, this type of stuff, and not gonna go for the 6 milli here.
Oh my God! I mean, Lepulik, there has to be some vomit working up his throat. You'd almost rather just see the jam.
Yeah, this is a grim board for us here.
Oh, this is cruel.
That's Lepulik. But what's Voronin do this with here? Because
right.
we're the 3-better. We've got kings. We've potentially got jacks. 10's probably flat some frequency against gun in ICM. So
it's kind of what you were saying, where it's like just feels like 10s, jacks. Obviously, maybe this hand.
Yeah, ace queen suited against getting this prize, but potentially we can assign as well. I feel like ace queen off probably has to fold pre, but this is a 6 spot for Lepulik, and when he burns a time bank here, you can tell in his head he kind of knows. Like maybe.
Like, how can I be getting check raised on King Jack 10?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not supposed to do this.
Just has to be jacks or 10s or ace queen suited. Kings getting pre. Ace king gets in pre. So what else is he supposed to have? And any hero folds about. We saw a pretty sick hero fold last hand of the day yesterday.
No, he has gone all in. Completely understandable, of course. So many chips already committed. You're up against a player who has shown a propensity to get involved. And well. Largest pot of the tournament thus far. And the Puliak's aces are in big trouble against this ace queen. But you see the top of the screen there. 3 queens are still in the deck. 10 on the board. Boats available. I mean, this is cruel. Not to be for Lepulik. Good game, young man.
Yeah, I can't fault him with that stack depth for getting it in, but once again, just sometimes have a little strip of the spot, strip it down. What's our opponent ever check raising there that we're in front of? Ace king goes in pre, so it's just ace queen suited, jacks and 10s. Like, where's the bluffs coming from?
It's like king queen suited is a hand that likes that flop that may have stuck around, but then if does it check raise to 6 million? No, it probably just calls, and if it does raise, it's just going to go, let's just run it. I want to see my equity.
Exactly that. It's hard. I know we can see the whole cards, and they're staring us in the face, and we can see who's in front. But when you really have a look at ranges there. It's not even like it's LP versus LP. It's a gun open, and my man wants to 3-bet off of a 20 big blind stack. Like he's going to be shoving some ace king off a 20 big. He's going to be shoving some tens, jacks, these type of things. So when our opponent basically value is going to be aces and kings, and our opponent still wants to raise to 6 mil, what's he got, guys? Like, has to be the goods right. She's got to be a set or ace queen.
Yeah.
And this is why maybe Knuckle just checked back on that flop as well, Dems.
I like what you said. As soon as you called it, I think as soon as that flop came out, you were in the mindset of checking that back, and I think I'm there with you. Just
like 9s and 8s shouldn't be in there pre-flop. There's none of like this suited connector type stuff at the final table.
I mean, you're basically hoping your opponent's got king queen suited.
That's it. That is literally it. Maybe queen jack suited.
And you want to check back against that hand anyway, because the equity it has. I mean,
we didn't play a single hand together, so you understand? Yeah, that's why you're on the bottom. At least we play with.
We did king jack.
No, I mean previously. King jack is like we just begin the game. Yeah, so with those guys I played too much. Right now, Dubai.
You live in Dubai?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry guys, I actually didn't realise blinds were up 1.2 million.
That was the first time that new level.
Oh, okay, so it was actually a 16 big blind stack. So
There's good games in Dubai.
difficult not to get away from it. Still love the 3-bet not all in. Can't be results orientated just because ace queen has flopped the joint there.
Yeah.
Like on another day, it's more likely to come queen high than it is to come king jack 10. Put it that way, guys. Think of it like that. Just because you've seen the ace queens flop the joint doesn't necessarily mean the 3-bet not all in isn't a good play. Can't be results orientated in this game. Comes queen, deuce 3, rainbow, suddenly he's a genius.
And then I'm gonna return and Habibi come to Dubai. Sport, food, work, job. Nothing really impressive.
So ginger shots were delivered. I see one untouched, bottom left of the picture. I don't know who that was. I did see Mr. Perfect indulged. They are on every table. You did get. Here we go. Here's one. We're in.
And a lot of talk about these small pocket pairs, but I think we cover everyone behind now. Maybe close with Sebastian in the big, but fine to open from the cutoff here as Briskin.
Yeah, 26 million chip stack on the button. A little over 20. This is the one he worries about. Voronin behind.
Oh yeah, sorry, Voronin, just with the big pot actually surpassing us in terms of chips. With small blind, generally the position people don't really attack from as a bluff.
Should I? No. My boss told me no. We have the agreement. I'm too drunk. I'm gonna always show the hands. Yeah. To się bля, я нажрусь, я вообще буду каждый раз показывать.
375k on top in this one, ladies and gents. We'll see. We did lose Alexandru in 9th. Means the final 8 guaranteed 46k apiece. 23 buy-ins. It's getting chunky as Brishkin gets things underway with a fresh drink. I wonder if he has swapped to non-alcoholic at some point through this session.
And just pretended he's still on the alcohol and he's going to be punting it off when in reality he's playing very snug.
And he's just setting up the image, but he's setting up the image that people don't really want to clash with him, which is what you want on the final table, right? You want people to stay out of your way. You don't trust him when you 3-bet him that he's not going to pile it in.
Yeah, one of these dicey ones, 9s from gun this time for Savkin.
And you actually live in
He's going off here for Gonza. Awkward for him.
Do we go 2 ways with this, or?
I feel like probably just calls them, so I don't think there's much 3-betting going on versus gun anyway. Like there's some spots in ICM, you'll see a lot of spots when like the distribution's very condensed that we actually get no free bets, like we even flat our aces and kings and stuff like that. It becomes very complex.
Right. Does make the call.
It's gonna open in 2027. Yeah, it's gonna be fun there. Yeah, I think.
I don't know if there's any poker there. Poker.
It's gonna be. It's because the win. It's like American. Run it, so
Menhart.
they're gonna have the
Suited king in the big.
Americans, they love poker.
99.9.
Just 10 blinds behind though.
They're gonna have the poker, yeah, for sure.
I feel like after that bust out, we're actually down at the bottom of the pack by ourselves now as Menhart. Maybe one of those that can potentially kill and flop some equity, go with it. Like offsuit king has to go into the muck, but maybe suited variety. Happy to get involved, even multi-weight. Does let it go.
Sees Jack 8-4. All diamonds.
Casino.
With that nut draw.
Yeah. That's the biggest. It's gonna be the biggest casino in the world. They built the biggest casino. Yeah.
Bigger than Venetian, Macau.
Bigger. No, I mean the
checking to the in-position player here. Gonza. That's this ace of diamonds in hand, and quite a nice one to have because Savkin now just stripped of almost all his flushes, can only really have king queen, queen 10, or king 10 of diamonds. So 3 combos in there for him.
That was a part of the contract, I think.
Do we want to start betting now? Maybe trying to fold out something like black 10s, trying to fold out a black ace queen, get that off a chop. Even getting the black ace king out of here, going to be a win in itself. Goes for 2 milli, just north of quarter. So I think you've got to stick around for one, getting nearly 5 to 1 here. 9s with a diamond, can't be going anywhere and does proceed with check call.
The girls are safe, yeah, it's extremely safe. Yeah, so
Jack of hearts on the turn. Nice card to see for Savkin here. Just gonna make it a little less likely Gonza has one of these Jack X hands. It's kind of interesting against the gun open. Ace Jack probably goes into the muck, so therefore we're just having the suited Jack X, the Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, Ace Jack suited. Like around maybe Jack 10 suited gets in as well, although a bit dicey facing gun, but Gonza willing to continue the story.
Oh yeah, here we go.
When the night comes, no,
but also gambling is illegal, no?
Savkin, another tough spot.
Yeah, 5 milli, just shy of 40%, or just over. 9s with a diamond into the mark, and Gonza, aggression prevails. And this is what I talk about when you cover and you can be aggressive. People tend to overfold. Hands that would usually call at a different point in the tournament end up hitting the mark, and we get the better hand to fold. Nice little play from Gonza there.
Yeah, and look at that. It sends Savkin down to second from bottom, just Menhart lower. And as you mentioned, with just 10 blinds, he is actually in a position now where he's almost freed up a little bit. Busting now is no disaster when you are the shortest stack. Well done, Gonza. Interesting chat, of course, from Bushkin, talking about the impending opening of casino action and thus poker action in Dubai, somewhere like in the center of the world, and you know, a hub for crypto traders and whatnot, where the loosest money in poker these days seems to come from. It's going to be something special when that occurs.
Mr. Perfect.
Well, these 2 queens look pretty good.
Pretty interesting. So,
oh my word! Oh my word!
My friend, I think we have the situation.
Well, this should just be a call for Briskin. First versus second in chips. Like, this is one of the spots I just spoke about.
Let me tell you, Jay, you're right.
Yeah.
But let's not be silly here. This is Briskin.
Okay.
We're not worried about ladders, and this is gonna get spicy. I mean, I think there's gonna be a lot of chat here. Let's see.
This can't get in depths. I know it's ace king versus queens, but
I think
first and second in chips, surely they can't get this in.
You might just see Mr. Perfect jam this. Let's have a look. Let's see if Briskin can talk him into something.
It's my turn. How much is it?
8.3.
8.3.
Yeah. It's not a bluff, trust me. It's not a bluff.
25.
25?
Yeah.
Oh, and I said that this shouldn't be getting in. First and second in chips, +1 against +2 here. And this is why we probably flatten the first place as Briskin, because when met with this 4-bet now,
yes,
what's the plan?
Right, we're in a horrible spot. And look, Gonza, his eyes, loving this, seeing this action, the time bank chips going in. Yeah, I mean, we've got the 3 big stacks here, haven't we, now? And these are 2 of them.
Yeah, Voronen's got around 51 million, I believe, so all 3 of them congested at the top.
They're gonna all the time telling me that I made this stupid thing. So how much I raised? 8.3. So I have like 30 left, yeah? Even more. You're gonna show me your hand if I'm gonna show you.
Wow.
My friend.
Yeah, after that statement, seems like a man who's already made his mind up that he's folding.
Yeah, he played poker many years. He's quite, yeah?
Potentially a third of the chips in play in this pot if he were to jam. With 8 players left. Let me tell you, Brishkin is thinking, don't be fooled.
Show the bluff. Show me bluff. Oh,
it was a flip.
It's a coin flip, my friend. That's good coin flip. It's okay, don't worry.
Well done, Brishkin. You suggested, you know, we don't want to be 3-betting because something else happens, but then he did find the fold and avoided complete calamity here. You see there is down to 3rd in chips, but I mean, could well have been out there, and Mr. Perfect would not have enjoyed running that for that much either. And I think you'll look at these stacks at the bottom here, like Savkin, Menhart, thinking, hang on a second, this guy's like 12 gins in. Yeah. Like, how has he not just got this in? I should have had a sweat at a ladder there, but as it is, we continue 8-handed. So, yeah, I mean, this guy knows his way around the table. Let's not be fooled.
Yeah, good to get away from it after the 4-bet, I think, there. But I feel like just the avenue we're supposed to take in theory is the flat there first, facing 2nd in chips, +1 versus +2.
8 million, just 8
Mr. Perfect just passes up on the ace-5 suited as chip leader.
I think the heart rate just needs to settle after seeing that.
2.7.
I think, you know, obviously he knows kings and aces were never folding. Maybe hoping jacks were going to stack off against him. When he sees the ace-king, that is a big sigh of relief. I mean, he did cover, but it wasn't a lot.
Great hand to see when your opponent folds face up. Don't have to go to the races for a third of the chips in play. Chevich, Queen 3 off into the muck. Seems a bit frustrated there, not picked up many hands, but that's sometimes a blessing at a final table.
But the guy who fold the ace flush, you saw like last hand on
he's a champion.
Yeah, but he's busted out, yeah?
Yeah, he had against the straight flush.
Yeah, this is the...
oh yeah, straight flush. Yeah,
I am the villain. Yes. But you saw that.
Wow.
I could go into the cashier for the money, you know, like to put more. Come on. That was sick, yeah? And it was...
What a guy this guy is.
2 million left, yeah? That's insane. It's really insane.
He was just 2 million chips more.
Now I'm short stack, so it's okay. No. 30 million.
Voronen's turn.
So it's okay.
Ladies.
Still in the bottle.
Up to 55 million in chips. So he opens it up. I mean, Sebastian has a stack that would like to attack some of these spots, but it's kind of like unlikely to be this player he goes after.
Do you know if they pay here in crypto?
Yeah, they pay everything.
Anasevich in the small blind probably has got involved in some of these kind of spots thus far, but thinks better of this one. And, Mr. Perfect, the covering stack, but not much future in Jack 5 offsuit.
Yeah, and especially against Voronen. Only got him covered by 10 BBs.
Oh, he is going to stick around. Does cover.
but they send even.
One assumes at this point playing basically any two from the seat then.
You cannot do it. Yeah, but I mean the Austrian guys, Slovenian guys, they can request for the bank transfer and they're gonna get the white money.
10-8-3 mono. Like mono boards will get some one big blind bets, especially at FTs. See what size Voronin gonna choose here. Wow, what goes huge? 5 million into 7 million on the 10 high mono. I think this is just, I don't want you coming along with a bare club when I've got red queens here, sir. Jack 5 out of there. What a friendly final table. Playing for 375k, guys. And these lot showing hands like it's a home game.
I think he's going to Voronin. Hang on a second. You told me I'm not supposed to show hands. And now you're showing hands and he's even reached over for the wrist slap.
It's really a friendly table here, huh?
Yeah, of course.
Everybody's showing it.
Of course. Because we're all friends.
When will it get serious and nobody shows? When will it get serious and nobody shows?
Yeah, it's gonna be serious if me and Konstantin go to the start. and then it's nobody talking on the table, so it's gonna be like that. That's a part of the life, you know. Like usually nobody talking on the table.
I thought here Sebastian once again opens. Gonna want to be removal based, ace x, king x, this type of stuff, but is gonna open the sixes. I always feel like this is just people that understand sixes is an open but haven't looked at like ICM ranges. Dems, and I just like, you look at a pair, if you've not looked at the spot, you're like, oh, a pair's a good hand, I need to open it, which makes sense logically how the brain works.
Yes, you know, yeah.
But in these scenarios, we are supposed to get a lot more removal base, having some ace x, some suited king x, trying to get the still through. Better shave it. Chase 9 suited. Wants to have a look on the button, working with just shy of 20. Briskin takes no time before defending the 8-6 of hearts, so three-way action here.
Let's go. The three-way action.
10-10 deuce, couple of diamonds. Sebastian's open. Still with the best hand, but
check.
Instantly scary when you're in a three-way pot. Panasevich certainly have some of those better pairs. Maybe some strong 10x, Brishkin the same.
Yeah, it feels like once we get here with sixes, though, probably one that has to bet.
Right, hard to win otherwise.
Yeah, exactly that. Like kind of in imagination land, because I feel like sixes, sevens not going to be here as an open from +2 at this distribution. But when we see the 10-10 deuce, just want to deny equity to overcards. Still get some value from some like diamond draws in the big blind, perhaps. Even some like deuce x of Briskin.
Throwing time cards in, is he really going to try and do something, or is he just messing with Sebastian for the banter?
So you have 30, yeah? Something like that. 40. 40?
If he check raises this combo, Dems, it would be mental.
How much is that? 3.5.
I mean, surely not. He must be messing with him.
He must be messing with us. No way. No, he's not.
Oh
no,
my word!
He is not. How does he just 3-bet fold ace king and now wants to raise 8-6 of hearts on 10-10-2, 2 diamonds?
Wow. And you see, when the action came to him on the flop, he just instantly threw his time bank chips in, right? Like oh, definitely going to play this hand. It wasn't like a late arrival to the thought of doing this. And I wonder if that plays into the mind of Sebastian. It would to me.
Mm-hmm. It's just a grim spot now for Sebastian. There are some scenarios where we're drawing to 10% equity. Need to find a 2-outer.
How can we continue?
We can't. I don't think.
How?
That's the other thing about these pairs. You do get yourself in a lot of awkward spots. You flop a set one every 8.5 times. That doesn't happen too often. And then always overcards to contend with can be difficult spots to play. Briskin just finds an outrageous check raise, but timing is everything. We're not running into top end.
Yeah, completely understandable.
Okay, for the name of SPR,
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
The name of our streamer. Somebody bust him out, so he was here. Actually, the chief leader of the day. I couldn't vote. You understand? Yeah.
Couldn't fold. You can't fold 8-6 of hearts on 10-10 deuce 2 diamonds.
That is brutal. Just flicks it over.
What an FT.
Rishkin. 51 million. Sebastian will feel a little sick, but I mean, what can we do with the 2 6s there? We can't continue, surely. This man has turned over the goods many times. 3-bet folded ace king a minute ago, which we approved of.
No problem. Really. Nice.
And just put Sebastian in the bin. And again, if you're a short stack at this table, you're loving seeing all of this nonsense go on. Menhart here with 10 blinds is probably thinking, though, still, how? We're still 8. Give me some ladders.
But it's going to be even better after the hand. Trust me, yeah. Trust me. Keep me alive. Okay, of course. Somebody raise? No. We are with my friend? Yeah. But you look like a nice person,
The second least favorite friend.
You see, you look like a nice person. That's why you get the walk.
It gives the walk with 10-6.
Covering.
Oh, it's a check raising 8-6 on 10-10 deuce. Make it make sense, Jay.
I can't at the moment, but I'm thoroughly enjoying it. So more of the same, please. Table captain Briskin. Entertainment value. Getting the job done in terms of chips. Lost their few with the ace king, folding it pre, but
yeah, but only what, like 4.5 blinds. I mean, no qualms there.
How are you doing? Good. How are you? I'm perfect. Like 2-3 more shots, and I'm gonna be like the destroyer of the table. But I couldn't. 8-6. It was.
Good, continue.
Yeah, they know why I did that. Yeah. Correct.
Menhart +1, 10 blinds, but imagine him wanting to get this one in.
Yeah, ace-9 off. Just misses the cut.
What's going on?
And I guess just every hand looks like someone could be all in. Well, Savkin's going to play for the more here, one would imagine, but 15 blinds, it will take a couple of bets to get in. Or does he ever find just the open jam, I wonder?
Nah, just an open here. Then we'll see what Savkin comes with, but I feel like open's the way to play here.
Honestly, he has gone for the all-in, but yeah, I'm with you. I think we're second shortest. We can afford to bust here. It's not disaster. We want to try and encourage some action.
When we open 10 for 15, though, like maybe ace queen's the only one that calls that we dominate.
Oh my word! Brishkin snaps him, and look at this. I mean, Gonza maybe saved. Oh, Voronin with 2 10s. I mean,
easy fold. Such an easy fold.
Yeah. But I mean, there were so many different ways this could have gone.
Oh, yeah. Literally, if Savkin opens and Brishkin 3 bets, well, Voronin probably still folds 10s. But
right. But Gonza might have called forward 8s because...
This cannot
oh, hang on. Oh, they're talking in Russian. He's quite right.
Man, I understand, but there's a level of, there's a threshold, man.
Why he's thinking? Come on.
But there is a threshold, man, and you know it. You're an agent. And
I'm the agent?
I don't know.
You think I'm the agent? No, my friend, I'm not.
There is a threshold what you can do on the table, and you know it.
Okay.
Imagine it's against you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Gonza completely within his right and said what needed to be said. Fair play to Brishkin, he just has accepted it.
Can I say that anyway I'm gonna show the hand, yeah? Correct?
We're gonna see the hand?
Yes. Trust me, he's the last person
well, we know that.
I want to raise all in. Yeah. Oh, Konstantin.
Pass. 51 million.
Pass.
7-4.
Kings on display. Savkin.
Yeah, pretty rough for Savkin here, but I don't think I saw an ace hit the mark. So
okay. Well, the ace-9 off, I suppose, was the first hand up,
yes,
wasn't
of
it? Yeah, but
course.
still 2 in the deck by our reckoning.
Yeah, 26% should be having closer to 30. Yeah, pretty grim for Savkin's played pretty tight. Made that ace-queen fold at early stages of the FT and then just runs into it here. As I say, we still probably just open, but we're not getting away from this one, unfortunately, against this man.
You see, they were on the top of my list. Tier 1, tier 2.
Queen 7 forward.
Yeah? I don't want them
Savkin
involved
came in with
the
high
hand,
hopes.
both of them. Yeah.
Was right up the chip counts at the onset of the FT, but now looking likely to finish in a...
on the river, you know, like the ace of space, ace from the space.
I'm really waiting for him. But
sorry, my friend. You
And that is how the race is run for Savkin. Busts out in 8th place and picks up $46,000 for his efforts. But what an incredible hand that could have been. All sorts of different ways it went. Some really big hands dealt out.
This is why maybe the strat of just staying out of the way going to work. Manhart, who hasn't really got involved, is laddered 20k now from 9th to 7th, and he's sitting there with sub 10. So just allowing these collisions to happen. That one just a cold deck, not really much to say. Weren't really anyone torching it off, but just two premiums running into each other that always going to get in, whether we play 2 big blind open, whether we play open jam, ace king, not going to be able to fold that spot at any point at that stack depth.
75k is like, no, okay for me, but
not so much.
Also, because I'm not an agent, my friend.
I don't know what you are. You're higher than an agent.
Yes, I'm really high.
That's fine. That's fine. That's better. What I meant, I don't mean that you're an agent or whatever.
No.
I meant that you know that.
Yeah, I know those. Yeah. But the last person, you know, because if he means to call, that's aces, correct? Yeah, that's it. But if it's not insta call, no. I don't want him to be involved. Yeah.
I know that you.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Come on, it's gonna be bad for the poker for everyone. Yeah. Like, come on. I'm not so greedy. I don't need his chips. Come on. I'm not greedy.
You care about the money and you like to have fun in the money.
Yeah. I understand. Sorry. But I'm kind of a little bit drunk, so. Like,
yeah, I don't think there was anything malicious. Brishkin's been talking a lot during hands. The problem is when he talks to his power in a hand when facing a decision, multi-way pot exactly that with all the chips on the line. He was talking to Mr. Perfect before when he had the ace king, and this was a slightly different situation, but I do not believe anything malicious there. But completely right. I'm glad that Gonza spoke up because you do have to protect yourself in these situations. And obviously, in FT, we know you're just incentivized to see other players get it in, and it could have been equity for him. As it is, this open from Banasevich, one assumes. Did he get through? Sebastian Jack 7 off. I mean. Also, I just wanted to make a point. I was looking at the chat over on the GG Poker YouTube channel, and Bosa Burt says it's Menhart's birthday today. Might get lucky. So if that's the case, well, happy birthday first of all. And also, there's your couple of birthday ladders.
20k.
Yeah.
Don't mind 20 bag in the back pocket. Sitting there as the short stack. Like, has he won a pot yet, Menhart? What, we're an hour and 15 into this final table. I don't think he's won a pot yet, and he's made $20,000. And this is what we talk about when coming in at these stack depths. Sometimes just staying out the way is going to be the best avenue to make the most money.
No. Come on. No. I begin it on that table with because I can't see all your chips. I said chips, and I said it's gonna be 2.9 next time. Yeah, I said. Yes, I'm honest with my words. So
35, something like that.
35, okay, thank you.
34, 35.
No. I told them I was in oven with Queen 7. I hit the flush, and I give them 600 on tips, and I said like if I'm gonna double up again, I'm gonna give 2.9. You understand, yeah? Now it's the stakes become higher.
Yes, of course.
Every time higher. In the heads up, it's gonna be.
Of course.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. They're gonna cheer on me, you know, like. Trust me.
And a walk for the short stack. Happy
I think
birthday.
I'm the chip leader,
Yeah, just talked it in for him, said he hadn't won a pot yet. Menhart wins one in the form of a walk, and we love those.
We are close. Actually, we
Like
are close.
Sebastian, maybe like, it's a low frequency one, but these sort of raised not all ins at 10 big blinds, like maybe take the 10-3 off once in a while, just make it like 2.3, 2.4 BBs.
But come on, what's the point, yeah? If I'm gonna stay here for 2
Right, as we change the deal, I turn my attention to the chat again. I see people saying, he was saying to his friend, don't do it, all this, but yes, he shouldn't be saying this. He 100% should not be speaking Russian. This is the same stuff he's been saying to every player he's in pots with in English, so it's not quite as bad as I think it first seems, and I like the way it was just kind of dealt with. We are down to $57,000 is what is locked up. Next jump up to 72, then 95. We hit 6 figures from there on, with second place picking up a cool $250,000, but the first prize 375k going to our eventual champion.
Here is my, yeah?
There now is Briskin, chip lead up, like any ace potentially will do from any position, just that removal factor. But now we're going to have a handoff with the ace-5 off.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look around these stacks as we go around. So Sebastian with 30, is he now second shortest, or we've got Menhart and I forget for some reason who's behind Menhart, but these will be the 2 shortest. He's in here with 10 blinds, King Jack of diamonds. I mean, this feels like one we just go with, right? We just want to stay at this table. Like, let's buy an orbit.
Yeah, not much we can do here as Menhart, though. Has to go this one. It's 2 got a hand, blind on blind, King Jack suited. Does find the jam. Nice from him, and going to be getting through.
Yeah, Banasevich behind.
We can see.
Come on. Yeah. Really important life-changing money for the first place.
12 million.
But it's fun. It's really fun.
It is fun.
Come on. Because I made 8-6, that my streamer is like, his best cards is 8-6. You understand? And he made like all his career about these cards. Yeah, these cards. And of
There we
course,
go.
when I get
Did it for the fans.
on the final table, it's like the respect of the of him, yeah?
Yeah, you have to do it.
You understand, yeah? Because the guys who's watching him, they know.
I understand that. I actually had one at a final table not long ago, UK pro, Tim Chung, you'll know Tim, where he got a message mid-final table from one of his friends who said if you go all in with the 9-6 of spades, which was his friend's favourite hand, he'd pay him a little bounty. And Tim went for the jam with the 9-6 of spades. He ran into ace-king and he got there. So he didn't just get the bounty, he also got a double up when that occurred. A bit different from the 8-6, but I understand why you might do that. If one of your mates, it's their favourite hand, and you want to try and win a pot with it for them because they're watching the stream. Maybe why we saw the outer line check raise with the 8-6 of hearts there, potentially from Briskin.
He made his like popular career about his hand, 8-6, yeah. So I couldn't fold it. Come on.
There you go.
But that's the only one person that I could deal. You understand, yeah?
Yeah.
But he busted out, so no deals. Because he probably need the money and that kind of stuff. So I'm ready
I play with him.
Shouting at his friend, playing the hand, but saying, well, he needs the money. Yeah, like the mic's always on.
A bit tight.
Oh, King 10.
No, I don't know.
It's where these ones get interesting, isn't it, with 12 blinds?
I
Like,
one time per half of the year, so I have no idea.
I like this, just again, with all the action going on.
You don't play much then, no? Just for fun, some tournaments.
Banasevich may well bust this hand, you never know. I know we're quite far adrift, though. But
Yes. No, online I don't play. I'm not allowed.
I'm going to continue here as Banachevich, King 7 off, starts with complete. A bit low down once you get one of these maybe offsuit high lows that bumps it up, but middling King X. completing. And Mr. Perfect, 7-3 off, bottom end of range. Maybe one that raises once in a while again in these polar spots, not all in. Just going to take a free flop.
I could. Of course I could. But what's the point? Yeah.
No, fine. Yeah.
Plus, I don't like online. I like
It's 9-8 rainbow here. Luxon starts with check, like it with a king high. Difficult to fold out worse here, blind on blind, and Mr. Perfect takes a freebie.
Casino, we ultimate our craps, and we play against the casino together. You understand? Here we are all like enemies.
Mr. Perfect feels like 7 high, needing to stab now, and Benacevic doesn't even think once before letting king high go. Interesting that. Maybe one that has to stick around for one, but maybe feels not good enough to call the second barrel on the river, and Mr. Perfect more than capable of firing his second barrel. Just taking that out of play, perhaps letting the man second in chips take that one.
Been a great final table so far for Mr. Perfect. Really steady rise up.
No, I'm the
he did that huge flip.
Yeah. So I don't want to...
Blind raise. No cards.
Straddle. So you understand, yeah.
Beautiful Luxon Pay trophy in the foreground there. That's what these guys are playing for alongside the 375k.
If you talk Russian or something like with your friends, like I could talk with him all the time, but he don't understand the English, so it's kind of like avoiding, yeah?
He's from Russia?
Yeah, Russia. And most of the regulars, they don't talk at all. If you ask them the question, completely silence, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, where's my... You understand, yeah?
Yes, I understand.
It's like that, yeah.
I prefer playing live too. It's more...
Of course, live hold'em is the best thing, yeah? If when we're gonna have the translation in our AirPods, it's gonna be really good, yeah? No. You see?
Michigan not going to defend.
Right now, AirPods gonna translate during the calls. They already announced it. The EI gonna translate everything during the calls. It doesn't matter on which language you're gonna say. And the next step that we're gonna all talk together on our own language, and we're gonna have like AirPod, and we're gonna understand everyone. It's gonna be the future. Yeah, that's the future. It's gonna change everything. You don't need to learn the language right now. Yeah, right now it's pointless.
Yeah, it will be like automatic translation.
Yeah, but it's gonna be right now. The next update of the AirPods is like that. The next one. AirPods, you know the AirPods, Apple AirPods.
It's gonna translate automatically.
Yes, during the calls. Right now, during the calls, they're gonna check everything, how it works, and then
when?
The next update, 19 some. No, the next update. They already announced it. So they already announced it. So next step, they're gonna test everything. You understand? They're gonna test everything, and the next step is that.
Jack 10 suited here for Menhart, hijack, outright short stack. One we like to jam because we knock out Queen Jack, we knock out Queen 10, we knock out King Jack, we knock out King 10. So the suited Jack 10 here, too good, in my opinion, not to jam. He might go for like the half stack when we have that unique situation when there's a reshove and another reshove behind. We can fold, potentially get a ladder and still have some equity in the prize pool. But Jack 10 suited here for Menhart. Gonna go for this option. Does want a V-pip, but not the form of 11 big blind jam. Gonna go for open. Sorry, 12 bigs working with. Even still, seems like a really clean one as outright short stack from the hijack here.
Gonna raise the poker on the next level, actually, yeah? Because everyone gonna talk. Finally.
We would have been picking it up in form of a jam, but now Gon's up with the Queen 9 off in the big blind.
Good luck, my friend.
May feel obliged to call and see 3.
Cool.
Interesting one from Menhart choosing to open this. Feel like it's as clean jam as you're going to get. But look at this. Double gutted for Gonza and an overcard. And we got top pair here for Menhart.
Yeah, this feels like we're wagering all the tokens. Menhart, the birthday boy.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting from Gonza's spot, because if you're sat there, you're not assigning any 10x, because like ace 10 through like jack 10 suited, you just expect to jam, or at least I would in this given scenario. So when he opens off a 12 from hijack, like his value is just going to be the overpairs really trying to extract the most, and then just going to be a lot of stills in there, like some suited ace x and potential king jack, which also may like to jam. The suited definitely would. So it's difficult to assign any 10x here when our opponent opens off a 12 from the hijack, because most of them probably just send it in anyway. The jack 10 suited through the ace 10 off. So let's see how Gonza proceeds here with his double gut shot.
Facing that 2.5 million chip bet against the short stack. He does just go for the jam.
And here we go.
Yeah, one of these, obviously Menhart, probably just hoping to pick up the pot, but going nowhere. And you see here.
So players on a break after this hand. Is it going to be an extended break for Menhart, or can his 63% equity hold here?
So far, so good for the birthday boy on the final hand of 600, 1200. He's just got to hope it's not his final hand for this tournament. Gonza needs a queen, a jack, or a 7. And he doesn't find it. The full double up for Menhart, who has been ultra patient, Jay. I think we've both been impressed with the way he's approached this final table. I think very much approving of it. Gonza very unlucky there in the sense that he got dealt that flop in a situation, as you broke down so beautifully, that, you know, it's reasonable to believe that perhaps the jam would get through, or might be even in better shape than he was when called.
Yeah, not much we can do after we flop that amount of equity, but what I believe an unorthodox open there from Menhart, actually working perfectly in the short term, getting his opponent to flop a decent bit of equity to go with, and we get the full double up, and it's going to be Gonzo as the short stack when we return after the break.
Yeah, and blinds, of course, will be going up to 1.5 million big blind, thus shallowing out the stacks as they currently sit. We will be going on a very short break, just 5 minutes, we're being told. And when we come back, you see that 1.5 million big blind. We'll pinch those towards the bottom. Julian will now have just 21 blinds, but far better shape than he was a moment ago. I'm going to be stepping aside during this break. Picasso is going to be stepping back in, and he and Jay will take you through continuing coverage of this Luxon Pay Grand Final table.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, in the early goings of this 2K Luxon Pay Grand Final table. Down to 7. I just had a nice little relaxing break for a couple of hours, furnished myself with some nice food. Jay, I am hearing that Mr. Brixton is causing some trouble.
Yes, he has been. It's been a great watch, to be fair, first couple of hours, Andrew. We thought it was going to be a cagey affair when the final first started. 22 bigs was the short stack, 44 bigs was the big stack, and then everyone else just congested. So weren't expecting too many fireworks, but the way it started, we had squeezes with 7s against gun opens. We were having some check raises with 8 high on 10-10 deuce. It was all going on. But Alexandru Lepelec was the first casualty. 3-bet aces off of 15 bigs. The ace queen suited peeled, and the king jack 10 flop rolled off. It all went in on the flop. And although there was a sweat on the 10 turn, there was no boat up on the river for Lepelec. And then it was Timothy Savking who open shoved his ace king for 15 big blinds and run into the kings.
Yeah, I did pick Savkin as sort of one of my men to watch at this FT. Sounds like a cooler, not much you can do. The other point of note, Jay, you saying you thought it was going to be a cagey affair. Have you ever been here before? There's no cagey affairs on the Merit complex. Everyone just gets after it.
Yeah, I did think even even at Merit, I thought people would look at the stacks and maybe look at the ladders and think if I can outlast 5 players. The jump from 9th to 4th was nearly 100k, so that's sort of what we was looking at when the stacks were so congested when the FT started. But it has opened up a little bit now. A couple of people busting, and we kick off here next session with Banacevic opening from the hijack.
Yeah, always kind of interesting when, you know, the chip leader's only like 45 bigs deep himself. So it, you know, can cause some really interesting spots as we see Banacevic trying to sneak one through here with Queen Jack. Seems quite reasonable off one of the shorter stacks. Voronin defending Queen 9. Oh, Jay, off to the Ace Queen Deuce.
And chooses the 3 million size. Just south of 40%. Feel like on Ace High Rainbow we are going to have some smaller sizes, but 3 million is going to get some value from worse here.
Oh, 9 of spades on the turn.
Only saving grace. We're not at top end in the form of Ace X here, and we're just working with Queen X as Banacevic. So not going to be an utter disaster. Not going to be going broke with this hand.
Yeah, 4 of spades river. Pot behind. Decision on Voronin. What's the thoughts, Jay? What do you think he's thinking? Do we ask for it all?
Yeah,
do we go small? Like small doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, I don't think we can ask for it all, because what's Banacevic's check back range? Surely if he's got like ace 10 plus, he's just going to want to continue barreling here, getting some value. So doesn't look like he's going to have too much strong ace X. I guess some stuff like ace 6, ace 5 suited in there.
Yeah.
Checking back for some pot control. It goes for 7 million for exactly half here. I guess one of the good things, we credibly rep a few bluffs from the big blind. We can have some king jack, jack 10, king 10, and maybe the 4-5 suited, 4-3 suited that defends covering.
Yeah, I guess a nice thing for Voronin is that once Banacevic checks back turn is that the ace of spades is on board, right? So it's not like you can have ace 5 of spades here that backdoors into the nuts. Hard to call here, right? Like having a jack cannot be a good thing here.
Yeah, I agree completely. Like if we are going to catch a queen, probably not good to have this as our sidecar, but then again, we're not going to open queen 8 suited. So I guess all of our queen X are just going to be blocking some of these bluffs, the king jack, jack 10, king 10 type stuff.
And like really critical moments, like if we get this wrong and make the call, we're going to be crippled and down to what, 5 blinds. So very, very dicey moments for Banacevic.
Yeah, I feel like how we assign our strategy here, we are going to have some ace X that check back, some ace 5, ace 3 suited. Like all these hands, I guess, are going to be the ones that we call. Maybe we don't have to dip into the queen X here when we can still plausibly have some ace X that get to the river in this fashion.
And like to go back to the flop, he bet 40%, right? So if the guy has like a 3-4 of clubs type thing, like are they really sticking around? Oh, and he's paid it off and about to get the very bad news. Nice sizing from Voronin. Looks like got the max there.
Yeah, very nice from Voronin, and I agree. Would have potentially got the maximum. If he ekes towards pot, maybe the Queen Jack of Banacevic hits the mark, and nice bit of value on the end there from the Russian.
That takes the chip lead now, Voronin. Believe he was the day 1C chip leader, so he's looking to go wire to wire. You see him brisking Mr. Perfect. You gotta love it. Top 3 in chips. So a big gulf now between that top 3. Menhart and Sebastian. Probably the guys that need to play Titus J, right? Try and get rid of the 2 short stacks, Banacevic and Sebastian.
Yeah, well, Menhart didn't win a pot until about 10 minutes before the first break. He was just folding, rightly so, letting the collision effect take course. He then got a walk and then managed to double up on the button 2 hands later and got himself right back in it. So just sort of patience prevailed for Menhart. Sorry, he was in the cutoff, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, for himself and Sebastian, if they double, they're basically chip lead, right? So order of business for them, perhaps. Try and ladder up to the remaining 5 and then go on a bit of a tear. Nasty one for Banacevic, though, and he's put himself in a bad spot now, in early position.
Yeah, then we can just outlast 2 more opponents, Andy. We pocket an extra $38,000.
Yeah, it's getting you know, the jumps are getting big. Mr. Perfect with a perfectly playable ace-jack of diamonds. Intriguing. Decides to bump it up to 4 million, slightly larger open size. Kind of puts hands like that in a worse spot if they were to consider V-pipping, but out of the way. Should just get this one through in my eyes, with Banacevic on, you know, the 5 big blind stack about to be out the door and very often, right? So let's just fold and, what, make 15 grand, something like that?
Yeah, not just the 5 big blind stack. I think Gonzo's got around 10 as well.
Yeah.
So just trying to outlast these 2. Kind of the idea. Pocket that extra $37,000, which in a 2K, good for
a lot,
18 buy-ins. Yeah, it's a chunk. I enjoyed watching this man play today, Mr. Perfect. And come out all guns blazing. FT. I think it was the second hand of the FT, under the gun open from Ace Queen. He flats Queen 9 suited in the low jack.
He's so spicy.
It comes Queen Jack 7, Ace Queen bets. He 4x's the raise and Ace Queen folds. It was unbelievable. He got the better hand to fold, was probably thinking he was raising for value.
How's Ace Queen folded? It's like the fine line between genius and insanity, that raise, I guess. Is it a value raise? Is it a bluff? We may never know.
Me and Ben's going to figure out what it was. Over to a Gonzo here.
I'm hating it. I love this fold. Just going to put it out there. I just saw him look at Banacevic and just be like, well, I'm out, right? Ace 6 suited.
And the only man that comes into this final table I couldn't actually find anything on the database for, but he's actually played exceptionally. Like, the just awareness is there. You can tell the awareness is there. He's ICM aware and just recognizing a lot of spots he doesn't need to take because of how the stacks are situated.
Yeah, Sebastian, I wondered if he would consider walks here with Banacevic about to be in the big. But the fact that Menhart has basically the same stack as MJ, he's not really incentivized to bump this up from the big either.
It should be on his poker between these two.
Yeah, does check. Romanian gets a free look. Has the best hand with 10 high. Still has the best hand, improving to a 10 high flush draw. Menhart with just 6 high, no diamond. Not much for him to work with. How do you think Sebastian is... How do you think the wheels are turning, Jay, so to speak here? What do we want to do?
I feel like just check. I feel like these spots when we're like middle of the pack and we've got 2 short stacks or even 1 outright short stacks, when we're playing against a stack depth that's very similar to ours, it's almost very similar to when there's an all-in and call and there's a dry side pot.
Yeah,
like, we just want to play really honestly, even with our draws. Like, just check, and then when we make our hand, we can start betting it.
Yeah, he does decide on bet. I think I would follow your lead and check here. I feel like Menhart is even less incentivized to stab than normal, right, for obvious reasons. And I could see him checking back something as strong as like a weak king, right? And looks like, so we're probably going to get to realize equity against a 9, against an 8.
Not even a weak king, like king queen probably checks in this situation.
This is what I mean,
well.
right?
Yeah,
so it's sort of one of those. Although on the flip side of that, when we bet, we might, you know, like an 8 with no backdoor, you might immediately get a fold, right? Like, I could see it. And you may get some sort of gut shots like we saw he had just out of the pot, which is not the end of the world. Nice pickup for Sebastian. So all eyes on Banicevic. 3 million of his 7.6 are in the middle already. Just shows you how critical that river decision was. Like, if we fold there and we go through the blinds, it's not the end of the world, right? We still got 11 million. I wonder if, yeah, okay. I thought Mr. Perfect should consider that one longer. I would open there.
Yes.
Ace 7 off, 7-handed. Nobody wants to come up against you, right? If they have like an ace 10 or something, they probably fold, right? It's one of those. Anyway, it's going to fold to the small. Menhart is one of these spots where unless he wakes up with something half decent, he's hating this in some ways.
Is it not the short stack though in the big?
It is, yeah. I'm just saying sometimes he maybe wants one of the big stacks just to do the dirty work and get rid of his man. He's found a big hand. What a time to look down at 2 9s.
Yeah. Let's see if he can find the complete here. He is going to go with jam, but I've seen these spots a lot, blind on blind, and like we aren't supposed to like shove 8s, 9s, 10s.
Even with 3 back.
I feel like these are ones that just complete, because Banicevic, he just shoves anything with 2 overcards calls us anyway, so these get in anyway. But what it does, it has the function of keeping 2 undercards in, which are drawing to like 18% equity. Yeah, exactly that. And then we potentially get it against when they flop a 7, when they flop a 3. Like the idea of the spot is anything we're flipping against anyway.
Will never
fold. It was never going to fold, and they realise anyway, because they shove them hands themselves. If he wakes up with Queen Jack, Jack 10, he's just going to put it in himself. But these are like really nuanced spots. But when you look at them in the solver, like I think it's down to 8s at that stack depth, like just one that just completes and it keeps all these undercard stuff in. And
that certainly makes sense. But look at the Luxon Pay Grand Final trophy. Somebody will be holding that aloft in a few hours' time. As the box office character that is Briskin.
He 3-bet folded this hand earlier.
I heard. Now then, Voronin. Ace Queen O in hijack.
Just a call here, Andrew. Just 2 of the big stacks. Not wanting to blow to pot here, as Voronin is going to make the call with the Ace Queen. Don't think we get any 3-bets. So there may even be some folding going on now, I think about it. But against Briskin, what we've seen from him already this final table, would not be folding this one. Just feel like we're going to dominate enough stuff in position.
Sure. Oh, hello.
Oh, no.
Hello.
Oh, my word. And it's 1, 2, 3 and chips.
Oh. He just cracks me up, Mr. Perfect. Just like, so zen.
I'm pretty confident if Voronin's not in this pot, this is just a call from Mr. Perfect in the big blind. I'm actually not sure what we do when there's a call.
I know what Mr. Perfect's going to do. He says 20 mil. He's made it absolutely huge.
Last time.
He's going to fold it again, he announces. I like it. I mean, what? The guy's just put 13 bigs in? Like... He folds so fast, Briskin. What a boss. I mean, I say I like it. Maybe I don't. It depends on how he's going to, you know, adapt this squeeze strategy. I feel when they put 20 million in, Jay, like, I just don't think this is light.
I don't think it's light either. I wouldn't expect to. Is Mr. Perfect not the type that potentially does that with Ace Queen as well, though?
I mean, maybe.
It's tough. It is tough against this particular customer, I'll be honest.
It's actually wild how... So what, are we just... What are we doing with queens here to the 20 mil? So it's what, just kings and aces and we just fold everything else? It's pretty grim, isn't it?
I have no idea multi-way after Voronin's flat in between, I'll tell you that.
That's a nice pickup, though. Puts more daylight between himself and the rest. 20 mil. Have some of that, lads. I kind of expect to see, like, 14 to 15 million, maybe 20. Oof.
Well, he did go for the near 4x open with jacks on the button a bit earlier on the final as well. So
he's an interesting character.
Mr. Perfect loves mixing up the sizes. Keeps them guessing. Keeps us guessing in the booth.
Yeah, I want some backstory on the Mr. Perfect moniker.
I had really good hand. You can check the.
Well then, Banicevic, have you got something, sir? Yes, you do. Good luck. I was going to say any universe where we make it 3-0 and somehow fold if it goes all in, all in. Maybe, maybe not. With 2.5 bigs.
It could be an idea.
I could see it. Oh wow, okay. Mr. Perfect decides not to. I thought he might call here with Jack 10. Well, here we go. Chance to get back into the fight, Jay. 10 million in the middle.
I told you, I know the meta. I know the meta.
Somehow 8-3 offsuit has 31%.
That's a lot.
Feels like a lot.
For a dusty old holding in the big blind, but Bruskin feels like needs to call when it's just 2.5 bigs.
Yes.
Okay, Ace King 3, both flop a piece. 31% shrinks down to 19 for Briskin, looking for a 2-pair out. Not to be on the turn, 5 of diamonds. One more card to fade then for Banicevic to get back into the battle. And does. 4 of hearts on the river. You know what they say, Jay, every great adventure starts with the smallest of steps, doesn't it?
I have to, like, come on, it's 2.5.
Do they say that?
I do.
Oh, okay, you say that. Okay, that makes sense.
I think they do say that. Or every climb, every journey. Whatever.
I
There we
thought
go.
when you started the sentence, I thought a chip in a chair was coming. That was it.
No. I like to make my own rhetoric. In any case, Banicevic, excuse me, back in the mix.
Yeah, Manhart and Gonzo don't like to see that. But
Yeah, they're
still.
hating it, right? You're just anti-railing your man.
Yeah, chat. A bit shocked to see 8-3 off all in there. It was less than 2.5 bigs, guys.
Yeah. Any two will do.
Exactly that.
All right, then, on we go. Voronin folds the offsuit king under the gun. These ones very tricky in my eyes, Jay, with the distributions.
I feel fold in this distribution.
One thing I will say, Gonzo's in the big, so that makes this a bit more appetizing. And like, if we're gonna get a steal spot, I feel like early position might be the one. I don't hate it actually. I think it's borderline, but now we are in trouble because we're gonna have to call.
Yeah, it depends on the big stacks as well. How much are they free betting?
Like,
How much
are they
getting
leaning on you
after it?
every time?
This is the thing. If we're getting leaned on by the big stacks, I feel like fold, but maybe in
Like
the dynamic
sometimes they will just let you get away with it, right? Like I have no idea. Like it's conjecture. What's Mr. Perfect going to do with ace 6 off? Is he going to 3-bet? But this is a bit of a disaster for Sebastian. Is there a world where we can fold? By the way, like.
I don't think we can.
I don't think
it's
6.5,
six and a
right?
half, and we got 2
Yeah.
invested.
I think we could fold to like 8 on an FT, because it's a bit of a disaster if we double up our man and we flip flop. Yeah, he's in. And all of a sudden, Banicevic, from having 3.9 million a moment ago, could take over Gonzo and Sebastian. Big old all-in moment. Sebastian praying for a queen. There's the immediate outs.
Wait.
Ace, king, 9, 1 diamond. Now hunting for a jack alongside one of the remaining queens. Backdoor diamond's a thing. 7 of hearts on the turn. Banicevic still holding. So queen or a jack for Sebastian. Doesn't find it, and just like that, Banicevic on the spin. That's a nice feeling, Jay, when you feel like you're almost, what, 9 out of 10 times getting 7th? It seems pretty hard to spin it up.
I'd say probably higher than that. Probability that we bust next just going to be through the roof and going double. Beautiful.
And Sebastian perhaps lamenting that open. And it is big, right? That's a third of our chips. Like, it's a pretty big moment on this final for him.
The thing is, as well, like, you weren't here the first couple of hours with me and Dems, but the way this FT played, it doesn't seem like everyone's ICM aware, and there's potential collisions that shouldn't happen that will happen at this FT, and maybe another reason why we don't need to open that hand. Just sit there, let 2-3 players bust, and make ourselves a decent chunk of money.
I know, but folding Queen 10 suited, it goes against every instinct that a poker player has. Now, he had a tricky one a minute ago. This one has its own problems too. As the kind of shorty now, you like this more?
Well, we outright short stack now, Sebastian. Has Gonzo not got around?
Gonzo's just shorter than us, but we're kind of joint bottom.
Yeah, going to take the ace-3 suit. It seems like a fine attempt to still, yeah. Like much prefer this over Queen 10 suited as the attempt to still, just with the ace blocker in there, more removal to reshoves, more removal to calls.
Yeah, final table is just so tricky. Now, the problem you have is Mr. Perfect strikes me as the type of guy who will potentially peel wider than he should. You know, I might be casting aspersions, and it's not to be disrespectful, but he's in the mix.
No, your assumption is correct. For some of
and like, if we're not getting this to fold, it becomes a lot less fun. We can see we're only 60-40. I like the open though. He hates this flop. Double gut shot for Voronin. One of those boards, Jay, that we feel like we need to bet, but this is absolutely bleak. Feeling anyway.
Maybe one we go like small quarter, like 2.1, something like that. Just to flush out.
It's hard, isn't it? To just sort of targeting King X that has no connectivity. We might have to fire a turn shell on some favorable ones. Let's go for 2.7, about a third pot. Any universe, Jay, where more than just call?
It's kind of interesting here because obviously, do we get any hands to fold?
Right. You get these to fold, right? Suited ace X. Maybe ace king if we jam. I'm not too sure.
Ace king probably checks this one though because it don't want to get jammed on.
You never know though, do ya? I hear you though. Deuce of spades turn. Sebastian, all of a sudden, is finding himself with pot behind, just ace high. So hard to pull the trigger here.
Oh, but he's reaching. If this was the deuce of clubs, could get behind it. There are a fair amount of hands we get out, like some random 10x, 8x without a draw. But ace-3 suited here, just going to have reduced equity when called, probably only drawing to an ace and sometimes drawing dead in this situation. I think it's fine to just wave the white flag.
Yeah, and there are still some rivers like this one that we could potentially do something on river. Now, action on Voronin, who somehow gets to the river here with 9 high. How tough is it to pull the trigger here? Like,
I don't think we can on this river. He is going to find it with the glance at the chips, but there's just so much that's going to connect here for Sebastian. He's open from gun. He's going to have some King X. He's going to have some potential ace jack that wants to realize.
Like, so complex in terms of what can I do here? Like, I can't really block, right? It doesn't really make any sense. We're not going to block a queen on this King River, I don't believe. So, but also, what are my strong hands? I probably don't have queens or 10s or 8s free. They might, you might have 8s.
Yeah, like from a theory standpoint, though, we need to find bluffs, right? So, as Voronin, so like I guess 9 high blocking some Jack 9. Maybe Jack 9 suit is not going to be in there, but I guess we're 9 high here as Voronin.
Can Sebastian solve the riddle? I mean, it does seem hard for Voronin to have a strong hand, and we can still have some. Like, what can we have? King 10 suited, Jay? Maybe. I don't know if it definitely opens. King Jack, we probably don't raise river.
Do you think ace jack just sends turn with a double gut shot?
I do. I think it probably does. Pocket Kings definitely bets again on the turn. Aces bet again. It's so hard for either of them to have something really strong, I think. What a fascinating spot. Imagine he flicks call in here, by the way. You do beat 7-9. You do beat 9-6, but that's it. Maybe try to decide, Jay, if you can turn it into a bluff.
Yeah,
but
we can't call, Andrew.
Yeah.
Like ace 9.
No, obviously can't call.
Andrew, ace 9's actually one that seems like a really nice bluff now I think about it. I was trying to think of more bluffs for Voronin because we need bluffs in this spot. Maybe ace 9's one that that potentially is going to be a really nice bluff there on the river.
Yeah.
9-6 getting the job done. Credit to Voronin. It takes heart to bluff that river, Andrew. I know we're sitting with 9 high and maybe we need the only way we can win the pot is to bluff. But when you think about the range of Sebastian, this river card just seems so good for the under the gun range. And not just the under the gun range off of that stack size,
yeah, absolutely,
which is supposed to be snug.
Interesting one. And you get some really fascinating shallow stacked spots. The Russian gets it through, and a bit of a disastrous 5 minutes or so for Sebastian. Stack cut in half, and he's in the big blind now, under threat.
You understand? If it's gonna happen.
Round to Briskin then. 9-2 off. Out the way. Gonza out the way too, you would imagine.
No. Give me
now then, Voronin, how much do you want to lean?
Feels like this is a nice one to lean, not in the form of all in, but maybe we can make this like 2.2 BBs. Electing to complete. And Sebastian now with the King 10 off as the outright short stack, only working with around 7 here, between 7 and 8. So yeah. King 10 off, probably just going to be into the middle.
Just feels like people don't trap like properly, I want to say. Maybe that's the wrong word in this type of spot. It just feels like so often we just get this through with jam, right? And there's, what, 4.5 million in the middle that we desperately need to secure. He'll be happy about that. A little sigh of relief after a rocky few minutes. What's wrong with Britson? It's the first time I've heard him be quiet in about 5 hours.
Just have no time.
He's back.
Only on the vacation, like the series.
Mr. Perfect. He's just not in the mix, mate. He's not in the mix for a chat. Seeing what Banicevic makes of these sixes.
A pretty easy fold in my opinion, but does want to open. Banicevic actually pulled sixes early on from middle position against a gun open at the start of this final table. And I spoke to Dems about this. I feel like it's just people that know that in Chippy V you're supposed to open pairs, but maybe haven't looked at the ICM spots and don't recognize that we need to be removal based with our opens rather than like as made hands, if you want these small pairs, not blocking anything. If anything, they're blocking the fold, stuff like 6-2, 6-3, 9-6, all this type of stuff. This is like one of the biggest missteps I see at final tables at this sort of buy-in level. It does work on this occasion.
Yeah,
does
even
get
a
the
hand
raise to
as
take.
like strong as pocket eights isn't even a great open, you know. It's just whenever you can't stand heat at an FT, right? Whereas like a hand as strong as eights, for example, when you have to fold to every time you get 3-bet, it just seems like a disaster, doesn't it?
Exactly that. Like sixes there. Although I'd never open ace deuce off. Ace deuce off's probably going to be a better open in ICM.
Maybe not so bad, but
nice spell for him regardless. Recovered from being on the ventilator. You can breathe easily once more. Action on Mr. Perfect from under the gun, out of the way. Brixton just cracks me up at all times. Jack 5 suited, off he goes. Going to be round to Voronin. Very playable Queen 9 of clubs. Can you shove here, by the way?
Do you know what? It was just going through my head.
I was just thinking of the stacks, and yeah, I'm all in here.
What we got? 10.
It's like
for
20
Sebastian.
in the small. I would have open jammed this hand.
Yeah, you're spot on. 10, 19, and 16.
Perfect spot.
Yep, really nice open shove prospect.
Just
from
something for Voronin to start considering.
Yeah, got a nice seat for it as well, Voronin, with 3 stacks on its direct left with sub 20. So really good spot to play some open jams. With stuff like that, we like suited and gapped.
As we tick to 9:30 or so local time. Still awake enough to recognize that we could maybe rifle that one. You think that's an adjustment that like not so many players, if they haven't looked at it, might not be
This
like it's not immediately intuitive, is it, to be like, right, I'm going to start open ripping.
the thing about tournaments, like especially in big fields, you don't make a final table too often. Like you're not going to make an FT very often, but people that are just used to playing poker and play their own game, how they play throughout the entire tournament, maybe they've just not looked at final table spots and they're not aware of it. And I feel like that's what it always is, Andrew. Just understudied, not looked at any sims and how we are supposed to play when distribution is like this and we cover all the stacks behind.
One thing I will say also on the flip side is that if you've got 3 guys behind you who just don't care, or less, like then all of a sudden open shoving doesn't become so
Of course,
attractive,
yeah,
right?
This is the other thing.
If they wake up with ace-10 off and are just never folding it, then maybe it becomes a little less attractive to rip it in. Anyway, Sebastian burns a time bank here. Voronin opening, hijack. We have ace-5 of clubs in the cutoff.
Yeah, against chip leader. Wouldn't fault Sebastian for taking this one. Like, if we are going to have some bluffs, this is the prime one. Blocking aces and always having 33% versus any other hand at least that calls us.
Is it one of those spots where we actually have way more fold equity than perhaps is, you know, than that is immediately apparent on the surface, right?
Yep.
Like 10 bigs is still, you know, Voronin should be opening so wide that we get a lot of folds.
Exactly that. Like Voronin should open any ace here, any suited king. You should even dip into the suited queen.
Yeah, definitely.
We're just going to get so many folds here, Sebastian. I really like this jam from him. I think this is a really good find.
Now, let's see how Banicevic wants to approach pocket sevens in the small blind. Does, of course, still have the chip leader behind.
Yeah, would not be calling here as Banicevic. I know we can see the cards and he's in great shape, but we still got Voronin behind to worry about. You've also got the collision factor when Voronin calls, potentially bust Sebastian. We ladder a spot.
Yeah, I would turbo fold that one. And Voronin, Jay, for 10? Like, okay, fine, we don't figure to be in the best of shape, but chance to knock off a player. We've got the chips.
Then I realized you don't speak Russian because you talk on different language, something like that. Yeah, and I was thinking.
We'll
like,
see what he lands on. I think people typically fold, of course. Just wondered if you ever felt like spinning the wheel. And that's a great result for Sebastian.
Yeah, pendulum's back swinging the right way. Couple of setbacks early on this session, but gets the momentum going in the right direction.
Yeah, credit to him. Not easy to pull the trigger, especially when things have been going against you.
Yeah, but really enjoying this FT. Lots of spots to delve into. I do find when we're here at Marriott and we're covering the tournaments, we're not going to see note perfect fundamental play at the final table. People who have their own ideas, their own strategies. But always try and strip it back from a theory standpoint, just to try and give the viewers an idea of what could potentially be going on.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, guys, Luxon Pay Grand Final, final table, 2K buy-in, 2 million guaranteed. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood calling the action. James Dempsey will be back in to the booth with myself in a little while as we fold round to Banicevic. Gets out of the way. Mr. Perfect now. With the 9-7.
No, I don't know. I didn't.
Brixton already trying to convince his man not to raise.
To be fair, he early on in the FT talked someone out of completing the small blind, then ended up giving him a walk. It was 8-6 off, to be fair, but he.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Now,
Like we don't have
ace
the
4-4.
both of us, eh? It looks like. It looks
Quite
the
like
ace
this
is not
from
our
Brixton.
card, yeah, I check, of course.
Gonna
Come on,
set
ace
the
to-
trap. Let's go check.
Like, what can I do? Come on.
Check.
Wow.
Oh, 9 on the turn.
Someone get Briskin in the booth. No, we can't have
What
an
happened
ace.
there? He just turbo folded.
Wow.
Mr. Perfect.
Turns the 9 and just snap folds.
Yeah, you see, shitty hand.
These guys.
I'm honest with you.
This is the quickest fold in history as well.
How's he know?
What a
Andrew?
legend.
How's he know?
Yeah, he knows that the deuce 5 and stuff start bluffing the flop.
That is true. That is very true.
That's hilarious. What a fold.
No, here one. Yeah. Ну давай, надо тащить вообще.
That's a pretty mad fold. Blind
Look at
on
this,
blind.
the lads are on the vodkas.
Correct. Yeah.
2/3 pot was slightly bigger size, but even still, some fold there from Mr. Perfect. I don't think you see many, if anyone, fold there after turning a pair blind on blind.
I've just seen 3 of the table take a shot of hard liquor. That's what we do here at the Mediterranean Poker Party. Loving this. Back on Mr. Perfect. Very playable. King Jack on the button. We see him do these big opens, right? What?
Mr. Perfect?
What's going on?
I have no idea. He's a different man to what he was first session.
He's just not feeling it? Like one of those vibes?
11.7.
What is going on? King Jack folds, and Mr. Perfect, he just knew. This is wild stuff. King Jack folds the button. 6-4 off of Brixton is in the mix. Shoves. Gonza snaps it off as he should. Somehow only a 3% equity favorite, Jay. Talk me through that. That can't be real. It's got to be card removal somehow.
Yeah, exactly that. Just means some ace and 10x in the mark, whereas the 6 and 4s are going to be live there.
How is Mr. Perfect folded? Would imagine he would have raised, called the big blind. Would have got there with top pair. Gonza holding. He's trying to bribe the dealer.
No, now you need to hit 6 or 4.
Oh dear.
For the bride.
Looks like $1,000 in hand.
For the bride.
Gonza looks to fade 6s and 4s and does so. Oh man, this is chaotic.
Let's go like this, and tell me.
So many unknown quantities, right? Like, give me a good reason for Mr. Perfect to get out of the way, Jay. Give me a good one.
I haven't got one for you, Andrew. It doesn't make any sense to me. Sometimes, I guess, people just don't fancy it. I'm not that type. I'm very theoretical based. I know you are as well, but there are feel players out there, as we call them, people that feel whether they want to play this hand, whether it's their pot, whether it's their time. That's all I've got for you.
Okay.
You asked me the question. I gave you an answer.
You did.
That's the best I can
I'm
do.
not happy with it, but we'll take it. Right. Konstantin Voronin then. Chip leading 74 million. Good for a shade under 50 bigs. Mr. Perfect closely follows. Then a bit of daylight now between Brixton and the rest of the field. Menhart, Gonza, Banicevic, and Sebastian basically all tied for 4th, Jay. So that's going to be interesting now. Nobody's cut adrift, so we'll see how that impacts their decision making. And of course, we lost Timothy Savkin and Alexandru Lupuleac in 8th and 9th. It's like when, you know, there's certain people who like won't play a hand, like the hand after the dinner break or whatever.
Is there?
There is. Or like the hand before it or whatever. There's certain people who are just like, yeah, I don't play this specific hand.
I know before the break, they don't play last hand before the break.
Right,
I've seen someone do that before.
All right.
I don't play the last hand before the break.
Well, Brixton's going to play this one. Ace-9 of diamonds on the button.
Yeah, when got no logical reason why we find King Jack off, we have to start coming up with other things, I guess, Andrew, of why he might let that go on the button. But it was well timed, because if he opens there, ace-10 shoves, he may even call it off, give him a spin.
You would have had to, right? Like 8 blinds. Anyway, Queen 10-4. Voronin defends 7 high in diamonds, comes up empty. Brixton going to give him a free one. Voronin now takes the lead. This hand going faster than the speed of light, and they're going to chop it up.
No, видишь, fair fight, it's okay. That's good. You see how good was my button, yeah? Yeah. Честно.
The two Russians chop it up both with the flush. Going back to that hand, now I actually think about it. King Jack opens button, fold small, shove for 8, King Jack calls, here come King High. See you later. I've just realised. Oh my word, I've just realised.
I was wondering why you were like, oh, then you might give him a spin, and I'm like, yeah, and you win.
And Gonzo's out, just like that.
Isn't it funny, like sliding doors moments in tournaments? We talk about it all the time. like sort of lost in the chaos there. Gonza just kind of gets a gift of a double, right? And would have been out. Isn't it incredible? If he wins 375k, he owes Mr. Perfect a beer or a vodka shot or a pina colada or whatever it is that's next to arrive at the table.
Okay, thank you.
I've got to try some of this Turkish tea. It seems like everyone's
It's
drinking
good.
it. I haven't tried it yet.
It's good. All right, Mr. Perfect now just mixing a limp in. This man, I have no idea how to conceptualize what he's up to. But listen, he's joint chip lead in the 2K. Allows Voronin in from the small, and Sebastian thrilled to have a free look at the 6-7 of spades.
1-2.
I wonder what he thinks of this limp from Mr. Perfect, because first time we've seen this at the final from him, hasn't limped a single hand yet. This is the first time he's open limped. So difficult to range our opponent and think what this is supposed to be. I wouldn't expect it to be ace-jack. I'd be thinking something like a 8-9 suited, something along these lines.
Can actually get behind limp sometimes if you have like two monster stacks behind you and you don't want them to 3-bet you, right? You might be able to limp call and stuff like this, but a little curious when he's essentially joint chip lead. It's going to be hand over anyway. Listen, this man just gets it done. I'm in no position to critique what he's been doing. It's whatever you're doing, it's working.
But he's a different man than he was last session. He's come back after the break, Andrew, and he's just playing a lot more cautious. It seems like maybe he's looked at the money we're playing for, and if he can get third, perhaps second.
He's just bobbing and weaving, isn't he? Keeping people guessing. Retakes the chip lead with that small pot. Action back on Banicevic, out of the way.
You won last 10?
Yep.
You show something?
No.
So you
Round to Gonza. Tricky. Queen 10 off, so he's got the big stack Voronin on his left. Sebastian behind him. Yeah, this man just seems very aware. Can't really get too out of line, Jay, with his pre-flop opens. Knows that Voronin's going to kind of keep the foot on the neck of the two guys behind and chip them down.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, seems really clued up about the situation. Just some of the folds he's made, some of the jams that others may have taken that he has not. Just hoping that there's some carnage ready to ensue in later hands.
Like this from Voronin, just keeping the pressure on. Very easy to just raise fold this one. And gonna get a lot of folds pre-flop from the two gents on his left.
Во время алкашки тоже нормально. Тебя прям так назад и погнал обратно. Ну как двойной эспрессо, но поприкольней.
What a beautiful trophy.
Подача
The
получилась.
Luxon Pay trophy sits there. Going to be going to one of these final 7. Mr. Perfect in the driver's seat at the moment. Slight chip lead on Voronin. And Gonza, he's been patient all final table, and he gets his reward in the form of the aces.
What a beautiful sight to see with 24 million chips in front of you. In for the min raise. Just praying somebody wakes up. Sebastian, King 8 suited, not quite strong enough. Gonna fold round to the big blind. And does find a playable one. Queen Jack of diamonds. Does seem like a fairly normal spot, just a call. Like, you're not even loving this, Jay, right? When the short stack opens here. But too much hand right to fold to them in, obviously.
Got to be involved here with the Queen Jack suited as Banicevic.
This is trouble. Queen 9-5, spade heart. Around about 2.5 pots back for the man in the big.
And just thinking of size to potentially go here. Like if this weren't a FT of ICM, maybe one we have some bigger bets on just to set up a nice comfortable turn jam. But it's going to elect for small 2.5 into 8.5, around 30%.
This is dicey for Banicevic. Oh, He looks like he's raising. Does make it. Looks like 5.7 to me, something like this. And is. You've still got them, Gonza. Is there only one move, Jay? Like, do we ever just call, or like, do we just think our man is just going to run it here so often?
The cogs are thinking about it right now, Andrew. I'm having a little think whether to play flat or whether to potentially 3-bet jam here. Like, the bluffs of Banacevic at this stack depth, like, it's not going to be gut shots. It should be stuff like king 6 of spades, like the overcard free to flush, free to straight stuff. So, like, it's going to be a really polar raise here, I think. I think either value probably the strong Queen X, and
I can't fault him for sticking this in. Banacevic all of a sudden gets the bad news, and we've just put ourselves into a grim spot now.
Yeah, well, Banacevic, he has been around for years, amounted 1.4 million in cashes, and he is second on the Montenegro all-time money list. Been playing this game for close to 20 years on the database, and maybe it's the old school move, Andrew. Find out where I am.
Yeah, just... I'm trying to think in my head if I'd be happy check raise getting in king queen, for example, here. And even that in a final table scenario just doesn't... Yeah, and he's got out of the way. Fair play.
There you go. Old school.
It
the old
is.
raise fold top pair. You would have heard that a lot back in early 2000s as I was finding out where I was. Not much of a thing this day and age in 2025, but the old school play potentially saves his tournament.
And Gonza, just like that, goes from, what, 11 million a few minutes ago in the big blind. He's up to 4th on the leaderboard. Feeling good about life.
Something close to oil, yeah?
I want to go for a drink with Brixkin. I'm not going to lie. The guy is comedy value. Okay. As we plow on. Brixton now under the gun with ace-6 of clubs. You're not thrilled, Jay, to have Mr. Perfect covering you in the big, but still gonna open?
Yeah, Briskin's actually been quiet for a little bit as well.
I
Maybe
actually don't
use
mind
that to
this.
his advantage.
Don't mind fold. Like, we're what, 3rd in chips? It's kind of one of those.
Yeah, 7 max seems really, really close because, well, position before low jack. Like, low jack probably opens. Maybe, yeah, a6 suited. The one that does fold from gun. 7 max is the suited ace-x all the way round to Menhart on the button.
And Banicevic has had a right roller coaster here on this final. Out of the way, Mr. Perfect had a good hand.
I had ace-6 of clubs, so we probably played this spot together. Toto?
Frustration written on Banicevic there, perhaps thinking, why didn't I just call in the Queen-Jack spot and see a turn and make a decision from there? A strange one though, right? Because if you check calls and the turn's like a deuce, and then checks and just faces that double barrel, like...
Probably not folding, is he?
I'm not saying that I like how he check raise folds top pair, but you hear me, there are some scenarios where we're just out. But then again, we could just call and turn a jack, right, and get double. It's one of those things in tournament poker. He did make the right decision.
As they say as well, Andrew. Or actually, as you say, when it's your time to die, it's your time to die at a poker table.
That's it, mate.
Sometimes you're just destined to bust in a given
Well,
spot.
He'll be hoping it's not his time to die, but it is his time to go. 6 big blinds, ace-6 suited into the 2 big stacks. Gonna get it through the first one.
No. I'm just asking before. I didn't look my cards before, so I'm just asking. All the time. I'm the honest guy, so I didn't look. I'm honest guy. I'm just.
Oh, he's something else. Well, let's see what he finds. Queen 3 suited.
How much?
Yeah, quarter of our stack, probably. Ooh.
I don't think we can call here. Does he want to gamble?
Okay, you're on the top of my list, okay.
Top of my list.
I wouldn't like to be on the top of that list, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
But they had the suited queen.
Had an ace pal.
The other thing, Andrew, it's been such a friendly NFT in terms of showing cards. A lot of players have been showing each other what they've had, keeping it friendly, knocking the shots back. It's like we're not playing for $375,000.
It's like a home game, that's right. And just a reminder, guys, as Jay just referenced, $375,000 for the win in the Luxon Pay Grand Final. $250,000 for second, so big old prize pool. Of course, was 2.8 million in the end. And that advertised 2 million guarantee. We move forward, and just in time for Sebastian. Pocket jacks, 9 blinds, +1.
At least you get back to the business. Yeah? You have like 9 big.
Is there any like half stacking, Jay, like and somehow get away against 3 all-ins or something, or what do we think?
No one's been doing it. Obviously, it's a thing. See it a lot more over in like the UK. Most of the regulars just always half stacking, 60% stacking at final tables, but at this particular final table, no one has even thought about going for the half stack strategy.
Okay, Mr. Perfect wants a count. I'm just loving him and Brixton, and it just feels like something wild could happen at any moment. Like, you wouldn't be shocked to see someone take a really wild spin spot, right? But surely not.
Folds king jack off on the button when folded to, but wants to call the 9 big blind shove from +1 with 6-7 suited. I don't think so.
He does want to. Surely he won't. Out of the way. It's going to be round to Gonzo.
One more time.
Gonza, excuse me. Oofed. Again, one for chips, potentially, Jay. We'd flick it in, but yeah, he just knows where he's at. He just can't call this one. We're in a decent position now, right? We've got ourselves to 32 million or so. Not calling off with ace-9.
Yeah, I've been thoroughly impressed with Gonza all final table. He just seems the most clued up in these given situations. Yes, he's not chip leader, he's not even in the top 3, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's not been playing some very good stuff. And at final tables, when you're in the middle of the pack to short stack, sometimes that's how you play the best. You just do a lot of folding and you make money that way.
Yeah.
But for the man that I can't find anything online on the database, maybe one of these vultures that messages the mob and says, I don't want any of me results on there. So when people see their table draw, they look and they can't find him anywhere.
Is that Gonza?
Yeah, Gonza. And
what, we've got nothing?
Can't find anything on him anywhere.
The man's got no paper trail.
So maybe he's one of these that message the mob. I don't want my results on there. I don't want people to know I'm going to
message the mob.
Well, and the mob. I don't want my results on there. I don't want people to know I'm crushing everywhere I go. And then when he gets his table draw, people Google him. They can't find him anywhere. Oh, I got a fish who don't play much poker on my table, but in reality, he's a shark lurking in the waters.
I didn't know you could message the mob.
Yes, you can.
Message old Don Corleone and say, listen, pal, I don't want anybody knowing what I cashed for at GUKPT Wigan.
Exactly.
Right, okay. What's happening here? Brixton. C-betting. 5 million. Voronin coming up empty. Just hand over. Easy game. Right, they really are just showing every time. That's intriguing to me. Like, we wouldn't be showing, right? Like, just in general. Like, maybe in the situations where, I don't know, you get a walk or, you know, you've rejammed. I don't even know. I can't think of many situations where I'm going to let people have free info. And a part of the enigma of Brixton, though, he just doesn't care, does he? He's just like, right, I'm here. I'm shooting for the win. I'm not fooled, by the way, by the act. Like, we've seen some shrewd, you know, we saw him turbo fold ace king. You said he folded it twice, right, at this final now. So he's not, you know, the jolly, jolly idiot that he might potentially try to portray, right? He's sharp.
He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's up to, trust me. He's trying to portray this persona that he's having a few too many drinks. He don't really know what he's doing, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
I was saying it to Demps. It's like the guys that dress in like multicolored wild clothing and try and portray that they're crazy. They're always massive nits, right? I'm not saying he is, but you know, it's normally part of a strategy. But here's a strategy from Voronin, limp trapping ace king suited.
Yeah, not going to get any raises out of this hand from Sebastian. Beautiful one to just check behind and realise with the suited connect up.
What do you think of this? Like, do you prefer just like raise non all in, because like you're going to be perceived to just be at it, right?
Yeah.
With a lot of hands.
Yeah,
I might just make this 5 million. And
yeah, five seems really nice. 2.5 PBs.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, right? Like, I don't know if Sebastian's incentivized really here to just jam wide, right? Like, he's about the same stack as Banicevic and Menhart, right? It's an interesting one. So they're both going to try and get to showdown. This is a great result for Sebastian if Voronin doesn't bluff, and he doesn't. And he's absolutely loving this with bottom pair. I mean, it's not insignificant, right? 6 million in the middle here. We only have 19.
You want to trap me. And the man, Sebastian Ianu, the man that only makes final tables, only got 3 results on the database, 2 coming in 500-man fields nearly, coming first and second, and then has a 7th as well. So 3 results, 3 final tables.
Do you know why that is? He messaged the mob, didn't he? He messaged the mob.
No, you can't message the mob.
I'm messaging the mob now.
You can't just take down a few results. They either get rid of your whole profile. You can't pick and choose what you got in there. Otherwise, everyone would just have first, second.
I'm messaging the mob, mate. You have a look at my results tomorrow. Right, we're getting carried away. Banicevic, ace-king, under the gun. What a great time to find it. Shade under 9 bigs. Just hoping someone has the ace-queen suited. Ace-queen offsuit, in fact. In any case, it's going to fold round to the big blind, which is Menhart. Hasn't had anything to work with, has he, Jay? He's chipped down to 20 mil. He's going to ask for a count.
Suited ace-8.
Yeah, it's pretty tilting this spot.
The thing is, if we call and win here and bust a play, obviously we'll add up. If we call and lose, we're then like huge probability to bust next.
What's like bottom range then?
I wouldn't. Yeah, I was just about to say I wouldn't fold ace-10 suited. I don't think against this sub-9 from gun specifically. Like, feel like there will be some like ace-9, ace-8 suited in my opponent's range, and then they should shove like the suited broadways, king-10, queen-10 suited perhaps.
Nice laydown.
Jack-10 suited, it's like the clean one as well that we like, that knocks out the pips higher. So does get out the way as Menhart. But yeah, I feel like ace-10 suited probably has the call there, Andrew.
Yeah, I think even that, the more I think about it, even that is like pretty unhappy. But yeah, obviously we've got to draw a line somewhere, right? Banicevic just keeping himself in the mix. Had a very rocky final. He's still alive. Is that kind of shallow-natured final where a couple of double-ups for anybody here and they're in the chip lead?
10 million mistake. 10 million is nothing much. Nothing, yeah. Nothing purpose. 5 blinds. Nothing purpose.
Message the mob. That's my next screen name.
Mob is short for Hendon Mob. We all know that.
Don't ruin the illusion. I'm messaging some very bad people and saying, don't just show my online results. Right, round to Voronin. He's kind of shown the most sort of forward motions, I'd say, at this final. He's kind of getting after it, and this I really like this with the ace. Yeah, into the 3 shorties, let's pressure them.
Got a great seat as well when folded too.
Oh, what a time to find jacks.
What a roller coaster final table it's been for Banicevic. And just going to get to jam here. No traps going on. Happy to run this for 9. Just going to get a lot of folds from the chip leader.
Would we trap like kings here? Do you think? What do you reckon? Like there does seem like a nice opportunity against the chip leader, but maybe with
just
the stacks
aces.
the way they are,
just
yeah,
aces.
You think just aces?
Just because like Voronin should open any ace deuce off upwards.
Yeah,
so
but it's
like,
fine. Let's just call, you know.
Yeah. Well, we're going to let them realise that 30% when we're congested at the bottom with 2 other stacks.
Of course.
Okay.
We get a C bet then.
Yeah, king's too dicey for my luck. No, like definitely flat aces.
I'm only being, you know, facetious. But he's back in the mix again. We can see Gonza, Banicevic, Sebastian, even Menhart, right? All kind of grouped. Any of them double, they're going to vault up that board. Somewhat surprising still to be seven-handed, right? We've been going for a while here, about, what, an hour or so, seven-handed?
No, you had 2 times.
Very much enjoying this FT. If you are, excuse me, ladies and gents, just joining us, Luxon Pay Grand Final table. Gonna cover it all the way to crowning a winner. Round 2, Sebastian. A dusty looking jack 6. Now then. Menhart, 9.5 blinds. Ace-6.
Offsuit, no. Suited, I'd go with. I probably wouldn't take offsuit here as Menhart. Obviously, you know, in terms of chips, 9 bigs, an ace on the button, going to be perfectly fine. But so congested at the bottom, he's still going to take it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. I was wondering if we could ever raise fold, but into Mr. Perfect. Oh, not loving raise folding into the chip leader, right?
I could see it. Could see it.
Yeah, I mean,
9. But the thing is, like, what have we got other than like aces and kings for value? Because queens probably doesn't even induce off 9, does it? So
yeah, it does. I think
you think it does? Yeah, from the button.
I think so. I might induce jacks. I think that I might be completely wrong, by the way. But Mr. Perfect's got a pair. Says call. Here we go then. First time in a while. All in a call at the final table. And Menhart, once he gets called, pretty happy to see pocket fives.
And I love that when he's been called. Flipping here, 48% equity to double, and would be great when we've got 3 other stacks sub 15.
Yeah. On his feet. Looking to get there against Mr. Perfect. Not so far, but does have backdoor potential, and it can get there with an 8 or an ace. Or a 6, in fact, excuse me. 4 on the turn changes nothing.
Really
actually kills the 6 because he can't hit a 5 or 6. As Mr. Perfect would boat up. Aces and 8s only then. For the German. No good. 3 of diamonds on the river. We lose Menhart J in 7th place.
Yeah, no birthday title for the birthday boy. Menhart out in 7th. Think played pretty solid. Didn't really get involved for the first couple of hours. Ended up getting a double up towards the end of the first session, but laddered a couple of spots, $20,000 extra in his pocket. And that is going to leave us with 6 players.
Everybody now with $72,000 locked. And all of a sudden, Mr. Perfect, 95 million in chips.
You said like you want to gamble. Nobody thinks that you have 5s, honestly, yeah? Because 5s is not a gambling. 5s is, you mean you are really good in this situation, yeah?
My character, Brixton.
Loads of stuff, though. To be fair, like 5s against 9 from the button probably is a snap. And Bryce is just saying, probably could have called quicker.
Clear call.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cooler button against a big blind with 9BB. That's a cooler. That's really cool.
We might as well leave. Do you want to take the rest of the day off, Andrew?
I'm going to go down and ask Brixton if he's going to join the rest of the broadcast. Oh, the sunglasses have gone on. Let's see how Mr. Perfect approaches this. Little whistle to himself.
Make it 8.
8?
I like this. Raise first in. Brixton, no free ones, buddy.
7-9.
He does have the opportunity now, Jay, doesn't he? Sorry to cut you off, just to really start putting his foot to the floor. Now I'm intrigued to see. He has almost double second, only Voronine, right, with 65-ish?
Yeah, real good opportunity for him. Whether he does or not, I'm not sure, because we've seen a couple of things, like the King-Jack fold on the button, maybe not taking any like 3 bets. I'm still laughing because the man that's trying to tell everyone he's drinking loads of drinks and probably doesn't know what he's up to is saying, "Oh, 9 big bigs, button versus big." This is like a cooler. It's just always going in. Yeah, he's just letting everyone know he actually does know what he's talking about.
There you go, Mr. Perfect. 98 million. Voronin second on his own with 63. Brixen third place, still kind of chipping down a little. Still good for 25 blinds. Gonza, Banicevic, and Sebastian, all with very similar shallow stacks. Kind of a race for them at the moment, Jay, just to outlast each other, sort of try and ladder up to fourth or so.
Yeah, that's
go
it.
from there.
That's the aim of the game. Just try and get some of these juicy ladders now. Really starting to get significant now that we are left with 6 players. I like lose one more and then the ICM shackles do come off of it because we lock up a decent amount already within the prize pool. Actually reduce the ICM when we start getting 4 or 5 handed than what there is at the start of the final table.
On we go then. 6-handed Luxon Pay Grand Final. Awkward one for Banicevic. Jack 10 in the cutoff. Does just get out of the way.
Oh, my friend.
As does Mr. Perfect. We asked how he was going to approach things. Folds the 6-4 of spades on the button. Gonza gets a walk. Did have a good hand.
I'm happy that I fold, yeah.
Aces?
No, sevens, but come on, yeah. Like, anyway. I had like deuce 4 or something like that, yeah.
Imagine.
Yes, man. Not even the flip, you know, not even the flip.
No.
Я такой 24.
Семерки?
Да, там семерочки. Norm.
Would you fancy telling Brixen and Voronin English only at the table? Would you fancy it?
I wouldn't.
Me either.
To be fair, there's a hand earlier where multi-way situation and Voronin and Brixen were having a chat and Gonzo just pulled him up on it straight away. Not happened again since, which was good from the Spaniard.
Yeah, it's all in good spirits, isn't it? Now then, Mr. Perfect. Yeah, right, that might be a little glimpse for us. I mean, no, the guy's a genius.
He's just an oracle. How does he know? Every single time he's got a hand that has to open, the goods are sat behind him.
He just pitches it. Ace-9, chip lead, 6-handed. No, I go. Brixen finds a good one. I'm going to say a good one. Second best possible one. Pocket kings. Unfortunately for him, Gonza and Voronin come up empty.
Can you touch it, yeah?
Too many carols.
No. Of course, I'm
a few carols.
Yes, but Constantine on the
It's like the most fun home game in history. With just, you know, a shade on of 400,000 for the win, you know. This is what we do at the Mediterranean Poker Party. If you're not here, well, you should be. People should be, eh?
Oh, I feel like once word gets out, it's just going to be one of the biggest stops of the year for years to come. The complex, everything here. So much to do away from the tables as well. You got a lovely sea just to walk into and have a dip if you want. It's great place. Food's phenomenal. All the staff, floor staff, dealers, all the work that goes into this, the production team.
Like 7.5, something like that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Just runs like clockwork, Andrew. It's credit to everyone involved. If you've not been here before,
you're missing out, right? You're missing out. Right, round to the blinds. Voronin does limp again, Jay, with the Queen 5 suited. I would argue there were other potential avenues. In any case, Sebastian now, King Jack off.
At minute 10. In it goes. Well, 11 including his big blind. And to be fair, Voronin potentially dodged one here. I probably would have sent this for 10, Andrew. Queen 5 suited, blind on blind, is covering stack heavily.
Yeah, I'd have been all in here. You've got Gonza and Banicevic, both with similar stacks to Sebastian. You could put Lots of hands in a really grim spot.
Go, go, up, 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 up.
To the top.
Yes, like straight to the top.
Just a bit of posturing, I would imagine.
Let's keep it private.
Like, these things add up, right? Like, couple of blind-on-blind confrontations where Sebastian has just been able to chip up. Did we call that one off? It's interesting. It's close. It's got to be like Gonza's got 30, Banicevic has got 25. Maybe is the shorty we need to.
Yeah, I feel like six-handed now. I like it becomes close. I feel like it will one pip higher. Always call in, so I don't think it can be that far off. Like, we're not folding king queen, are we? So
no.
King jack probably does just get in.
Feels like close to the line. Anyway, happy not to face that decision.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I like this.
Brixen and Gonza now best pals.
No, I like talking.
I'm retired professional. Crypto investor. Let's say like
Again, Mr. Perfect. Little glimpse into his psyche. Kind of playing quite honestly, Jay, right? Just not trying to lean. I would argue that ace-5 off there more than good enough to open off the big stack.
But
Look
once
at this.
again, he just knows, Andrew. Just knows every time. As the big stack supposed to open any ace. But twice now, elected to fold and would have run into it behind.
Yeah, Gonza now able to open with the ace-queen. Been raising off 15 bigs. Sebastian out of the way. Now then, Banicevic got 4 million invested. 10-8 off.
Yeah, it seems like fine, just gets in. Like, we'll defend 10-9 off, right? Seems comfortable to defend, heads up, so like 10-8 off would be fine.
He agrees, commits 4 orange chips. 11 million in the middle then. And out flops Gonza. 8-7 deuce, 2 clubs. Interesting one here with the 2 overs and backdoor nut flush draw.
That's a point, yeah? But I see your face, so it's a good. No, I'm drinking all the time.
I'm a fan of this check back. Feels like if you bet, Jay, you might have to call it off, which seems pretty gross.
Yeah, this is the thing, isn't it? Like, we're not comfortable bet calling here with ace queen in this dynamic, so just likes to realise equity. So many good turns for our hand when we got the 2 clean overs and the backdoor nut flush draw. Now, just getting to fold here on the turn now. Not the best card to see against the big blind range. And once again, Gonza seems to be playing perfectly here, Andrew.
Playing pretty good, absolutely. I wondered, need to dig in and have a look at spots like this, but 15 blinds cut off, like any half stack with like big stack behind it, just probably still just men.
Ace queen too good, I think, at 15, like.
Yeah. I'm intrigued to have a look at that one. I'm gonna be a geek and have a look later.
Let me know.
I will.
Friendly bet.
Okay.
I'll have 2 bigs. You have half stack.
I'm not like convinced either. Like, you know, it's just something I was thinking about. You know, with the times that you just get this through and you put more distance ahead of yourself and Sebastian, and the times that Voronin 3-bet jams and we have to fold our hand.
What, we fold in ace queen? Surely we're not. Not now we're 6-handed. Cut off? No, we're not raise folded ace queen for 15 now that we're 6-handed, I don't think.
I'm gonna have a look.
Let me know, please.
Just with the pay jumps, you know, this stuff gets murky. Anyway, Brixen under the gun. Let's go. King 9 of clubs. Sebastian on the button. Ace queen suited. Very nice hand to find. 12.5 bigs.
Yep, nice.
And they go.
Clean one we can definitely agree on. It's going to be an easy shove for Sebastian and likely to get this through. Mr. Perfect not waking up with anything in the big blind. Ruskin Going to have to fold the king nine suited here. It's going to make his man sweat for a little bit. Has asked for a count.
Сейчас кровушку попью. So how much is that?
25.3.
Блять. Где? Уже, блядь, близко.
Last 10 seconds.
A little bit of posturing. Make our man sweat before doing it to us again.
Блять, уже близко, пиздец.
Not the best spell, Jay, right, for Brixton. Obviously hasn't done much wrong, but we're like just chipping down, kind of getting pulled down into the vortex alongside potentially Sebastian and Gonza.
I gonna see that. How can it be a bluff? No, it could be. Come on, we are playing, yeah? Yeah. It could be, yeah. That's a part of the game. But I hope it's not a bluff.
So as we move towards our next break, still six-handed. Only lost one player in the last couple of hours, Jay. You'd imagine there will come a tipping point soon. Maybe the next blind level really going to start putting pressure on the three shorter stacks.
It's going to be funny when Dems jumps back in the booth. He probably expected to be down to 4, maybe three-handed, the session we got to cover, and he's going to be like, what, we've only lost one? How's that possible? What's been occurring?
Dems is strolling over going, right, there's a chance it's heads up. I'll have a nice relaxing final frame. Some stage, going to get some big clashes.
No. Keep it here.
Oh, Gonza trying to straddle.
Because they could count it like a race, so be careful.
No, that was I was thinking.
No, be careful.
I wasn't seeing it.
You see, I put 2, so it's like.
Never puts the small blind.
Oh, what a guy.
He's comedy gold, this man, I'm not going to lie.
Sebastian then in the cutoff. Interesting, okay. He's coming in for a raise. Okay, Mr. Perfect's in the small blind. Okay, that makes it a bit more appetizing to try and steal. And Brixton's kind of chipped down, so it's not easy for him to defend, Jay, right? Yeah, this looks like a case of perfect timing. Certainly is. And Sebastian, after a bit of a rocky spell himself, Jay, early at this FC, he's back up to 40 million.
В онлайне играет по $80 по 100. А кто? Он, не знаю, ну я там с ним пообщался. Типа я спрашиваю, там продал что-то, а он за себя говорит, ну для него это вообще пиздец. Ну понимаешь, да? То есть для него это важно. Он там постоянно смотрит, да. Не, я имею в виду, для него это прям там вот эти там.
I thought you told me that the English only got nipped in the bud.
That was during a hand though. That's why Gonzo stepped up, because it was ongoing during a hand when it was a multi-way situation. But it was cut short. But I think it was just he was doing it all the time when not in a hand, and I think he was just on cruise control, because when he was speaking to Constantine every now and again, he throws some Russian in, but that was out of a hand. So I think it was just subconsciously in the moment.
To be clear, it's only because he's so entertaining that I would love to understand exactly what's being said, right?
Same goes for the chat box. I see a lot of different languages coming in the chat. Obviously, just English speakers, me and Andrew. Well, I say that for myself. Any other languages for yourself?
I can speak some French.
French, there we go. So French and English in the chat we can reply to. If there's any Russian, I've seen some Romanian, some Ukrainian in there as well. So
you love to see that. Multicultural game, we love it. Everybody in the world loves a game of poker. We really do hope you guys are enjoying. And please, whichever channels you're watching on, please give us the old like and subscribe. It really does help us to bring you as much world-class content as possible. We love to bring it to you. And the more we grow the channels, the greater the scope is, of course, to keep improving and keep bringing you guys the best product we can.
Across 2 channels, DTD play up, as well as the GG Poker. On YouTube, we are monitoring both chat boxes, so whether you're watching from GG or whether you are watching from the DTD player, we are having a look at your comments, guys. Just unfortunately for some viewers, won't be able to reply.
Interesting now that Sebastian is one of the short stacks is kind of maybe starting to recognize, Jay, that the big stacks might be letting him get away with a few light opens. But Mr. Perfect, once again, just times it perfectly. Finds ace king.
So it was just.
I love this little, he does a little whistle to himself. Have you noticed? Just a little.
So it was just two.
I don't know. I don't.
Well,
I didn't count.
we've seen him do 20 million before. It's 20 million again.
Thank you very much. Surrender.
Just such an enigma. Like, Jay, and we prefer an induced size in here,
yep.
Right? Like 10 million. Maybe Sebastian, you know, thinks we're at it and sticks it in with, you know, an ace-jack, an ace-queen.
Mr. Perfect has just been doing these big sizes.
He's just like, good luck, isn't he?
Exactly.
Just like, good luck.
He's just happy to run it when he's got one of these hands, so just bumps it up.
And you can see now, 35% of the chips in play. He's in position to take a run at this title.
I said you have to.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Gamble,
Of course. No, ace king is not a gamble. Come on, ace king gets here. No. I mean,
The last couple of hands before the next break.
Gambling is ace and don't look at the second card. That's a gambling.
Action back on Banicevic. Another one, Jay, who stabilized himself after a rough spell. Still has 30 million and right in the fight. Brixton. Is he going to go for a wide one? He is. 4.5 million now then, Gonza. Yeah. Makes sense. On to Sebastian.
Suited and gapped, covered by Brixton here.
I would argue this is a definite fold. You know, okay, for chips, we can call whether he thinks that he has a potential edge, J post. I just think this hand's too weak.
Agree completely.
You know, we got Gonza Banicevic with us. It's a nice pickup for Brixton. You know, things have not been going his way for quite a while.
But anyway, he's a good guy.
Picks one up.
I wish he's on the top tier. You're a nice guy. You're all the nice guys. But you see, I made the tier before, yeah? So I have to stick to the tier. Stick to the tier, yeah? Because 1, 2, 3. Okay, you're taking the both 4.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Chop 4. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yes, that's okay. No, it's not the place. That's a tier of the nice guys on the table.
No, I know.
Yeah, but you're kind of.
He's ranking his table mates in terms of how high morale they are.
Guys that are gonna cheer in
See if we can find the fold here with the Ducks here as Riskin. Once again, similar scenario to what we've been talking about out this FT. These small pairs just going to go down in value, blocking all the trash, the hands we want to fold, all like the deuce 7, deuce 8, deuce 9, and not having any removal to any strong hands. Just difficult to play, Andrew, when we don't flop a set. Only happens 1 in 8.5 times.
Yeah, as we see Voronin very quickly call in position on the button with the ace-10 off. 14 million in the middle then. Queen, Jack, 7, 2 clubs. Does quickly go check, check. Turns the 4 of diamonds. Quickly check, check again. They do check this down. Little surprising. Like as Voronin, when your opponent's checking so much, he like just has showdown often, Jay, right? And we have a hand that maybe should start bluffing.
Yeah,
I mean, we can beat some ace-8s of the world and stuff like this.
Could just be a potential multiple street bluff on betting flop after check 2 and potentially one we can run the way our opponent's been playing. Expect him to just bet a queen or better, maybe caps himself with that check out of position, but the two just happy to check it down. Ace-10 high feels good enough to show down, and same with the deuces.
Yeah, Brixton absolutely loving life to somehow show that one down and have a winner.
40 bucks for the dealer, but it's good. It's lunch in Cyprus, yeah? So I need to show
all right, then.
To the viewers,
but
yeah?
we have only 10 seconds.
It doesn't matter, trust me. I have enough time to fold.
5-4.
Correct, my friend, yeah?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
I sometimes just forget myself, you know, that we're in the comms booth, just sort of watching and listening to Brixton.
That's the thing, we don't really have to fill the air when Brixton's just chatting away. We can jump into a hand when we need to, but he's doing the work for us at the moment.
Yeah. Speaking of doing work, Banicevic, Queen 9 of clubs in the small. Decides to limp in with this one. Mr. Perfect with Queen 4 suited. Does check.
5 minutes, yeah. Okay.
Banicevic keeping his man in, dominating him. And wow, not anymore. 3, 4, 5, 2 diamonds. Absolutely smashes the man in the big.
And the way Mr. Perfect plays. Like, I feel like it's an okay jack R hand, but this man's probably one that just likes to bomb it when he's got a high equity hand. Looks like comes with half. Going to be the same result. Queen 9 of clubs of Banicevic can't continue.
Yeah, very frustrating to just completely whiff this board.
Yeah, of course. No, in this situation, of course, I'm gonna do that, yeah. 2-2?
Yeah. Just small blind.
In this situation, of course.
Still 6-handed here. Luxon Pay, Grand Final FT.
I'm the gambler, but come on, it's a top 6 of the 1.5 thousand players, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe I want to stay. Maybe I want. Maybe. Yeah. Plus, you can't imagine.
Cards back in the air.
At me and these broadcasts.
Gonza.
My friends, my teammates, like everyone. Yeah, it's like
Ace-6 of hearts gets out of the way. We've seen him make some very shrewd laydowns, just aware that there can be collisions with the other players at the table. Not going to get in there with too many of the kind of lighter hands. Round to Mr. Perfect. 3-4 offsuit in the small.
No, if shitty, come on.
Brixton wants a walk. Gets one.
Mr. Perfect with the trash holding could have potentially bumped that up there. As the chip lead up, just going to give Brixton the walk.
I mean, you got to hand it to him. He does sort of like convince you. I'm your pal. Give us a walk, buddy.
Yeah. And what you gonna do? Fold? Just burn money. Burn chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but now if my friend moves, fold immediately, yeah? We are not in the situation when they have to call like 3 big blinds without looking my hand, yeah?
Action back on Sebastian then. King 9 off and hijack. Out of the way. Banicevic, Jack 10. Follows suit.
If this 4 is gonna be like a joke, you know? It's gonna be like a joke, you know? If I'm gonna show you like 3 times in a row, it's gonna be like insane. Okay. Not this 4.
And Gonza just kind of loving it. It's been walked a few times.
That's really good, yeah. You remember 6-8, that's our hand, so of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Never folded.
Of course. Like 6-8. Come on. If I gonna fold 6-8, no. On the all in on this kind of action, of course no. But pre-flop and that kind of stuff, come on.
I believe him.
Me too.
Didn't fold it earlier and check raised the 10-10 deuce, 2 diamonds with the 8-6 of hearts. I recall it.
All the career about this, you know, like on the streams, if you had 6-8,
It's hard to keep this level of energy up to be given the non-stop spiel.
Especially when you're drinking, because you just hit a wall usually, don't you? Like a couple of hours in, you hit a wall and you're just slumped and quiet for the rest of the final. But this man is relentless. And Mr. Perfect doesn't open the ace-5 as big chip leader in the cutoff.
Yeah, he's playing his own game. You know, you can't argue with it. It's working very well. Brixton, King Queen though, does get called by King 7 of clubs. Has his man dominated.
So he's really good. Like right now, he was like.
Now then, King 9-6. 2 diamonds. Quick c-bet of 3 million. Quickly called by Voronin, as you would expect. Makes sense, Jay, right? Like, we can't really get this one in, just given the way the distributions are. How is he having a full-on conversation, by the way, and just launching 5 million in? Like, this man is next level. All of a sudden, there's 28 million in the pot.
He made the second place, 250, something like that.
I mean, does go check river. Seems somewhat reasonable, Jay, actually, here, not to seek 3 on the 10.
Can see it on that river.
How is Brixton playing like a potentially tournament-defining hand? Just turbo betting 3 mil, 5 mil, and chatting to the guy on his left. What a legend.
And there we go, guys.
All right, we're off on a break.
We are on a short break once again.
Goodness me.
A session with plenty of talking points. And the man that can't stop talking, Briskin, still in. Going nicely up to second in chips now. Mr. Perfect has broke the 100 milli mark that session, but look at the bottom of the pack. We got 4 stacks now, sub 20 BBs, and blinds are going to be going up, so going to be even shallower for these 4 stacks. Konstantin Voronin, Ionita Sebastian, Alvaro Gonza, and Vlado Bunacevic.
Yeah, I'm exhausted just listening to Mr. Brixton. Right, Jay's going to step out of the booth, guys. Please come back in about 5 minutes to join me and James as we continue through this final table.
That is it. We are back into the action here at the Luxon Pay final table. And it is Mr. Perfect sitting pretty with 6 figures. 6 figures? Well, a million figures. But you know what I mean. When I say 6 figures, I mean,
everyone knows what you mean.
Usually we think of 6 figures like 103,000. We're 103 million, but you get the point. 3 digits, shall we say. 41 blinds, though, at this increased blind level. 1.2, 2.5 million. And the real pinch there at the bottom. Look at that. 4 players, 13 blinds and below. Now, Pick. Obviously, I've been out on break at dinner.
Yep.
Not a lot has happened. We've lost the birthday boy and that's it. Talk to me.
Yeah, it's been like kind of passive, like which you would expect that with the kind of medium to low stacks. But I've been advocating for Mr. Perfect now. Look at that chip distribution now that the blinds have gone up. He can coffin these guys. Like, it's so hard for Voronin, Sebastian, Gonza, Banicevic. They're all just trying to outlast each other. And we have seen him decline to open some spots that I would argue at an FT we really should open ace-9 off, ace-5 off of this world. He folded king-jack off on the button in an unopened pot as the chip leader,
wow,
which we were kind of shocked at. But this is his strategy and he's deciding this is how I'm going to play. But now I hope he ramps it up because there's a chance to just run away with this here.
I'm very surprised by that because he was certainly willing to get after it at the onset of the final table.
Honestly, they're all heavily on the vodka.
Vodka now, are we?
I mean, I think so. Russian, right? A clear liquid in a shot glass.
Fair enough.
Gotta be.
Brishkin got them all doing a ginger shot before, which would sort of perk you up a little bit, but...
Now, decision on Gonza. I wonder if we have non-all-in is the first thing that comes to mind. We're kind of 5th in chips, so I guess we don't really want to incentivize like a king-queen off in the small to jam. This is it. Like, I still kind of think that jacks might be strong enough to just... Like, we're going to still have, I think, some raised folds from the button.
Is this close for Sebastian here? I mean...
Yeah, it is. But
I know we're obviously on ladders. 72k locked up, 95k knock spot, 130 the next, and everyone is bunched. But at the same time...
This is definitely close, but it's so grim because there's 4 of you, 10 to 13 blinds, and just calling off with this sort of mediocre holding. I understand that against the button jam, it can do fine against a bunch of hands. I think it's a fold demp still, just the way that the chips are distributed, and you really want to be the guy getting the chips in first. Like, it's kind of critical. But I wouldn't be shocked, of course, to see him run this.
At some point.
Yeah, at some point you got to call off. Like, if this is blind on blind, I think we call. Gonza been tight as well. It's pretty bleak, this, in terms of, you know, ace-7, ace-6 suited. I don't think we would call them off. This feels like getting to the realm of, like, stone bottom. But he's going to run it.
He's made the call pick. And the first hand back from bait, it is Gonza v Sebastian, the latter with the covering stack, but the inferior hand only, what, 1 blind behind himself. 2 of those 10 big blind stacks getting it in, and great news for the other shorties here. Reminder, of course, that Voronin has just 13 blinds and Banicevic has 10 himself. That these two just getting it in is great for those two.
Oh, they're loving it.
Potential 23k ladder. Even if, you know, Gonza holds here, Sebastian is going to be effectively all in next hand from the small.
Yeah.
See what the deck can deliver. Club in the window. But a breath of relief. The rest of the board reveals itself. Brishkin talking to the man who's sweating for his life here.
He's so funny, honestly. He just doesn't care.
Such a high-pressure spot for Gonza, and it's the ace on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Sebastian drills it. And king on the end. We will confirm the chip counts, but it looks like it's GG's Alvaro Gonza.
Oh, brutal turn of events for Gonza. We've been very impressed with him. Rock solid. I really didn't see him make a single mistake.
He's got a new friend, at least.
He does have a new friend. Constellations.
That usually happens when you win 72k. You pick up some new friends, but this particular new friend's going to win more than him.
And what a time to ping a 3-outer for Sebastian. And he's right in the hunt now. Yeah, I just think that spot, like the more I was thinking about it there as he ran the all-in, if the guy on the button is incentivized to open shove like top of range, I think ace-8 is just, like, you're marginally ahead of most hands, Demps, right? I think, like, if ace-9, ace-10, ace-jack through ace-king, and even 10s and jacks and queens maybe are open shoving, and this hand becomes kind of bleak. I can see why he called it off, don't get me wrong. Anyway, let's just get there.
Yeah, I see a lot of aces written in the chat as that one was running out. Sebastian with some fans in the GG Poker YouTube chat. Please do let us know, of course, who you are rooting for with just 5 players remaining. Seems like Sebastian is the fan favorite.
I was going to say, we've been looking for someone to take this by the scruff of the neck. And Sebastian's been in there VPIPing even off the shallow stack. So I feel like now that he actually has some chips. Don't get me wrong, it's still kind of precarious with 2.5 million big blind. But I think he is the type of guy to go for this, like really start to try and push. See here again, Mr. Perfect, King 5 suited as the chip leader. I would open this hand, but he's content to just sit back, let other people clash. You can't critique him too hard for it, of course.
5-5.
Riskin like wakes up. What the blinds? What are we playing again?
I know.
So aloof. Yes, for the waiter. Just saw him finish a drink.
You should do that thing from the Wolf of Wall Street where the guy's just like, what is it? Bring me a Cosmopolitan, then exactly every 12 minutes, bring us 2 more
It's like
until one of us passes out.
Yeah, let's leave the quote. There's a word missing from there, but it's good you left that one for the stream.
It's a family show.
Yeah, it's like 2 martinis.
But I feel like
bring 2 more every 3.5 minutes.
It's like you should just say it to the waiter. My friend, bring me 2 of these every 12 minutes. Can we swear on the stream, Demps? I tend not to. And to keep it clean.
You know, it's an adult show, but I don't think there's any need for vulgarity. For vulgarity's sake. I think when quoting someone, it's fair enough.
Oh, I missed my chance.
But
I'm not going to flick it in now just for the hell of it.
No, I think the moment has passed us somewhat.
I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see how Sebastian responds. Now he has like 60 mil. I could be wrong, but yeah. Brixton now, 79 million all of a sudden. He chipped down, James, before you came into the booth to about 40. And then 1, 2, or 3 in a row. Banicevic, all of a sudden, he was down to 3.9 million Demps and spun up. But he is once again in the danger zone. 18 million for him. Mr. Perfect. Out of the way. And they really have shown every time. So it's really intriguing. There's lots of dynamics.
What? You take my small blind? Yeah, empty. It's okay. It's okay. Can you ask for the waiter? Yeah, I need to drink. Yeah, it's really important. That's for the luck. I need to drink consistently from 12 o'clock. What time is it right now? Actually, somebody know? 9? 9 o'clock? So 9 hours. 9 hours I'm drinking. So if I'm gonna stop, I'm just gonna sleep.
From 12 o'clock?
Yes, you remember, yeah.
I remember it.
I begin from the
I can see that, to be fair.
2 gin tonic, always. 2 gin.
It's the beginning. It was the beginning. So I need to continue.
Morning. Quite short now himself. Ace King.
He's right, though, right? When you stop drinking, that's when you hit the wall.
I'm good in drinking.
Well, he's doing all right at poker as well.
He is.
No, don't show. No need. Не надо, выкидывай. Я по рукам бью, все, тихо, не надо. Неинтересно. Сколько блайнда? 200 000?
I'm using it.
Не надо
The
показывать
onset of the
ничего, всё
FT.
нормально. Это я уже
I think it was
бухой там всё
Voronin
подряд
telling
показываю.
Brishkin, you know, stop
Какой-то
showing your
целью.
cards, stop showing your
Есть
cards.
какая-то цель.
And then Voronin ended up showing his hand in one pot. Brishkin was like, hang on a second, you told me we're not supposed to do that.
Стоим так напротив друг друга в очках. Сядем там. Согласны? Call? Вот, я тоже согласен.
trophy.
Yes, for the trophy, yeah.
Oh,
The
about to
trophy
say.
fell. Yes, I won.
The trophy fell. Disaster.
But I want to drink, come on. It's like I'm slowing down. I need more drinks.
Get
More
that man a
drinks are
waiter.
better, you know?
Okay, Mr. Perfect. Pocket deuces on the button, 5-handed, chip leading.
7.5.
Goes for the 3x open. Little adjustment.
You call the
3
waiter.
big blinds.
You call the waiter.
Disincentivize Voronin from defending. Not going to defend this hand for any amount of chips.
Мы же не в казино, чтобы мне бухло не наливать из Даши пьяный. Мы же правильно? Здесь же можно. Все же рады только, если здесь набухаете. Это вообще по кайфу.
That's what we're playing for. Pick. Everyone now guaranteed $95,000. 35k pay jump is the one we're on now. Then 47. Then 73k. And then 125. The difference between second and first.
Some real chunky
I think
jumps.
the trophy fell over. What's going on here? We heard the noise.
It did.
They all said something. Who's not that trophy? Because that trophy is stunning. And if it's got a scratch on it,
Oofed.
I'm going to be upset. I mean, it's not my trophy, but Mr.
Nope.
Perfect, letting go at ace 9 pick. What's going on? Is he just shutting down?
I've been, I want to say impressed with like some spots where he just shows aggression, but he's definitely missed 3 or 4 open spots at this FT where you can just pick up, chip away at your opponents, you know, pick up 6, 7, 8 million here or there. Even here, right, if he opens with the ace-9, Sebastian's going to have an awkward time defending with Voronin and Banicevic on the short stacks. Interesting decision from Voronin to raise first in with 6-7 off. Very dicey. Sebastian, with the suited king, gets to defend in position.
Yes, because if you stop to drink it.
Like I think with Banicevic on what, like 6 bigs, I might just walk this hand.
Right.
And this is very troublesome if he puts a single chip more, excuse me, into the pot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think.
Yeesh. I don't know about this, James. I mean,
what's Brzezinski going on about?
I mean, c-betting here just feels.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like a significant misstep. Like like what folds are we getting? Here? Maybe like a. I can't think of much that folds. Like a lot of the ace-X of Sebastian's all in already. Like, yeah, and now he just gets to put the hammer down. Like you're trying to fold out 8-5, something like this. Like the low pocket pairs are already all in. Maybe a bit of frustration from Voronin. And does chip down to 23 million. I did say I thought Sebastian now has an opportunity perhaps with the passive play, I think, of Mr. Perfect. If he can get himself in touch and distance stamps, I would fancy him to do well.
Давайте. И надо удваиваться.
I'm seeing mention in the chat that some
5.5
of you wonderful viewers are joining us from having been on a different stream today that has just finished. So very much welcome along. If you are one of those, there are 5 left here in the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Going for 375k up top. And yes, to answer the question, there has been some alcohol consumed as Brishkin opens up ace-jack from the cutoff, and Voronin piles in for 9 blinds. King 8 suited. Timing a little off pick.
This may be like we said a minute ago, maybe a little frustrated. Things haven't been going his way. Not unreasonable to think that we still have some fold equity, right, against Brixton. So I'm opening deuces. Like, he is going to open some hands that fold to jam, but this is pretty wide.
Ну так я тебя сейчас удвою, у тебя будет больше стека, мы будем heads-up дальше играть.
There's some talk between the two of them in Russian whilst the pot is on.
Сколько? Бля, ну это просто, понимаешь, вот сейчас мне вообще выкидывать нельзя. Вот вообще просто, блядь, нельзя выкидывать, честно тебе скажу, просто вообще. Okay, I can't fold this hand, but okay.
Yeah, the dealer's trying.
Fold for you. For you, my friend. Не показывай нихуя, выкидывай карты, все, выкидывай. Не надо ничего показывать, все, пас. Забыл.
Should this be allowed,
Стоп,
James?
знаешь, это 99%.
You did hear the dealer trying to say.
99%. Ну ты сказал, как мы heads-up будем играть? Окей, пас. Окей.
I think it's
Понял?
probably best.
Я хорошую выкидываю. Прости, я уже 5 отдал. 5 отдал, мне надо там 17 доставить.
The viewers figure that one out for themselves.
Просто я всех учил, слышь, говорю, сомнительный с тобой не выставляться, а потом выставиться с тобой. Ну некрасиво, правильно? Некрасиво. Ты мне там какой-нибудь туз 7 сейчас покажешь, блядь. Ну некрасиво, реально. Да ну нахрен.
Не пересекались.
Alright, on we go.
We carry on five-handed.
В игре находимся, все в порядке. Я только что просил выпить, а тут, блядь, выбивать. Но это некрасиво. Correct? Правильно?
Yes.
Correct. I ask correct? Yes, correct.
Round to Sebastian then.
Yeah, and this sort of changes the dynamic a little bit at the table when this sort of stuff is going on. I mean, obviously Banasevic, not ideal for him to see that.
And does decide to send it here with 7-8 offsuit. Mr. Perfect asking for a count. Does have a pretty dusty holding, but it is only 5.5 bigs. Whether he wants to gamble or not.
Yeah, pretty grim that he happens to find this hand, right? 9-3, I mean.
Yeah, interestingly here from Mr. Perfect, it's actually not a bad idea for him to keep Banacevic in there short. So credit to Banacevic, keeping it alive.
Джин и тоник. Не надо, потом. Давай потом. Сейчас, менять сейчас руку, это вообще сам похуй. Я-то уже начал в 12 часов.
Well, that's how things look. As we have a quick dealer change, it is Mr. Perfect still out in front with the 98 million chips, as Pick said, kind of profiting from this situation, should he wish to, with Banacevic on 7 blinds and Voronin on 14. Those two in the middle, Brishkin and Sebastian, kind of handcuffed at least a little bit, although only if Mr. Perfect makes it so, and he's not really capitalizing.
This is it, honestly. I'm keeping my eye on Sebastian. I know I've said it a few times in the last few minutes. If he gets the sort of memo demps that Mr. Perfect and Brixton aren't going to pound on the others, he can chip up here. And then, like, this is a case in point. Let's have a look. Ace-7 off in the cutoff. This is the type of hand that if you've got someone with the chip lead in the big blind, you just don't get to open this, right? Because he's just going to pounce on you. But I think Sebastian is adjusting and just recognizing here, these guys aren't going to punish me. So let's see what type of holding Brixton wakes up with. Okay, King 3 suited, likely to defend. But you hear what I'm saying? Like a chip lead-in spot here, like you could just 3-bet King 3 here and it would stop Sebastian being able to open, right? But I think he's just recognizing I might get away with some light ones, and he gets punished by running into top 2.
Here we go then. I mean, Sebastian here on borrowed time at ace-8 up against the 2-jack, spiking the ace. Everything from here, basically a free roll.
Now let's see if Brixton can find a bit of deception. Oh, man. I mean, of all the hands that you just call, this is close to number one. He is counting out raising chips, though. I feel like this is a mistake. Just the game's cut off open. Like, just let Sebastian have the chance here to barrel off. Obviously, it can never be a mistake, right, to raise top two, but you hear me, this board is so dry.
Put like that. Correct? No.
I mean, he's just going to get out of the way. Almost been let off the hook here,
Yeah.
Debs. Like,
yeah, could potentially have got himself in a bit of trouble down the streets.
Absolutely. But you may also think you don't get to raise much, right? And that is certainly true. Yeah, can't do anything with this one.
It could be 4.5 for her.
If you don't show now, that means you had good. You always show when you don't have.
He's right.
Okay.
He's got him absolutely pinned. Mr. Perfect enjoying that one.
Сколько малый?
1.2.
А, тут такая херня, да? То есть еще вот это, ага. Сейчас бы я его на кассу, конечно, отправил бы просто. Молодого.
Sebastian, ace king from under the gun. A little over 20 blinds. Obviously bitten off the last hand, but this one will be taken to the house if need be. And Banashevich finds ace queen.
Oh, wow.
The shortest stack, seeing this action in front spells disaster for him. Montenegrin's been so patient, got himself into the final five and finds a hand where Mr. Perfect with 2 10s behind. I mean, he's been so averse of action, but surely we play this. I mean, we're not loving life, but come on, we've got 10s.
I think one thing I will say, whenever he has a real hand, he just picks up one big stack of chips and launches them in. I think we just... I'm wondering if we ever have call fold. It doesn't make sense against 20 bigs behind for Sebastian. Just with Brixton behind in case we run into it, but I think we're just all in Dems.
Barring us the under the gun stack.
Yeah, like it's really important to get this right.
Okay.
Here we go.
You called it. It looks like he is just piecing together the big bet, going to move all in effectively.
Oh, wow.
It's like a bet of 50 million.
I mean...
And all of a sudden, I mean, Sebastian can't fold.
No.
Can he?
Nah, we're not folding ace-king. Not in a five-handed game.
The good thing is he knows, like, even if Mr. Perfect's got aces and he calls, he's still going to get the ladder if Banashevich doesn't run down the aces, right?
Exactly. If we outlast Banashevich, then we get at least fourth.
Yeah, currently 5 left, 95k, the on-deck payout, fourth 130.
I mean, Mr. Perfect can definitely look down at ace-queen suited, ace-queen off, and do this. Even if he has, like, hand like he has, 10s or jacks, we do okay. There's not many universes where...
How many...
Show.
Yeah, he's got no time bank chips left, has he?
Oh, wow.
I'm looking, I couldn't see a time bank chip. He gets away from it. And what a situation for Banashevich here. Because somehow he's got ace-king out of the pot and is flipping against Mr. Perfect.
Wow, this is nuts.
I genuinely think he had no time bank chip left. And he just... 30 seconds wasn't enough for him to work it out.
What a moment.
What a huge fold as we see it come 7-3 deuce. Could this be like one of the sort of most fortuitous suboptimal folds we could see if this one continues to brick out, which is what it's doing? I mean, Mr. Perfect could well have failed 2 here.
Yeah, it's almost tilt for him when he finds out that he's king folded. Is it a king river for the punishment? It's not.
My word. Mr. Perfect knocks out our short stack. Banashevich in 5th place. $95,000 for him. And what a turn of events this has been. Sebastian's folded ace-king here with, what, 23 blinds to start the hand?
He's absolutely loving it. I guess the fact that he had no time
Yeah,
has literally saved his skin.
I mean, I had a quick look. It happened so quickly, and I didn't see any of the red plaques in front of him, so I think that's the case.
There's no way he folds that fast anyway, right?
Right,
If he
that's
has
what I
some,
mean.
There's no way.
Yeah, and like, so it does happen in tournaments occasionally. You see people run out these time bank chips, and it changes things so dramatically. I mean, he should be out. If he had more time, he would have called, because he would have come around to think like, okay, if we have run into it, I'm going to ladder up anyway, as long as Panacevic doesn't win. Incredible though, but like that mistake, if we can call it mistake, I think it is, could well pay dividends here.
Love and life.
I mean, he was free rolling already, having hit ace-8 against 2 jacks.
Mercifully for him, he faded the old king ping in the river and just hating his life.
Yeah, I mean, how tilt would that have been if it just comes ace-high and Panacevic doubles?
Yeah.
You're now like shortest or near shortest.
But I didn't saw the second time because it's like two hours of delay. You understand?
Yeah.
No, wait.
Oh, we can breathe.
That's 2 hours of the delay of the broadcast, so I didn't...
Okay, he did have Voronin on 27 mil, so I still think it goes in though. I still think it's too much hand, but...
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, these spots never as clear cut as they look at first sight when you pull in all these sort of numbers.
I mean, it is bottom. Like, if we have ace-queen there, then we definitely pitch it.
Yeah,
so it is kind of bottom. But
just such a difference between those two hands, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Always feels like, well,
there is.
He's still in here. You and I would be out spending our 130k at the free bar.
We would be out.
It's like we...
So Voronin limping here, 12 effective. I like this flop check, makes sense. Also makes sense for Sebastian to check back. Don't want to bet fold the open-ender. Voronin now with the green light to seek value makes a lot of sense, 40%. Awkward this for Sebastian. You probably feel compelled for 3 million to see a river.
Check this.
Hard for us to credibly rep anything at the moment, right? Like we're not gonna. I don't think we have any raises. Is where I'm coming from. Yeah, and just fold, and I don't hate it. Lots going on. Voronin up to 35 million.
I'm the small blind, correct?
No, you are the big blind.
Big blind, yeah.
Yeah, you are the big blind. Now the blind's gonna raise every 15 minutes, so it's gonna be fast.
It's gonna be fun.
No, they reduce the blinds for 5 minutes every time when somebody busts out, and we have like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So it's 25 minutes right now, or 30. Or 30
Correct.
minutes.
We are on a regressive clock. As you get short-handed, you get far more hands. So the idea is to try and balance out the number of hands you get per level.
Well, on we go.
So you're doing all the
round
job,
to Sebastian.
You're just the players out.
But he has Panacevic behind him. Damps. No, he doesn't. Panacevic is out. Sorry, it's Mr. Perfect. Okay.
It's Mr. Perfect, and he is here at a drift 3 of 4.
He busted.
Yeah, really intrigued to see what he does.
Like this week, go for a limp jam.
It's normally always a limp, but then Mr. Perfect just doesn't leverage. So there is an argument to raise first in if it's a player that just never puts more chips in the pot. Almost a value raise, right? It's intriguing. Most of the time against the chip leader, you think, yeah, I'm definitely going to limp, and he'll raise a lot, and then I can either call or jam, and it becomes quite a nice spot to generate EV that way. It does check over to Mr. Perfect, who's outflopped him with bottom pair. And he's just going to go for a small probe. Say small probe, that looks like half pot.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, really. We have to adjust. Okay, he won't necessarily see the hand Mr. Perfect's been folding because they don't know what we know, but at the same time he knows the frequency at which he's been folding, how rarely he's been opening with the chip, recognizing he's not grabbing this tournament by the neck, and therefore if we limp in with ace-5 expecting more liberal raises, we might not. We've got to adjust the range by the frequencies we've seen. It's a good point to make an adjustment on the fly.
More interesting then that if the chip leader isn't taking the bottom of range trash and then he raises, then all of a sudden limp shove becomes a disaster because
Terrible
you just
play.
run into a strong range.
Yeah.
So, but this is hard sometimes to like have it in the forefront of your mind. You know, you're so used to tournament strategy and you think, okay, I'll limp, the chip leader will abuse me. But if they're not going to, you need to quickly think on the fly perhaps that's not a great
I didn't look at my
strat.
cards yet, so no information.
Here's an
We
example
can talk.
again, Mr. Perfect. Ace Queen of
Okay,
Hearts.
here we go.
You're telling me
Oh,
that I'm
you
not
say he
drinking.
just grabs.
He does. This is his MO. Okay, 4x.
4xing it. Brishkin. I haven't looked yet. We can talk.
By the way, I'm actually loving this. This makes loads of sense.
Right, against the stack that
Against
just
the
doesn't want to peel.
30 bigs, like you can raise range for 3.5 to 4x here and just put them in the bin. But he has had it every time. That's the thing. I would like to see. I'm intrigued to see what he does there, for example, with the ace 5
one
off.
up, one down. I
With the
hate
king,
that.
with the king 6.
Craps or ultimate, you know. Ultimate is like a poker.
My favorite game, yeah.
Yes, but with the craps is like you know, it's streaking game. So you losing or winning, really fast. You know, you put everywhere.
Brishkin
Boom, 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 boom.
really feels like he's
That's
playing
it.
ultimate
That's
right
why
now.
I love that. But if I want to play the
I think that's what it was.
game,
I mean, it's the ultimate degenerates. See, when someone 4x's it from the small, they recognize it as an ultimate play. Because it's the 4x free.
All the friends, we can dream.
Now, Sebastian.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, see,
And
I did
everyone wants
say to you that
scoop,
he is the one
that
who's
they didn't
gonna
lost
step
and
out. I think
everything.
even off the kind of shallow stack. Like this, in general, is not a good open when Mr. Perfect can just smash you up. Right, Voronin's on 25 mil. Don't normally get to open.
Yeah.
But I think Sebastian just a nice adjustment in my eyes actually. Voronin gets to defend with ace 4 of hearts.
Me?
Yeah.
Win?
An ultimate.
My friend, no. I'm playing for fun. I'm playing
Lovely
for fun.
flop
Yeah,
for Voronin's defend.
I'm the casino, so.
Oh, is he just going to lead
I
here?
know how it works. Yeah, I'm just
Rifles it in. Kind of surprising pick. I mean, if we're going to play that hand for all the chips, might as well check, induce a c-bet.
I think this is a mistake. Yeah, like just check. Sebastian's gonna c-bet this board. Like he should have a very tight range anyway. Opening here as 3 or 4. He's just gonna c-bet, and you just generate loads of extra money. You check jam. You might even get hands as strong as like ace 9, ace jack. These types of hands very reasonably would bet fold, and then you can get some better hands to fold. You pick up an extra 5 million. Yeah, I don't like that. Don't like the donk jam. Maybe just got a bit excited, flopped the nut flush draw. Yeah. Obviously can never be a mistake to wager all your chips with this hand, but yeah, I think missing a trick.
Ooh.
Oh man, this guy.
What the blind is? Let's go 5.5.
Raise 5.5.
Yes.
Okay, same as last time.
No,
oh, hang on a second. I saw Vernon go hard before.
Don't show me the cards.
Oh.
Константин, ты мне показываешь карты, ты так смотришь, я вижу твою карту, аккуратнее, не надо. Понял? Да, ты когда вот так сделал, сюда
Right
уводи,
to
не надо.
Sebastian.
Ну, блядь, я-то тебе скажу. Ну ты понял, да? Вот просто я видел твою карту вот эту левую. Понял?
8-3 suited damps. This is
Не
one of
надо
those
так
hands
делать.
that
Ты просто вот так их берешь, блядь, и все, у тебя
for
вот эта
chips
карта
we can
видна. Ну, я не знаю,
defend, but I
вторую,
think given the precarious
Yeah.
nature, I favor fold in this hand.
Yeah, I'm with you. We can't play this one in this situation. I think it'll be costing us a lot of money.
He's played well, Sebastian. I think he's. I've seen him fold a few of these hands that early in a tournament you would defend for,
Ты же,
you
блядь,
know,
много играешь. Ну,
for
нахуй им всё
chips.
показывать? Это ж пиздец. Они ж точно, блядь, будут сидеть смотреть, там пиздец. Понял?
Я ж ее смотрел второй раз, я уже не собирался делать кол.
Это не имеет значения, ты же понимаешь, да? Ты так делаешь, но могут смотреть, и когда ты будешь хотеть кол сделать, да? Понимаешь, о чем я говорю? Ты же не так там, ой, у меня первая двойка, вторую здесь посмотрю.
Big blind.
Аккуратней.
Big blind.
Yeah, sure.
Ну понял, ну, просто, блядь, ты же пойми, они вот так будут сидеть, смотрю, они вот так будут сидеть, вот так, даже низко будут сидеть, вот так, чтобы видеть, ну, если что, карта, ну ты же поймешь, с кем ты играешь, блядь, ну ты что? Тут же, блядь, у картишек нет братишек окончательно. Здесь надо вот так вот смотреть, блядь, там...
Action to Sebastian in the small blind. Once more up against Mr. Perfect. Gonna limp in again. And yeah, we're just recognizing, I guess, that if we're playing against someone who's going to be punishing us, we can't play these kind of hands. But Mr. Perfect is allowing us to take flops. Although, the 10-10-3 board, not the flop Sebastian's looking for. He is still ahead.
Sorry, yeah. I'm just hitting him now. Not about the game.
Yeah, interesting decision point on whether we want to probe. Queen high does have just enough showdown. Again, if you think that the chip leader won't float you appropriately and stuff like this, then it might become more, you know, appetizing to just do lots of small probing depths.
Right.
If you think they'll never punish you, which, you know, it's reasonable not to with 6-7 off, obviously. But, you know, some of the more natural kind of float hands, if you think you can fold out maybe even like a queen 9 or a queen jack or something like this with a small bet. I think he knows where he's at, Sebastian, with this lineup.
Понимаешь, да? Тебе очень повезет, если у тебя будет 2 девятки, ну, условно, там каких-то, да? А так тебе просто там, это же стоимость нереальная просто, ну, как бы вот этого происходящего.
Big blind engine.
How much?
2-5.
Yes.
So we continue four-handed here at the Mediterranean Poker Party, where it is the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Sebastian.
Yeah, tricky ones, these. 40 million, so 16 blinds. Feels like too much to shove. Okay, well, he disagrees.
Just deciding to run it against the tricky opponent in the big blind.
Why so much?
Yeah, a reasonable question.
I guess,
But
you know.
30, 40,
Obviously fine to
40
just jam. The adjustment I'm kind of making there is, well, Mr. Perfect's not going to punish me. Briskin hasn't shown any inclination to 3-bet jam.
No,
so when I raise and Mr. Perfect reaches for the 20 million and announces, I just think that, okay, I've dodged it. I just don't...
Yeah, I hear exactly where you're coming
obviously
from.
for chips, and if you're playing against two aggressive opponents who cover you, it makes more sense to open rip this, because then you don't get lent on, you know, by every... There'll be, you know, if you've got two crushers behind you who find every suited ace reshove, every low pair reshove, every king queen and all this malarkey, then it becomes less appetizing just to min raise. But in this lineup, I thought he might. I mean, it's not a mistake to jam.
Mr. Perfect giving up another king on the button and a walk from Brishkin.
Definitely been an opportunity here for Mr. Perfect to accumulate more chips than he has. Which is good news for the other guys, I guess. Having said that, he did fold 2 or 3 times when I thought, well, you got to open, and people just had massive hands behind, so it may not have worked out as well as I'm suggesting.
Good result in this tournament.
Now then,
Brishkin, he's check.
I raise 5.5.
Raise 5.5.
Yeah.
Gonna pop it up once more.
Once again, Voronin with a candidate damps. He's gonna call, which not immediately intuitive to me. I guess we can keep in some hands we crush. We maybe feel like we would like a slightly stronger hand to 3-bet jam, like a king queen. I think we would always shove. Maybe just deciding, okay, I still have a little playability.
Ace, king, 8 board. Voronin checks it on over to Brishkin, who's going to bet 4 mil and a swift call. Checking a very quick bet for a lot of chips. A random amount, 8 million.
Random amount is 1/3. Part of the problem when you just call here pre,
Yeah.
is that we lack ace X, right, in the small blind. Yeah, this is just really awkward. Like, there's certainly a green light potentially for the button to get out of line and just barrel it off, thinking, right, well, you don't have, you know, any of the good ace X that flat the small blind. Tough this. Can certainly be being bluffed.
Yeah.
Let's get out of the way.
And gets a quick reveal. He was up against it.
Да не, ну ты видишь, ну а что я здесь должен? Ну как бы не ставить, ну ты же понимаешь. Я бы не ставил терн, если у меня был...
Brishkin up to 90 million. Building a big wall. between himself and Sebastian. Voronin now shortest.
Я даже расстроился чуть-чуть.
Playing what, 12 and a half blinds.
Yeah, great news for him putting daylight between himself and the two shorties.
Понимаешь, на кого я хочусь-то?
Interesting spot that on the turn. Like, I feel like if we're going to flat pre, we might have to get sticky and call two shells. Like, obviously, Brixton is repping an ace or better, right? Like, I don't think he's going to bet king queen on the turn for value. Although, having said that, if he thinks we never have an ace, then he could.
Yeah. Okay. Next case, Voronin from the button, and Sebastian with a hand that, like, sometimes likes taking these spots pick.
This is such a strange spot.
It's the open size as well. Is that 8? No, it is 8 million. Yeah.
So our opponent's opened over 3 big blinds off 12.5. Yeah, I can just get behind fold now.
Perfect. With suited connectors, wants to have a look. We enter this one with Voronin having just about 1.2 times pot. Easy to see this getting in on a multitude of boards.
Oh.
That being one of them. King high, couple of hearts, buckle up. We're going to the house.
Like, the way Mr. Perfect's played, I wouldn't be shocked to see him donk. Like, he kind of just, with big hands and with equity, he often just runs it. Instead, he's going to check. Maybe look to check call, maybe check shove on against some size-ins.
What a dreamy board. This is looks like for Voronin. King high up against that.
Oh, we're loving it. We've flopped the effective nuts.
Big blind peel goes 10 million.
Yeah, this again, we've seen some strange sizing choices. Like, you just have such a good hand. Like, you don't want to chase out some random 5x. Yeah, he's going to run it.
Here we go then. Mr. Perfect says, okay, reaches for 2 fists full of the 1 mil chips, sends them in, and well, Voronin's going to hate to see that hand. He was hoping he was going to be up against perhaps a weaker 1 pair holding.
Yeah.
Flush draw, stop bear.
Ну, понял, да, для тебя.
Sebastian, a keen observer.
Okay, black.
Pushkin the
No,
same.
I have. Yeah. That's my number 1 on the tier list. Yeah, so 2 black cards. First black.
Well, there's a black card, but now there are some black cards that would spell disaster.
What a sweat. The 8 of spades on the turn opens up open-ended opportunities with the flush draw for Mr. Perfect.
Look at Sebastian's face as the 9 of hearts falls on the end. Mr. Perfect makes the flush and sends Voronin out in 4th place for 130k. And Sebastian secured the first ladder up since that ace-king fold, but wow, could end up paying dividends.
Absolutely, and we're down to 3. GG, Voronin, good run to you, Mr. Perfect. Finds that perfect river card, 9 of hearts, $130,000 for Voronin. Just like that, 3 left, 177k locked for all 3, and Mr. Perfect with that huge stack now, James. What, it's got to be 170 million-ish?
Now we have 2 with the same
the chips in play, of course.
Buddy and the chip leader. My friend, 7-6.
Brixton stuck in the middle.
I'm going in.
Yeah, but it's a free big blind.
We're now up to $177,000 in guaranteed prize money.
Casino player.
That fold so far has yielded $47,000 pick. The one of Sebastian with ace king.
I know. Insane to think that if he'd had 2 or 3 of those red cards, he could have been out.
He would have been,
It's
for
some run
sure.
good, isn't it? Amazing stuff. We talk about these sliding moments.
You understand, yeah?
Sliding doors moments, excuse me. We've been talking about them all week, and now we're 3-handed fighting for the title.
Cool, check. You understand?
See, this for me is a mistake from Mr. Perfect. Like, I think if we're going to VPIP this hand, I mean, maybe it's not that bad, but I'd like to see more aggression. You know, Brixton really can't do anything against him.
Trust me. Or even me.
He needs a new friend now.
You understand? But not him.
He's going to check to the river. Surely we have to stab as Mr. Perfect here.
You win?
Yeah. You understand?
It may not have got through, but 7 high demps on the river. I think we just bet
Pre-flop?
1 big blind, right? Try and fold out 10 high, 9 high.
It's a huge raise. Aye. But
it's not going to affect me a lot, you mean?
yeah,
We are
I
playing for
know it's not gonna
$375,000.
affect you a lot, yeah. But I mean, now, if I was on his place,
it's a good decision.
I'm going to cry in the casino to move on. You know? Yes, because it's kind of like. No, at least
Mr.
our
Perfect on the
low,
button now.
You made by the qualification?
No.
No, it's direct?
9.
Real premium holding 3-handed.
Making it 3 blinds, and Sebastian with ace jack in the big. Is this real life?
Wow.
This is such a setup as we're playing the 1.53 million level. Just 11 blinds behind. This is going to be a slam dunk shove.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do. More than happy to send.
And Mr. Perfect going to be so delighted to see this holding us for the count. We're not quite at the point yet where Sebastian knows he definitely has the best hand or thinks he definitely has the best hand, but it won't take long.
Not a lot.
Absolutely. Probably wants a call at this point.
Yeah.
How much?
But understandable, Mr. Perfect.
Yeah.
Just you know, dotting the I's, crossing the T's.
Exactly. We are playing, as you said, 375k. Don't want to make a
Yeah,
mistake.
it's 198,000 difference between third and first.
Sure, just in case he has, I don't know, 80 million and you have more of a decision.
Yeah, call.
Yes, he does make the call, and Sebastian
Ace
quite
queen,
proud of that ace
ace
jack.
Yeah, he's going to be
Ace
shocked.
But you really
يلا محمد.
Az valet, az dama. Az valet, az dama.
But it's not the gambling. It's like you have to call for sure. Yeah, come on, it's free max. Yeah, it's not the gambling. My friend, but you are number 2 on my tier list.
Number 2, oh yeah.
No, because
I've improved.
No, of course, because number 1 out, so he become number 1.
You're number 2 on my tier list. 2 of 2.
An ace-6 3-ball with the spades for Mr.
It's
Perfect.
like
Sebastian's face.
minus 1 out. It's a 2 out. How is your friend?
Ace queen, ace jack.
Fuck, I need to come and meet him. Yeah, like to see him in front.
177
Yeah?
locked up,
I
250 the
don't
pay
see him,
jump.
sorry. You see? I'm like.
Sebastian's still drawing live.
His face. Yeah, really. I promise you. Like, then you're gonna introduce me with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Queen of Hearts on the river, more than enough for Mr. Perfect to eliminate Sebastian in third place. Got 177k, and just like that, we've gone from 6 the heads up in what, 45 minutes worth of play.
There did have to come a tipping point as the blinds get up. Eventually confrontation's going to happen. GG Sebastian, you entertained us throughout. Really impressed with how he played, James. Hung in there, played to win. Gets the podium finish, 177k. Beautiful result for him, and we wish him good luck in the main. I'd imagine he'll be hopping in there. And we are finally heads up. And it's Mr. Perfect against Brixton, box office.
It kind of felt like it always would be these two from very early on this final table. No slight on the rest of the players, just the chips the way they were. Mr. Perfect having the lead. Brixton having... Well...
That's a Lajmi in the background.
Oh, it is a Lajmi.
He walks onto the stage.
Well, he's pals with Mr. Perfect, it seems.
It's all going on. He's been asked to leave
come
the
on.
stage.
This is a Lajmi. Let's show some respect. He's the star of our show, even when he's not in.
As the tournament director arrives on the scene, escorts him off. It's all going off.
Well, look, look at the damage Mr. Perfect's done since 5 left. Knocking out Banafevich, knocking out Voronin, and knocking out Sebastian, setting up the heads-up match between himself and Ivan Brixton. 66 bigs squaring off against 31. And I think I have to confess, I'm not quite sure if we're going to take a very brief break or not. But either way, I am looking forward to this with the cuffs taken off somewhat. Interesting to see if Mr. Perfect now will change strategy. We know he does like to play a lot of hands, typically plays more aggressively, has played snug in this environment, but maybe just inexperienced with the big stack in the situation, not knowing what to do, recognizing ladders are there, so wanting to survive himself, even though he obviously had the chance to go hard. Even if he doesn't want to play aggressively, doesn't want to play big pots, I'm pretty sure his opponent is going to try and do just that.
Yeah, Brixton may force him into doing just that, Demps. Yeah, and you know, it's easy for us to be hypercritical in the booth. Of course, we have to give our opinions. That's what we're paid, and that's what we're here to do. Paid for, excuse me. And yeah, Mr. Perfect, 66 bigs, so what, 2-to-1 chip lead?
Yep.
It's relatively shallow, sort of 30 big blinds effective stack.
I mean, we're starting 30 at 2-to-1. There are 97 blinds in play.
Yeah.
So there is going to be some room to maneuver, and we will step aside very briefly before getting this heads up underway. Alrighty then, we're back here at the Luxon Pay Grand Final, and there are only 2 players remaining. What a 2 we have here. Ivan Brixen against Mr. Perfect, battling it out for that Luxon Pay trap. And that's Inspect. We did hear it got dropped. Opik, it looks good. That thing's not going to dent, is it? Look at it. I reckon it's made of like some unheard of, yet unforaged for metal that you and I know nothing about. It's been dug out of the ground in...
The one from Avatar where they're mining the amazing mineral that everyone wants. They've combined that with titanium to create the Luxon Pay Grand Final trophy. Now, I'm intrigued to see if Brixen sort of continues the verbal assault.
Here, yeah?
Right? Because like Mr. Perfect was playing kind of passively against him, and that could work in our favor, right, in a heads-up environment. So let's see. Let's see. We have been asking for Mr. Perfect to change gears, and there's an opportunity immediately. Demps limping from Brixen.
Yeah, and I think we will. Just how he approached it at the start of the final. And there we go.
This is very, very nice, and it's a nice find. Of course, very reasonable heads up.
Yeah, I think, like I say, you know, I know he should have been the one relishing the ICM situation, but I think he was just instinct was, hey, I want to play tight because this could be heads up soon. I just want to make sure I'm heads up. Which is, you know, sometimes you might see someone make that play, make that decision. And I mean, he's got himself here with a big chip lead, so you can't fault it.
Exactly, you really can't.
And let's see, I think now we will see him step back to the Mr. Perfect we saw at the onset of the final table, where he's far more willing to get stuck in.
Yeah, he was in there early on the FT with the Queen 9 suited. I remember got Ace Queen to fold somehow. Got spice in him, we know that.
Really, yeah. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Last time I played in Sochi heads up, like it was like, yeah, 4 years ago.
All right then, Mr. Perfect. King Deuce offsuit on the button.
This will be a bit of a clue for us as to how he wants to approach the match.
It's kind of one that you can go either way.
Yeah, look at this. It's just going to be aggressive. I like this. Real change from what we saw before.
And that's a very tight fold from Brixen heads up. Of course, it can be difficult to change gears. Like we've been in this four-handed dynamic where we need to play very tight, right, in terms of defense. Whereas heads up to a min-raise, James, I would argue you've got to defend that one.
Online.
Yeah, it's like ultimate now. You just ace, any king, you just have to fucking gamble.
Yeah, because I don't play online, so I'm not supposed to play online. So. Never played the heads up or something like that.
You big one.
It's like ultimate. Now he's speaking his language and our language.
Yeah, I mean,
we haven't had our ultimate spin yet. What's going on there?
It's going to happen. Maybe tomorrow on the day off.
Oh,
7 million.
To be fair, heads up. Any ace and any king probably is. Let's get in the mix. Okay, open to 7 million from Brixen. Quick defend from Mr. Perfect with the 7-5 of diamonds. Makes a lot of sense.
Where are you playing online? On what site?
All right, ace 9 5.
It's possible that I don't.
I'm so sorry, but it's not possible.
I don't see the cards.
Oh, you're not allowed to talk?
No, he wanted to move seat.
Take time to realize what the board is.
Oh dear.
He's been sitting in seat 5 middle of the table all day.
Well, hang on a minute, Demps. Mr. Perfect, you're gonna donk here.
12.
Oof.
Wow, big bet.
Well, you were asking for aggression.
Yeah, but I am too drunk and this box is really bad for me, yeah? 12?
Oh, we're descending into madness.
Oh, he flicks in the call for 12 million and somehow...
Because I actually don't see. Sorry, yes, it's far away. This is awful because this table is long.
Well, like I say, he's been sat in the middle of the table all day with a good view of things, and now suddenly been put to the ocular test.
All right, let's try and break this one down.
Oh, there's no point doing that.
Yeah,
Come on.
That's why I'm here. Wow. So, like, you have to try and deconstruct this. Like, this line from Mr. Perfect, I like the aggression, but, you know, we really just don't get to do this. As James giggles away.
I'm sorry, I'm gone.
That's okay, another sip of the gin and tonic.
Pitt, you fly the ship, my friend.
I will fly it, right? This is really nice from Brixen, just recognizing our 9 is a lot of hand here. Like, we block the 6-7s of this world, right, that could feasibly donk and make a real hand. So now Mr. Perfect's put himself in this weird spot where we've donked bottom pair twice. Now there's a flush completer. I mean, we kind of need to turn our hand into a bluff.
There's 71 million in the pot.
What's this?
Oh, he's gone 20. Are we going
my
back?
word.
What's going on?
And by the way,
I mean,
this is a horrible spot now for Brixton. We just have a pure bluff catcher. What hands does our opponent bet that we beat?
7-5 pick.
7-5. It's literally. And he flicks
Oh
it.
my word.
What?
5.
Oh.
Just 5?
Yes.
Wow.
Well done, Brixton.
Ivan Brixton goes cool.
Bad, because I have bad eyes and I don't see the cards, and I'm sorry.
I don't think Mr. Perfect cares too much right now as we level up the stacks.
The cards was coming, yeah. And plus I have the gas shot on the turn, and it's important to see, yeah?
Of course.
Sorry. Nothing personal.
Get this man a waiter.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. Nearly even in chips, separated by just 3 big blinds. The early skirmish, well, I call it a skirmish. I mean, this is a full-fledged battle, that pot. Getting them even.
Yeah, 3-3?
Yeah. Somewhat inadvisable, this one, I think, from Mr. Perfect. Just lacking a bit of execution. I think if we're going to fire a river bluff, probably just ask for all of it, Demps, right? Like yeah. This is going to take some dissecting. These two are just loose cannons.
Yeah.
You never quite know what's going to happen.
We're swinging. This is round 16 of a heavyweight bout. It's like they just there's no guard.
Yeah. They're both slugging away. They're both punch drunk.
Can you ask the floor to put me here? Because it's going to be
still asking if he can move.
This table is too long. I don't see the cards, yeah. I'm drunk, yeah. And I have not the best eyes, yeah. Can you ask the floor? Maybe.
Oh dear.
Excuse me. Could you be so kind? Yeah. Can I sit here? It's possible. Because I don't see. It's too far away. My eyes is not so good. I'm drunk and I'm like, I don't see the colors. I see it's black and that's it, yeah. Okay, can you put me on this board and it's gonna be much better, yeah?
Mr. Perfect gonna limp in.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, yeah. I didn't wash my hand, yeah? Because it's gonna be stupid. I'm gonna stand up all the time to watch what's going on, yeah? Come on, because this table is long.
Mr. Perfect, how do you digest
I'm
this?
not gonna go in my room to
I think
change
it's probably a good thing for him in the sense that he just lost that big pot.
Okay, it's giving him some time to collect his thoughts.
So
yeah.
Come on, so I'm not gonna change anything, yeah? You understand? But it's gonna be stupid if I'm gonna...
You're playing heads up for 125k.
Yeah? Because я вообще не вижу, бля, креста, пика, просто черная карта.
He said my eyes aren't great.
I've never, in my years of experience, had a situation where I've had a tournament paused whilst we work out whether a player can switch seats.
He can't decide, can he?
I mean,
maybe he can.
I think it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Obviously, the aesthetics for us, it looks nice, the two of them facing off, but it is a large table, it has to be said, and you know, he's tired and he's drunk.
This is like two tables, two normal tables, too long.
Oh.
Can I move there? Here is okay? Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
There we go.
Now at least we're gonna play and I'm not gonna like do this stand-up game. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we continue. It's
okay
a
then,
freaky,
limp in from Mr. Perfect with
this
the
must
Jack
be
Deuce.
this might be the longest time in the history of poker someone's faced a limp and then ended up checking back.
Yes. And I check.
He's like, yeah, I did call.
Yeah, I forgot what I got.
Called, pal.
It was so long ago.
Oh man.
Play. Check.
Ace Queen Deuce, Mr. Perfect, finding best.
Yeah, pretty reasonable to check back some bottom pairs here. You can induce some bluffs.
Yeah, and here comes one of those bluffs. And slightly curious, holding to do it with the Jack High, just kind of gonna be best a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like a half value bet, half bluff in a strange way. Yeah, Mr. Perfect going to be happy here. I think we just show down the deuce. We're not going to look to reopen the action.
Waiter.
Yeah, waiter. Just gives us a moment to collect our thoughts. There's been a lot of distractions. It's been fun. Cannot be denied. See which one of these gentlemen will take down the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Who's your money on, Debs? Let's have one of these. Who's your money on, buddy?
I mean, it's funny. Before the match started, if you told me they'd get even, I would have said Brixton.
Yes.
Right? Because I felt like that's where they're going. And they have nearly got even. But now I'm actually back on Mr. Perfect because of the change he's made in his approach to this heads-up versus how he was playing shorter-handed. I think it's like a different player now.
Yeah, it's almost like he heard us. We were asking for aggression. And the 7-5 hand, okay, it was a little clunky in its construction.
Right.
But if he jammed river, there's a good chance it gets through.
Yeah, and again,
and you see him here, just bumping it up.
Yeah, I was really surprised that when I left how he was playing to how I came back and watching fold. All those hands short-handed. But now seems much better in control, much more comfortable playing heads up than with the short-handed dynamic.
I'm gonna be drunk as hell today. Because anyway, doesn't matter what the result is, but today it's gonna be huge for sure. For you too?
No, I don't drink.
No, you don't drink, but it's a good day.
Yes.
Really good day, anyway.
Certainly is a good day. $250,000 locked up for these two.
6
million. You smoke shisha?
And he really has changed gears.
And he's not engaging too much anymore.
We got the good tobacco, everything, yeah? So
I think he's had enough of the kind of barrage.
Smoke the shisha there.
Like, wants to focus in, right? It makes some sense. Upstairs. This is the business end.
No. Yeah, go there. We have the good tobacco, so it's like must have dark side tobacco, so it's good. Check.
10-10-5, Mr. Perfect checking that one back. Third 10 repeating.
Yeah, I'm going to go for like a delayed bet. I'm going to delay through to the river.
Oof.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Yeah, very easy value bet.
Tobacco,
like the size in. Try and get called by the ace highs. You know, curious king highs of the world.
Yeah, because we order the good tobacco. Usually it's Al-Fakir, but right now it must have dark side everything. So enjoy. Yeah, just go there, ask them for the good tobacco. How much? 1.1? 1.5?
Yes.
If you smoke shisha, you should understand that the flavor and the taste, the mark of the tobacco is really important. You understand, yeah? Because Al-Fakir is like shit, yeah? You know, yeah? Like the shitty tobacco.
You can just see the Mr. Perfect's kind of over it.
Just play.
Yeah, he's just like, I want to win this tournament. He's like, you're a lovely guy, but I'm trying to focus, and you tell me about the best tobacco.
You give me 2 more gin tonic. 2 more. And
it's on the G&Ts. I called it.
Shot. And come here. Yeah, I give you the tips. Check.
Oh, man. This is wild.
He's just like the fact that each one of his orders is 2 gin and tonics. I mean, the guy has ripped through them.
He ordered 2 extra shots as well, you know.
The ginger shots.
Oh, all right. A little less aggro.
Million, yeah, 6,000.
Just nice, pick you back up again.
Nice value bet here, by the way, with the rivered bottom pair.
But yeah, I mean, he's been putting 2 gin and tonics away every sort of 40 minutes.
If you don't drink shisha with your friends,
buy something.
What?
He's just over it, isn't he?
Buy a car? Which car you want?
I like a Lincoln Navigator. Lincoln Navigator. You know Lincoln? It's the luxury of Ford.
Lincoln.
What?
That's a mark of the
car?
Oh, no.
I'm small.
It's a Ferrari or what? What is it? It's a Lamborghini?
No.
Oh, man.
Lincoln? Sorry, I don't know that.
Okay. 6.
This company of what?
It's the luxury of Ford.
Of Ford?
Ford.
Ah, Ford.
Luxury of Ford.
I got it.
Oh,
Yeah, I got
man.
it, my friend. Yeah. What is this? Yeah, we go.
I'm rarely speechless, Steps. You know me well. I'm rarely lost for words, but like, Mr. Perfect's just so over it.
You have the good rods? Rods are good?
Rolls Royce, yes.
Yeah. No, I mean the rods, yeah? Check. That's important, yeah.
You got good roads?
Because
what's going on?
Really
I want to mute the mics. I'm done.
Yeah. I think we're done for a couple of minutes here.
Cool.
What's happening now?
Oh, hang on.
10 million, okay. Met with a call by the Queen High.
Is this 10 or more?
Because I don't know what model you're talking about. I gonna like search in internet. Check.
Very dangerous, by the way, for
25.
Brixton to consider bluffing this if it goes check. But he's value bet in turn with ace high.
Internet.
All right
Yeah,
then.
I never heard that. That model.
I mean, what an enigma of a man.
How much it costs?
There was a pot earlier in the three-handed, where sorry, in the like sort of five-handed, where he was playing a pot, button versus big blind, and he was chatting away to the small blind who had folded the whole way through the hand, and just throwing random amounts of chips into the pot.
Anyway, I'm get in plus for this strip.
Oh. We're in the
we're
in the red before now. It sounds like we were big in the red.
Something special for 375. It's not enough. It's not enough for something special.
Sorry.
Unfortunately. Let's go fold.
Let's go fold. Well, timing spot on.
Don't look, Mr. Perfect. Don't look.
Oh, you had something good? Woo, my God, yeah.
You didn't give me action.
I need a phone, yeah, to like Google what the car is, yeah, because that's important. That's a good car, sport car.
Can't get anything special with 375.
I'm drunk. What does it mean?
Like a big car.
So
7-seater.
7-seater. It's like
like an Escalade.
X7, like X7 in BMW, yeah? BMW. Yeah. You have the big family?
It's 1-5, yeah.
My friend, you have the big family?
Call.
My friend, you have the big family?
Yeah.
That's why you need the 7-seater, yeah? How many kids you have?
5.
How many?
5.
5. Excuse me? Check.
It does need 7 seats.
Okay, it does need the
You're
navigator.
The guy, yeah. My friend.
Oh man.
Come to me. Check.
Check.
Okay, we can see Brixton has the best of it. Oh, here we go.
In a big way.
Turns to a pair. Bets full pots.
Yeah.
You understand, yeah? We are that.
This is 10, right?
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Okay, cool.
We are that kind, you understand, yeah? The good guys.
Yeah.
Who is like 25.
Deuce on the river, nice sizing choice from Brixton. Full pots.
We are good guys. We are good guys. You see, when I folded ace king against your queens,
You had a feeling or what?
not the feeling. I feel that you're a good guy.
Yeah.
You understand? That's why I should fold.
Yeah.
I would
Right back
struggle
to
to
the
play
start
against this. I would struggle to play against this.
1.5. We
Probably
still on the
to
same
start
level.
the final. Those two could have got it in there with, I think it was 7 or 8 lefts at that point. We could have seen a
Let's
huge
go,
flip.
my friend.
Dead. We'll find them heads up because
Do you want ginger
Brixton
shot?
managed to
I have
fold
one.
ace king
Oh,
pre-flop.
I have one, if you want.
No, thank you.
Yeah, when you were out of the booth, actually, he folded ace king again pre-flop against Mr. Perfect, who put in a huge squeeze.
Wow.
And it was basically correct. Mr. Perfect had ace king of hearts himself, and it was one of these spots where we were kind of second or third in chips and couldn't get it in.
I raise to 7.5.
7,500,000.
Raise
Call.
to 7.5 million. Mr. Perfect content to defend
Can you
damps
ask
with the
for the
king deuce.
straw of the waiter, okay? Please.
The mistake Mr. Perfect's made in this heads-up match is occasionally engaging.
I would just never engage, honestly. I would have to focus. 125k
Just
ladder.
tell them to bring it, okay?
Chance to win the title. Don't get me wrong, Brixton, he's not even being rude in any shape or form, but it's just non-stop.
Yeah. And when you've had other people at the table, they've shared the load. It's down to you. It's down to you to look after the yapping puppy. It's like
I don't want to be asked how many kids I've got when I'm like trying to decide if I'm going to defend.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm enjoying this. I know you viewers over on our GG Poker YouTube channel are. You'll let us know in the chat.
And you already have 5 kids.
I was married to 2.
No, I was married to 3.
No, I mean together. Muslims, we can do that.
Yeah. You can go up to 4. Yeah, but I have the 3rd bullet for me. You see, you're lucky guys. The like the opportunity. Don't break up. You know, don't break up. So you have 2 wives and 5 kids. Yeah.
Yes.
1.5.
That's amazing, my friend. 3? No, it's really amazing. Really amazing.
What's going on?
Honestly, I live in Dubai,
love
so
the
I know the Muslim everything, so it's okay. I mean the religion, everything. So you're gonna go for 6?
Oh no, we're gonna dip into religion.
Go for 6? For the 6, baby, you're gonna go?
No.
No? You don't want more?
No, it's enough.
Maybe you're like Elon Musk, 11?
Lines up to 4 million.
Your wife doesn't want that?
No, of course not.
How old is your kids?
The eldest is 14.
What?
The eldest is 14.
The oldest. And you have how many boys, how many girls?
4 boys, 1 girl.
Whoa, you have the quad.
Non-stop.
That's why you don't need the 6. I have set right now. 3 girls, 1 boy. You understand? So I need 1 more, at least 1 more for the full house or quads. You understand?
Yeah.
Full house or quads? How much? 1.1 and 1.2 million. Yeah.
Oh my days.
Oh
my
God.
Yeah, so
The blinds have gone up, by the way,
They
folks,
have.
just while we listen in.
I need that combination. What is this? He race? We 2-4? 10.
10 million.
So it's like because I want to see the quads or the full house. Anyway, I have the
I have to dissect one hand them, so I can't listen in any longer.
You understand?
To the talk about the quads and full house of children. Mr. Perfect going to defend with Queen 4 of clubs.
My friend, 5th one was
okay.
Oh, hang on a second.
5th one was the boy.
Trouble here for Mr. Perfect ahead.
5th one was the boy.
Yes.
Yes. So you hit the quads.
Yes.
You had 3 boys, 1 girl. Yeah.
Yes.
I have the 3 girls.
It's
1
flopped
boy.
up and bottom here,
So
heads
it's
up
full
for
house of quads,
127k.
yeah? So you're a lucky guy.
He's
Yeah.
just
That's
launching.
That's unbelievable. That's good. How much?
Verbal
I raised
assault.
10. Yeah. Okay. Let's go 20.
Wow.
20.
But you're lucky.
20 into
How
24.
hard is this to play against?
No, I mean that's
He's going to get looked up by Mr. Perfect, and these two swelling this pot up.
Because like the people who's
Big
like have
boy.
lot of the kids, everything, yeah. Because we are good person actually, yeah. We are good person.
Brixton.
So let's go 50.
Huge bet coming in on the turn. Now, it's kind of weird because
You see,
they haven't really exchanged these big barbs.
He hit the quads. I have 3 girls, 1 boy. Actually, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
This is dicey waters for Mr. Perfect. We have a bluff catcher, but it's such a...
Call.
Yeah.
Wow.
Brixton's talked him into submission here almost, James.
Pick, we've got 164 million chips in the pot here, and they have just over 60 million behind. This is a big misstep, it feels, from Mr. Perfect. And a 3 on the end. Well, not what he was looking for. Is he going to try something here?
I was going to say, is there a... He has!
He has! He's gone for the all-in, and can Mr. Perfect get a fold out of Brixton here? He's gone quiet for the first time today.
Shot.
A little bit of ginger.
If Brixton clicks call, we have a champion. I mean, what 5x can we rep? James, that check calls full pot flop
I have
and
good
basically
hand
full
for the
pot
heads up.
turn.
A really good hand.
Yeah, I just don't see any way he can fold here, and he doesn't. Ivan Brixton makes the call and finds Mr. Perfect at it on the river. 287 million of the 290 million chips are in play in this pot. We will break it down to confirm.
That you hit the 5. You understand? Only ace 5. So it's only one combination, basically, yeah? I'm not the good guy to bluff against. You see, 2 pairs.
Just like that. Ivan Brixton is the champion of the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Good for $375,000, which it turns out you can't buy anything good with.
Apparently nothing good. Maybe a little car or two, a Lincoln Navigator.
Well,
a $250,000 for Mr. Perfect. Commiserations to him. Put on quite a show, Damps.
Что, реально? И вот это у него осталось, все? I win the tournament?
You've won!
Really? Really? Congratulations! My friend!
Oh my word.
I mean, give the people what they want.
Let's go for the trophy! Let's go for the trophy!
Ivan Brixton is the Luxon Pay Grand Final winner.
Да, я даже не знал, бля, я не знал. А мне по риверу он ставит, а там на стрит закрылся, у меня 2 пары.
What an absolute hero. Been talking non-stop throughout the final day. He's just grabbed the trophy. He's not waiting for any kind of presentation. He's walking out the room with the thing.
In all my years covering tournament poker, I've never seen anything quite like it, Damps.
Well, let's just breathe a second and remind ourselves of how this one played out. It seems a long time ago. Kuliak went out in 9th. Timothy Savkin came in, I think, 2nd in chips. Nothing went his way. He bust down 8th, and it was the birthday boy, Julian Menhart. He went out ages ago for 57K. And well, what a day we've had here, Pick. We'll be back in a couple of days for the main event. Please join us then.
Бухаешь, там что-то когда фишки. Профессионал. Все.